Chapter 1057. This was because the resort they had chosen was just a fun resort, not a top-notch luxury resort. This place around B City was not considered prosperous. It was a small town. Because it was close to B City, there would be some tourists around, which was why there was a tourist resort. However, the environment was not as clean and tidy as the hotel rooms in big cities. Thinking of Gu Jingming living here, he felt a bit wronged. She looked up and said, "This place is a little shabby." "Yeah, what's wrong?" He lowered his head, his fingers twirling around her hair as he looked at her calmly. Yu Minmin said, "Nothing. I'm just worried that you won't be able to get used to sleeping here." "How could that be?" "I'm used to sleeping here when you're here." He lowered his head and kissed her cheek gently. Yu Minmin rubbed against his neck, making his body itch. She said, "Mr. President, isn't it unfair for you to stay here?" Gu Jingming was still stroking her hair. "It's not Mr. President today. It's Yu Minmin's husband." Yu Minmin couldn't help but smile when she heard that. Yu Minmin listened outside. There didn't seem to be any movement outside. It seemed that Gu Jingze and Lin Che had returned to their room. Yu Minmin looked up. Gu Jingze seems to be very busy recently. Gu Jingming nodded. "Yeah. What is he busy with?" He didn't accompany Lin Che back to the Gu family when Xue Mingqi came back. Gu Jingming said, "It's because the Xue family's influence abroad is playing tricks. After all, the Xue family has been abroad for a long time. Over time, they have accumulated a lot of influence abroad. Even though Xue Mingqi has returned, they are still playing tricks abroad. Jingze took this opportunity to go abroad to deal with the matters abroad and the Xue family. He wants to settle everything at once so that he can accompany Lin Che until she gives birth." "I see. Then do you think the Xue family is really powerful now? They may take over the position of the mistress and threaten Lin Che." Gu Jingming said, "It's hard to say whether they can or not. But I can imagine that they won't let it go easily. This is the Xue family's only chance to get close to the center of the Gu family, so they will definitely do their best." "Alright, I'm also worried that something will happen to Lin Che. Sigh, especially now that she's pregnant. I'm afraid that they will take advantage of this weakness." "Don't worry, Jingze won't let anything happen to Lin Che." Yu Minmin leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment of peace. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Gu Jingming frowned. After thinking for a while, he turned over and sat up. When he came here, everyone knew that he brought very few people with him. He wanted to rest a little and not be disturbed by trivial matters. However, they still dared to come here, which meant that something really happened. Gu Jingming opened the door and saw that Linda had come in person. "What's wrong?" Gu Jingming asked. Linda didn't look happy. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Sir, someone just spread a piece of news on the internet." "Do you think, what news?" Gu Jingming lowered his head and saw a post on the internet. It said that Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin had a political marriage. Back then, Yu Minmin had been sold to Gu Jingming's bed. For the sake of his political career, Gu Jingming had pretended to marry Yu Minmin. Many photos of the two of them had been posted on the internet. The clear photos showed that Yu Minmin was drunk and unconscious. She had been carried into Gu Jingming's room and then carried out in the middle of the night. Gu Jingming's eyes flickered and his face darkened. Linda looked at him and said, "Sir, get someone to come here now," Gu Jingming said. "Seal off the news and get someone to protect Madam. Get someone to investigate who spread the news. Get the Glass Palace to be on full alert. The President's personal guards are on the highest alert." It had already been a few years since they met Yu Minmin. After a few years, these people suddenly appeared again. What was their purpose? What were they going to do? They suddenly caused trouble when Yu Minmin was pregnant. Who were they going to deal with? Gu Jingming had no choice but to be on full alert and be ready to react to any situation. In the holiday resort, the people who had come to attend the annual gala were going to leave by car the next day. Unexpectedly, when they were sleeping soundly at night, they suddenly heard some noises outside. When they opened the window and looked down from the hotel room, they realized that something was wrong. The outside had been completely sealed off. The president's personal guards, the National Security Bureau, people in all kinds of uniforms, and armed forces with heavy machinery had all appeared below. It was as if they were in a movie. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. Did they wake up from their sleep and transmigrate? However, they suddenly remembered that Mr. President was here. If Mr. President was here, then everything was understandable. However, it was the first time they had seen such a scene, so they were stunned. Gu Jingming knocked on Gu Jing's door immediately. Lin Che saw that Gu Jingming was here and he looked very serious. She quickly asked the two men to chat and went out. When she was outside, she saw that Yu Minmin was a little strange. She didn't seem to know what had happened. Lin Che supported Yu Minmin and said, "There seems to be a lot of people outside." Yu Minmin said, "I might have to go back first. They are here to pick me up." Lin Che was shocked. "So many people are here to pick you up. Did something happen?" "I don't know." Yu Minmin was also very worried. Gu Jingming had already come out. Looking at the two of them, he said to Yu Minmin, "I'll ask someone to send you back first." Gu Jingze walked out from behind and said to Lin Che, "I'll ask someone to send you back too." Lin Che hurried to Gu Jingze's side. "What happened?" "Let's talk when we get home," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che nodded and said goodbye to Yu Minmin. The two of them looked at each other and decided to talk on the phone when they got home. Of course, the people in the company didn't know what had happened. They just saw the two bosses leave. Gu Jingming asked someone to escort Yu Minmin to leave first, but he was still discussing with Linda. Hence, the people here were still surrounding them, which made the other people in the company even more curious. They couldn't help but look down. They felt as if they were approaching the center of politics and experiencing a big event. Yu Minmin was escorted to the car first. She turned around and looked in Gu Jingming's direction. She was a little worried. She felt a little uneasy, which made her very worried. The person beside her said, "Madam, Master asked you to leave quickly. He will be back soon. You don't have to worry too much." Yu Minmin nodded and got into the car, but unexpectedly, the eyes of the person beside her flickered. They looked at each other and drove away. After a long time, Yu Minmin leaned against the car, feeling sleepy. She felt that something was wrong. She wasn't that sleepy. Moreover, she was in trouble. Why would she want to sleep so badly? Chapter 1058. She was suddenly much more awake. She raised her head and looked out. Where was this? The car was driving in an unknown direction. For a moment, Yu Minmin felt that she wasn't going home, but was outside. "You. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Who are you and where are you taking me?" The two of them looked back and Yu Minmin was shocked to find that their expressions weren't respectful like before. Instead, they looked fierce and they didn't look like good people. One of them looked at Yu Minmin and sneered. Then, he covered her with one hand. Yu Minmin screamed and smelled a special smell. Then, she fainted and her body went limp. The two of them watched Yu Minmin fall asleep and picked up the phone. "We've got her. We're on our way to Country M. Yes, we'll try to take the small path so that we won't be discovered." "Yes." The person on the phone said coldly, "Okay, everything will go according to plan." The voice was very cold and seemed to echo with despair. On the other end of the phone, the expression on the face of the person holding the phone became even more exaggerated. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Yun Kuishan. Yun Kuishan's expression was vicious. He snorted coldly in his heart and thought, "You chased me out of country C, so I'll find a way to drag you down with me. You made the Yun family unable to live, so I'll never let the Gu family stay in peace. Do you think the Yun family only knows Black Hawk's secret? No, the Yun family has been preparing for this for many years. The information we have is not as simple as you think." Lin Che and Gu Jingze returned home together. Gu Jingze asked his men to take precautions before he entered the house. He said to Lin Che, "You stay at home and rest for the next few days. Don't worry about what's going on outside." Lin Che said, "What's going on? Tell me first." Gu Jingze took a deep breath and said, "The person who plotted to film Yu Minmin and Big Brother has reappeared." "What?" Lin Che said, "Hasn't it been solved?" "No." Gu Jingze said, "At that time, they just sent some photos and then disappeared. Later, when we dealt with them, we asked eldest brother to marry Yu Minmin to cover up the matter. We thought it was over, but we didn't expect that after so many years, they would appear again. At that time, I'm afraid that it wasn't the right time, so they didn't continue. Now that they have found the right time, they are ready to do it again." "Opportunity. What time?" Lin Che asked anxiously. At this moment, the people outside hurriedly walked in. "Sir." Gu Jingze opened the door. Qin Hao stood outside, his face solemn. "Sir, someone just sent out the news that the old man is seriously ill." This was an opportunity. Lin Che's eyes widened, and he immediately reacted. Gu Jingze also took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and ordered calmly, "Then start to deal with it." Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, "I knew something would happen at this time, so I prepared countermeasures in advance. Don't worry." Lin Che hurriedly nodded, "Amen, if you're busy, then go ahead. I'll stay at home and behave myself. I won't go out." "Yeah, I'll be busy for a few days." He hugged Lin Che and kissed her on the lips. Lin Che smiled and leaned in his arms without saying a word. Gu Jingze sighed and walked out first. Seeing that Yu Minmin should have reached home, Lin Che called Yu Minmin, but unexpectedly, her phone was turned off. She felt a little strange, but she didn't think too much about it. She just sat down and instructed someone to deal with it in the company first, so that everyone wouldn't be affected by this matter. But how could it not be affected at all? Bai said that everyone in the company was wondering what had happened. There were so many people outside, and with such a big lineup, it was impossible to hide it. They could only mobilize everyone to not panic and not be in a mess. It was just some ordinary things about the president, and nothing big had happened. Anyway, the national affairs were very exaggerated, so they didn't need to worry and think that something big had happened. At this moment, Gu Jingming returned to Glass Palace, but he didn't see Yu Minmin at home. "Where's Madam?" Gu Jingming asked. "Sir." "Isn't Madam with you?" the servant said. Gu Jingming was stunned, and then he immediately felt that something was wrong. He paused for a moment, then turned around and walked out quickly. As he walked, he shouted, "Linda, Linda, something has happened to Madam. Go and find her immediately. Go and investigate immediately. Find out what exactly happened." Linda saw that Gu Jingming's eyes were scarlet, and it seemed that he was on the verge of collapse. He was as cold as an Asura who had just walked out of hell, and his whole body was emitting a chill. She was shocked and quickly ran out. Yu Minmin disappeared. Oh my God, she was pregnant with a child. How could she disappear? How could she? In just a few hours, Yu Minmin had arrived at the border of M country. First, she took a car, then directly changed to a military plane, and somehow arrived at country. Yu Minmin woke up in a daze, feeling that she had gone to hell. Her body was exhausted and hungry. Worried, she touched her stomach. Luckily, the child was still moving in her stomach. She could feel that he didn't seem to be feeling well, so he was moving a little more than usual. She silently said, hoping that the child in her stomach could hear her voice. "Baby, baby, don't be afraid, I will protect you, I will." For the sake of the child, she couldn't die here. She couldn't. It was not easy for her to be pregnant with this child, and it was not easy for her to make up her mind to give birth to this child for Gu Jingming. At the same time, Lin Che was still waiting for news at home. After Gu Jingze went out, he didn't come back. Lin Che read the news on the internet and found that the old master of the Gu family had been seriously ill for many days and hadn't appeared in public for a long time. It was unknown whether he had passed away or not. And the news that Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin had a political marriage had been released directly. Some people even directly posted the things that had to be said about the Gu family. Many things about the Gu family's power struggle were written in the post. It seemed to be saying that the Gu family had lied to the public, let Gu Jingming be in the political circle, and let Gu Jingze act like a tyrant. These years, no one knew how much money they had embezzled, so that the Gu family could develop to where it was now. Therefore, a wave of proposals to thoroughly investigate Gu Jingming spread on the internet. The president, who had always been the most popular, was facing the biggest crisis since he took office. Lin Che secretly felt even more uneasy. It seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. He was afraid that this time, things would get out of hand. Looking at the photos of Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming in the past, then looking at the curses directed at Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin, Lin Che thought to himself that they weren't wrong. Back then, Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin had a political marriage. Looking at those photos, who would have thought that Gu Jingming would also have a gentle side to him later on? Moreover, it was a gentleness that was only directed at Yu Minmin. Chapter 1059. However, the public only believed what they saw. They couldn't see the deeper things. No one could see what Gu Jingming's real life was like. They didn't know what he was like outside of the news reports. At the same time, the stock prices of some of the listed companies under the Gu family plummeted. Some of the projects were forced to be shut down. At this time, everyone started to feel anxious. Gu Jingze was definitely busy. Lin Che didn't dare to leave the Gu family's house. He rested at home and waited for news. From time to time, he asked Dongzi to find out what had happened. There was no response from the glass palace. The president was also locked in his room. No one knew what he was doing. It was a mess outside. Some people had even taken to the streets, calling for the president to resign. In the office, Gu Jingze stood there, listening to the reports from his subordinates. "President Gu, now that the president is locked in his room, we don't know what to do." Gu Jingze said, "Haven't you found the president's wife? We've looked for her in the country, but we didn't find her. We thought she might have been moved out of country C. Now the president is in a hurry to find her. He doesn't care about anything else. What do you think? Yu Minmin was missing and pregnant with his child. How could Gu Jingming care about anything else?" Gu Jingze said, "Let him be. What should we do now? We still have to find the source. We have to find out who is behind all this. Only then can we get to the bottom of this." They understood. The three of them left the office and went to do their own things. Gu Jingze leaned against the wall and waved his hand, asking the others to leave. At this moment, Lin Che's call came in. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. "Gu Jingze, are you still busy?" Lin Che's clear voice came through the phone. Gu Jingze nodded. I'm fine. How are you at home? What can happen to me at home? I'm fine. Okay. Don't go out. I'll be back in a few days. I know. I'm not out. You have to be careful. I know. Gu Jingze hung up. He thought for a moment and picked up the phone. He said to Qin Hao, "Tell Madam not to tell anyone about Yu Minmin's disappearance." Yes, sir. Yu Minmin got off the plane and was sent to a villa. She looked up to see where she was. From the outside, it seemed to be tropical. She thought for a moment and continued to look for clues. When she saw a sign on the side, she realized that this was the M Nation. As soon as she woke up, she was brought to M Nation. Exclaiming in her heart, she touched her stomach. Knowing that the child was fine, she could only relax herself. However, she wondered if Gu Jingming had gone crazy looking for her. She didn't know what had happened in Sea Country. Why did so many people rush to the resort and take her away? Anxious, she looked outside and thought, I can't stay here like this. He couldn't just sit around and wait for death. But now that she had just arrived, she could only be obedient. Leaning against the wall, she pretended to be weak and powerless. She watched as someone came in and silently delivered some food. She looked as if it was difficult for her to even sit up. Coupled with her big belly, it was hard for people to believe that she was only left with half a life. After the person who delivered the food went out, he said to the people outside worriedly, "Did something happen to her inside? Her belly is so big. She looks like she's half dead. What could happen to her? I just used some drugs. Forget it. Let's keep an eye on her. Don't let her die. The higher-ups said that she'll be of great use to us. Should we find a doctor? Forget it. Isn't she eye-catching enough? You want to find a doctor? Do you want to die? Okay. We'll find a doctor if we can't do it. Let's keep an eye on her first." Yu Minmin waited in the room. Seeing that there was no movement outside, she could only look at every corner of the window. She wanted to see if there was any way to get out of here. She also wanted to look at everything in the room to see if there was anything that could help her. If it was a normal rich young lady, she wouldn't know about this. But Yu Minmin had been an independent child since she was young. She had lived in a worthless family. She quickly found the cabinet and opened it from the inside. She slowly removed the copper products that were used to fix the cabinet. Metal products could always be of some use. She looked again and found some iron products that were used to fix the drawers. She removed all of them. Just this alone took her more than 2 hours. When she was done, she put the things on her body and continued to lean against the wall, pretending to be dead. Time passed incomparably slowly. Every minute here was like torture. She just thought to herself, if I'm like this here, what about Gu Jingming? Gu Jingming hadn't eaten or slept in the room for a day and a night. Linda didn't dare to persuade him, so she could only stand there and watch. The rumors about the president had developed to a point where they had to be suppressed. But at this time, they actually took Madam away. This was almost a fatal blow to Gu Jingming. Linda could only ask someone to lock down the entire glass palace and then send someone to look for Yu Minmin. There was no news for the time being. Linda was still communicating with Gu Jingze, but there was no news from Gu Jingze either. They could only wait and deal with the trivial matters first. Meanwhile, Lin Che stayed at home and watched as the people outside busily walked back and forth. They had already locked down the entire Gu mansion several times. Lin Che leaned against the wall. When she saw Gu Xinian walk in, she waved and said, "Nian Nian, come here." Gu Xinian said, "Mom, did something happen at home?" Lin Che sighed and looked at Gu Xinian. She knew that some things couldn't be hidden from Nian Nian. Lin Che said, something happened. You might have seen it already. But don't worry, Dad will deal with it. We just need to wait at home and not cause trouble for Dad. Gu Shinian nodded and said, do you want me to find out something? You're going. Lin Che looked at him and wanted to laugh, but she suddenly remembered that Gu Jingze had said that Gu Qigong had given the Gu family's best secret guards to Gu Shinian. Lin Che said, it's fine if you go and find out. I just want to know what's going on outside. Gu Shinian nodded and said, Mom, don't worry. There are 2 men in our house protecting Mom. Mom and the little brother in your stomach will be fine. Lin Che snickered and looked at Nian Nian. How do you know it's a little brother? Gu Shinian said, if it's a little sister, I don't want her anymore. Chapter 1060. Why? I don't like girls. Lin Che said, when you say that, Mom is really worried about your future. Don't tell me that you hate your sister so much because the girl you like became your sister. Gu Shinian's ears turned red. Childish. But Lin Che saw it in his heart and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Shinian was really like his father. When he blushed, his ears turned red first. Lin Che said to Gu Shinian, Nian, Mommy doesn't know if it's a boy or a girl. It's not something Mommy can control. Don't worry. If it's really a sister, I can only say that you're unlucky. You really can't abandon her because no matter what, she's still your sister. Gu Shinian sighed, looking as if he had nothing left to live for. Lin Che said, Mommy hasn't asked you yet. What do you think after returning to Country C? Is this place better or Seattle? It doesn't matter where I am, Gu Shinian said. Lin Che looked at him. You can't say that. Are you happy here or over there? Gu Shinian thought for a moment and said, it's not the same. In Seattle, I can go out and play as I please. But here, there are a lot of people following me and it's not very convenient. But here, I have a lot of people who will play with me. In Seattle, there's only Yun. I think if you put all these together, it's about the same, so there's nothing to compare. Lin Che smiled and touched him. Then, in kindergarten, are the children close to you? They're very good. But sometimes, they're afraid of me. Gu Shinian said, only Yun isn't afraid of me. But Yun doesn't know how to play computer games, so Mommy, you should give birth to a younger brother. Younger sisters don't know how to play computer games. Lin Che felt a little sad. The reason why the children in kindergarten were afraid of him was probably because of his identity. Although they were envious of him and would play with him, they might not really trust him. Seeing so many people following behind him, they would probably feel that he was different from them. However, this child's future was definitely different from most people. Lin Kai could only hope that he could live a more normal life when he was young, because it might be impossible for him to return to a normal life when he grew up. In comparison, Nian was smarter than her. He knew that everything had its pros and cons. Seattle had its pros and cons, and Country C had its pros and cons. However, Lin Che was an idealist. She wanted to have the best of both worlds. Lin Che felt that she needed to learn some things from Nian. Right then, Yun Quishan said, the president's wife is gone, and the news still hasn't spread. Yes, the Gu family blocked the news. Okay, but it's better not to let others know about this for now. Where's Lin Che? Is he still resting at home? Yeah, Lin Che doesn't seem to know about Yu Minmin's disappearance. Ha! Yun Quishan laughed and said, very good, very good. Get someone to get some photos of Yu Minmin for Lin Che. Tell her that Yu Minmin is still alive, but unfortunately, he might not be able to live for much longer. Lin Che. At the end of the day, she was the reason why the Yun family had fallen to this day. How could the Yun family let her live a happy life and become the mistress of the Gu family? Lin Che was still resting at home when her phone suddenly rang. She was stunned. When she opened it, she saw that a group of photos had been sent out of nowhere. She felt a wave of uneasiness in her heart. In this mood, she opened her phone hesitantly. The photos inside were Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was leaning against the wall, drowsy. Yu Minmin's stomach. There was a knife in front of Yu Minmin's stomach. What did this mean? Lin Che looked at the tip of the knife, then at her stomach. Her heart suddenly turned cold. Wasn't this a blatant threat? What were they going to do to Yu Minmin's stomach? When were these photos taken? Were they taken now? What had happened to Yu Minmin? At this moment, the phone rang. Lin Che looked at the phone, and the uneasiness in her heart intensified. She subconsciously felt that this phone call would not be simple. However, when she thought of those shocking photos, she had no choice but to pick up the call. You saw the photos, right? The voice on the phone was frighteningly gloomy. Who are you? What do you want to do? Just tell me what you want. Come out now, I'll take you to her now. Come alone. Otherwise, she may be able to handle it, but the child in her belly may not be able to handle it. Think about it yourself. That's good. You're a straightforward person. Let's talk about it. Lin Che's heart clenched. Because she was pregnant now, she naturally knew that feeling. Children were the most vulnerable, especially at a time like this. Lin Che said, "If I go out with you, won't I be putting my life in your hands again? I'm not that stupid. If you really wanted to kill Minmin, you wouldn't have kept her alive now." Yes, you're right. We won't kill the president's wife now. It's naturally very useful to keep her name. However, I said that she can handle it, but the child in her stomach can't. Of course I can keep her alive and get rid of the child in her stomach. Just keep her alone, or kill her and cut the child out first. Isn't that fine? You. Lin Che couldn't imagine how these people could be so cruel. However, she also knew that these people were not ordinary kidnappers. They were definitely not cowards. They were ruthless and would do anything for their own interests. Because this might not involve personal grudges. It might escalate to the national level. Therefore, they could naturally resort to unscrupulous methods and were absolutely ruthless. Oh my God, Minmin was so dangerous. What should she do? Lin Che closed her eyes and could only reply, "All right, what do you want me to do?" Just walk out of the Gu family's house. Lin Che had no other choice. At this moment, she was only thinking about Yu Minmin's safety, and she couldn't think about anything else. She couldn't watch Yu Minmin's stomach be cut open. Just thinking about it was cruel. If it really happened, she couldn't take the risk. As for herself, if something really happened to her, Gu Jingze would be sad for a long time. But fortunately, she had already left Gu Jingze and Nian Nian. Even if she died, Nian Nian was still a memory. For Nian Nian, he would live a good life. She didn't leave anything behind. After thinking about it, she left a few photos of Yu Minmin here. Then, she took a deep breath and walked out. "Madam, what can I do for you?" "No, you don't have to follow me. I'll let Dongzi and the others follow me," she said to the servant at the door. Chapter 1061. The helper didn't suspect anything and went to do something else. Lin Che saw a car parked at the side when she walked out. Before she could say anything, the car had already driven over. "Mrs. Gu, please." Lin Che squeezed her hands and followed her helplessly. She didn't know if they would discover something after seeing the things she left behind. But she had to take the risk for Min Min and the child in her stomach. On the other side, Min Min suddenly screamed and shouted, Is anyone here? My stomach hurts, my stomach. The people outside heard the scream and quickly opened the door. They were worried when they saw Min Min leaning against the wall with a pale face. They couldn't let anything happen to the child. They looked at each other and discussed what to do. Should we tell the higher-ups about this? What can we do even if we tell them? We still have to bear the responsibility. We said that nothing can happen to the child and nothing can happen to her. Now that something has happened, will our family be able to survive? Although they were outside, the moment they accepted the deal, the lives of their entire family were already in the hands of the other party. They had no regrets and there was no way out. Forget it, get the doctor here now, he said. Okay. The few of them hurriedly went to find the doctor. After dragging the doctor over, the doctor felt very gloomy. This place was very mysterious. A bunch of grown men looking for a gynecologist to see a pregnant woman. It seemed very strange. However, he was directly dragged over and couldn't refuse. When he arrived, he saw Min Min lying there as if she was dying. Her stomach was shockingly big. He quickly went over to examine her. Where does it hurt? My stomach hurts. Okay, let me examine it first. Ah, doctor, it hurts. Save me, save my child. She tugged at him and shouted. The doctor couldn't do a proper examination because of the shaking. Especially when there were a few men staring at him, it made him even more annoyed. They were still urging him. How is it, doctor? Ah, don't rush me. I can't tell at all. There are no instruments here. If you want to see it, you need an ultrasound machine, an electrocardiogram. Anyway, there are no instruments here. There's no way to see it. Then what should we do? Look at the woman, she might be giving birth prematurely. If you don't go to the hospital now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Who is the husband of the woman? Do you have any common sense? Premature labor. They were all grown men, so how could they understand this? The doctor said, then hurry up and prepare the car to go to the hospital. They looked at each other and said helplessly, okay, let's go to the hospital. When the time comes, follow a few more people. Anyway, this is the Yam Nation, we don't have to be afraid of the Gu family chasing us. They went out to make some preparations and hurried to the hospital with Min Min. When they reached the hospital, Min Min shouted, no, I feel like I need to take a dump. I'm going to poop. The doctor said, hurry up and enter the delivery room. This might really be a labor. Let's go in and check it out first. A few of the men were still there, wondering. A man said, I think so. I heard that when a woman gives birth, she will accidentally shit it out. Because there were children in his family, everyone believed what he said without a doubt. Min Min waited for them to leave before she jumped up from the bed. No, I'm really going to poop. The doctor was shocked. Hey, pregnant lady, where are you going? Min Min looked at the doctor and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you in the future. The doctor asked curiously, what are you talking about? The next moment, Min Min raised a small oxygen tank and smashed it at the doctor's head. Ah, the doctor screamed and then fell to the ground. Min Min couldn't care less now. For the child and for herself, she had to give it her all. After planning for a few days, she picked up the tools she had brought with her and went to the window to pry it open. At this moment, she really wanted to thank her father. Back then, she was tyrannical towards her family, which allowed her to learn a lot of escape skills. In an instant, she pried open the window, which wasn't very sturdy. Then, she easily jumped down from the window. It was the 5th floor, but it wasn't scary. She walked down the stairs bit by bit. The people outside couldn't imagine that a woman with such a big belly could have the ability to climb down from the 5th floor. Meanwhile, in the glass palace, Linda looked inside. The door was tightly shut and Gu Jingming was still not eating or drinking. It was very worrying. A high-ranking official looked at Linda and asked worriedly, "Can't you let Mr. President out of the glass palace calmly?" Linda shook her head. Mr. Gu said that we mustn't let Mr. President leave the glass palace for the time being. Otherwise, Mr. President might do something rash because he's worried about Madam. This is an important moment for the president. If he makes a wrong move, Mr. President's political career might be over. So, I'd rather see Mr. President not eating or drinking. It's better than doing anything else. Gu Jingze had already called and told Linda what to do. Linda believed Gu Jingze's words without a doubt. She had followed Mr. President for a long time and she knew that Mr. President had never been so serious and concerned about any woman. Not even Yin Suya in the past. Especially now that Madam was pregnant with his child. The child would be born in 3 months. If something happened at this time, Mr. President would definitely lose his mind. The official looked inside and sighed in his heart. He was helpless. It was a mess outside and Mr. President had disappeared at this time. Wouldn't that make people even more anxious? However, Linda was right. At this time, it was useless for Gu Jingming to come out in this state. It was better to calm down for a few days and wait for news of Madam. Then take a look at Mr. President. Don't let anything happen to him inside. Linda nodded. All right, I'll go in and take a look. Linda opened the door. However, before she could react, she felt a hand wrapping around her neck. Don't move. Linda's throat tightened. A cold muzzle was pointed at her temple. The man, who looked like he hadn't eaten or slept for a long time and should have been weak, had an astonishing strength in his hands. He directly held her body, and she couldn't move at all. Sir. Sir, Linda said anxiously. You have to calm down. Mr. Goose said that you can't go out, you know that I can do anything at this time. Let me out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that this place will turn into hell. Chapter 1062. His cold voice sounded like it came from the mouth of an Asura from hell. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Mr. President, please be rational. We've already gone to look for him. Please, don't be so agitated, okay? Gu Jingming tightened his grip on her neck. You're my woman. You should only listen to my orders. Let me out. But I'm doing this for your own good, Mr. President. Even if you kill me, I won't let you out. If anything happens to you outside, the citizens of Country C will lose a good president. We will also lose a good leader. You can't go. Linda screamed with all her might. Although there were already marks on her neck, she still refused to let go of Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming's eyes were cold. He looked at her and said, "Let me go." I've said it before. No, we won't let him go. We won't let him go. Linda ordered the people outside. Listen up. Even if I die, you can't let Mr. President out. All right, all right. Then, you can die first. Gu Jingming's eyes turned cold. No one present had ever seen Gu Jingming act like this. He immediately tightened his grip on Linda's neck. Linda lost consciousness. Gu Jingming didn't kill her, but he choked her until she fainted. Then, he pulled the trigger forcefully. The president's bodyguard who was walking towards him was shot in the leg. He said, "No one can stop me. Those who stand in my way will only die." Mr. President. The bodyguard was still shouting. However, Gu Jingming just shot him once and knocked him down. Then, he walked out step by step. Outside, the sky above Country B was raining heavily. The dark clouds were heavy. The already low pressure in the capital turned it into a battlefield of azure. Outside the glass palace, police sirens were blaring. The residents living around the glass palace looked outside anxiously. They knew that something big had happened in Country C. They wanted to see what was going on because they were close to the water. However, it involved many important matters of the country and it wasn't something that ordinary people could pry into. Hence, they could only watch as the troops that they had never seen before rolled past them. They couldn't get any information, but they vaguely knew that something big was going to happen. Naturally, none of them could imagine it. This was indeed a big matter. Because Mr. President had escaped and disappeared. At this critical moment, he had given up his empire for the sake of a beauty. He had gone to save his wife and child alone, leaving behind the ever-changing politics of Country C. However, no one in the glass palace dared to release the news. They continued to lock up the glass palace. Only Gu Jingze was in his office, standing outside the transparent glass window, looking at the tall building that towered into the depths of the dark clouds. His eyes were hazy. Sir, now that Mr. President has left the glass palace, we don't know where he is going. What should we do now? Gu Jingze said. Since he has left, let him be. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. There must be a source. Once we find the source, everything else will be clear. But, sir, it's a mess outside. Even the personal guards of the Gu family are in turmoil. Qin Hao looked worried as well. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, there was another commotion outside. The personal guards below were shouting anxiously. They wanted Gu Jingze to step in personally. They couldn't take this injustice. They couldn't bear to hear the rich and the common people speak ill of the Gu family. It wasn't a big deal at first, but Gu Jingze didn't make a move this time. Many people were bitterly disappointed. They wondered how the Gu family could allow others to bully them without doing anything. What was the current head of the Gu family doing? Was old Master Gu really dying? Why wasn't anyone coming to uphold justice for them? This had happened several times in the past few days, but still, no one came to ask about it. The personal guards of the Gu family felt a little dispirited. They felt like they had no way forward. Of course, this shouldn't have happened. However, the second and third families were all taking the opportunity to cause trouble. They wanted to use this rare opportunity to shake Gu Jingze's position as the head of the family. So they secretly made a lot of moves, preparing to throw the personal guards into chaos. We asked the head of the family to seek justice for us. The head of the family wants to strengthen our position. That's right. What are they doing? Disappearing when something happens? But at this moment, suddenly, a spear pierced through the sky. The personal guard standing at the front suddenly felt his heart turn red. Blood gushed out from his forehead, all the way to the forehead of the personal guard below. Following the sound of the spear, the surrounding people fell silent. In the dead silence, a man slowly walked out of the dark rain. His steps were steady, and his back was hazy. The lightning struck his back, and his body was elongated by the cold light of the lightning. In the cold night, he was like a lonely star, appearing faintly in the night sky. His shadow swayed behind him. His monotonous expression, in the middle of the night, seemed even colder. It was Gu Jingze. The gun in his hand was still warm. The bullet that had just been fired from his gun was now germinating in another person's head. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze. For a moment, he stood there alone. There was no one around him, but his expression was like that of an army with thousands of men and horses. His aura was enormous. The faint loneliness made him seem even more arrogant, like a god, inviolable. Everyone can see it. This is the dignity of the Goo family. You want an explanation, right? This is the explanation. You want the head of the family to answer, right? This is the answer. Everyone's gaze was focused on his proud and aloof figure, listening to his tough and cold words. The Goo family doesn't need a personal guard who will question the head of the family, and we don't need a personal guard who blindly listens to others. Now, at this moment, I have recorded the names of every personal guard here. You can go and receive your punishment. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, many personal guards had already surrounded the person in the middle. Head of the family, we were wrong, Mr. Goo. Please spare our lives, Gu Jingzi said. I will not be lenient to my own people, and I will not be lenient to outsiders. Whoever dares to violate the dignity of the Gu family, I will use the dignity of the Gu family to send them to hell first. It is the same for outsiders, and it is the same for all of you. The guard didn't dare to make another sound. Gu Jingzi just stood there. At that moment, Qin Hao hurriedly walked over from behind. He looked at Gu Jingzi but didn't say anything. After Gu Jingzi came down, he quietly said, Sir, Madam is missing. Chapter 1063. Gu Jingzi quickly returned to the Gu mansion. Lin Che was nowhere to be found. All of Lin Che's bodyguards had gone out to look for him. As for Gu Jingzi, he was dragged by a servant to look at the photos Lin Che had left behind. Everything became clear in an instant. What a fool, what a fool. She had gone to look for Yu Minmin. Gu Jingzi closed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Mobilize everyone to look for Madam. Not just in Country C. Dig out all the surveillance cameras and report to me if you find any trace of Madam. Yes, sir. Gu Jingzi waved his hand and massaged his temples. He had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, but he still looked like a man of steel, except that his eyes were bloodshot. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Gu Xinian looked at the chaos outside and raised his head to look at the dark team guard in front of him. Dad has too many things to take care of. It'll probably be difficult for him to find Mom. Mobilize all the dark team guards to search in secret. Yes, young master. Gu Xinian folded his hands behind his back and looked outside. His eyes were cold and detached. Dad is looking for her in public. They will be on guard against him. But he doesn't know that we are also looking for her in secret, so he will not be on guard against us. If possible, hurry up and look for her. If there is any news, let me know first. Yes, young master. At first, all the bodyguards felt like they were serving a child. However, as time passed, they were surprised to find that this child was definitely not an ordinary child. It was their honor to be able to take care of him until he grew up. Because this child's future achievements would not be any less than his father's. Lin Che walked along the road in a daze. When she arrived, she realized that she had arrived in Country M. When she got out of the car, she was speechless. This place was very spacious and looked very spacious. However, the moment she got out of the car, she saw someone rushing out and shouting, "She's gone." The person got out of the car and was shocked. Who's gone? Yu Minmin is gone. He disappeared from upstairs with the child. I don't know where he went after jumping down. If he's alive, we can't find him. If he's dead, we can't find his body. Lin Che's eyes moved. Seeing that the man turned around and looked at her warily, she quickly pretended to be confused, as if she didn't understand. The man quickly pulled the person over, and the two of them went to the side to talk. Lin Che stood there, looking at the people on both sides, but in his heart, he kept replaying what that man had just said. He was gone. Yu Minmin had escaped. Lin Che didn't bat an eyelid as he watched the two of them return. Their faces were filled with bitter hatred, as well as venomous malice. Lin Che understood. It seemed like they had just lost a person. Now that they had captured her, they had to guard her even more strictly. Lin Che didn't mind. Since she was already here, she might as well take things as they came. After finding out that Yu Minmin had escaped, she felt much more relaxed. Looking at the people who had come, she said indifferently, "Can I have something to eat? I'm starving." Both men were amazed. This woman wasn't afraid at all. At this time, she still dared to ask for food. Lin Che blinked her eyes. "Since I'm your only hostage now, you have to take good care of me. Don't let anything happen to me. Hurry up and prepare food for me. I want to eat roast duck, chicken porridge, and dried carrots." The few of them looked at her in disdain and could only go by things first. Lin Che went inside to rest for a while. She looked at the time. She didn't know what time it was in Country C. She didn't know if Gu Jingze had seen the photos she had left behind. If he had seen them, perhaps he would be able to find something from the photos. She had just eaten and drunk to her heart's content, and felt that her mind was slowly opening up. While she was thinking, Yu Minmin had already escaped. It seemed that the guards weren't very strict, so Yu Minmin could escape. Now, she didn't know if she would have the same chance. She didn't know that Yu Minmin was able to escape because she had been sick, as if she was about to die. Moreover, with her big belly, it was scary to look at, so the few of them didn't have their guard up. But now, it was different from before. She looked fine, and with their previous experience, they would definitely be more vigilant this time. It would be even more difficult for her to escape. However, before she could decide whether to escape or not, someone suddenly opened the door and stood by the door. Lin Che heard the movement and looked up. She saw Yun Luo, who had entered. Lin Che's eyes hurt. Yun Luo. Yun Luo, all of these things were done by the Yun family. Lin Che suddenly felt a chill. She felt that she had finally discovered something, but it was a little too late for her to discover it now. Now that she thought about it carefully, it was a little scary. Did the Yun family plan so much to give the Gu family a good look? What was the Yun family's goal? What did they want in the end? And now, why did Yun Luo suddenly come here? She looked at Yun Luo and her eyes moved, but she calmed down. She thought that she was a hostage now, and Yun Luo wouldn't do anything to her even if he came. Lin Che said, "Miss Yun, it's really surprising to see you here." Seeing Lin Che eat and drink to her heart's content, Yun Luo was also very surprised. She wasn't afraid at all. Yun Luo naturally didn't want to see her fearless. In Yun Luo's heart, she hoped that Lin Che was a cowardly, ordinary woman. Only then would she appear special, and only then would she feel at ease. Gu Jingze was definitely blind to like Lin Che. However, many of Lin Che's actions showed that she wasn't ordinary at all. Yun Luo would rather she was a vulgar woman, so that she could look down on her. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Yun Luo looked at Lin Che. Her stomach could already be seen a little, and logically speaking, it should have been visible a long time ago. However, her figure still looked so perfect, and a little bit of her stomach could not affect her current appearance. This made Yun Luo even more unhappy, and also made her jealous. She looked at Lin Che. "I didn't expect you to be so happy even though you're a prisoner." Lin Che said, "Being a prisoner isn't much. I have food and water, and Miss Yun came to visit me. Isn't that great?" Yun Luo said, "Yes, not only did I come to visit you, I also want to treat you well these few days." Lin Che was shocked, but she still looked calm on the surface. "Is that so? Then I'm sorry." Yun Luo laughed sinisterly in her heart, but she still looked at her viciously. She turned around and said, "Bring her to my place." Chapter 1064. The person who came in was stunned. What did she mean by bringing him to her place? How could she miss this? Yun Luo interrupted him and looked at him arrogantly, as if she was looking at a bug. She had always treated her servants like this. These people who were paid to do things for her were just useful dogs in her eyes. It was wrong of a dog to question her. "I asked you to bring him to my place." "What? Did you not hear what I said?" With that, Yun Luo didn't even bother to look at the person. When she turned to face Lin Che, her expression was completely different. "I said that I would treat you well, and I will." Those people had no choice. How could they dare to go against the young miss of the Yun family? Even if the Yun family had recently been rumored to be in dire straits because of the Gu family, a centipede was still alive, and a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Such a large family, it was not as if they could just disappear like that. Especially in Country M, the Yun family's prestige was still there. It was impossible for them to be wiped out so quickly. How could small people like them dare to go against Yun Luo? So, they could only helplessly bring Lin Che along and leave with Yun Luo. Although Yun Luo had always been living in the Yun family, she had her own place outside. When they arrived, Yun Luo put down her things and looked at Lin Che. She waved her hand and signaled for the people to step aside. Then, she looked at her and said, "Tell me, how are we going to play today?" Lin Che said, "As you say." "How about this, a friend will come to play in the afternoon." "You can play with him too," Yun Luo said. Lin Che didn't think that it was a good thing. In the afternoon, a few women came chattering. They were gorgeously dressed. When they saw Yun Luo, they immediately came over and complimented her. "Luo Luo, you've become prettier after not seeing you for a few days." "Wow, Luo Luo, where did you buy this dress? It's so beautiful." "Luo Luo, your earrings are limited edition, right? I think I've seen them before." Yun Luo smiled. "Alright, don't just look at me. We have a guest today." She looked at Lin Che, who was behind her. Lin Che's eyes moved, and he smiled at the people in front of him. They looked at Lin Che. At first glance, they were a little stunned. They wanted to ask who this beautiful woman with smooth skin was. However, Yun Luo didn't give them the chance to praise him. He said, "Today, we're going to have a good time with her. We're going to play until she knows who she has to listen to in the M Nation and how she should talk to me in the M Nation." The few of them looked at Yun Luo's expression and immediately understood. This person was not someone Yun Luo liked. On the contrary, Yun Luo hated him. Lin Che didn't mind. He sat there and watched as they placed the mahjong table and began to play. Meanwhile, Lin Che stood at the side and watched. The few of them set up a mahjong table. It was obvious that they were still very lenient towards Yun Luo. No matter what tile Yun Luo played, they dared to let her meet it and win for her. Yun Luo also enjoyed the feeling of being placed on a pedestal. He did not feel that it was meaningless at all. Yun Luo looked at Lin Che and said to the few women, "You guys still don't know, right? This is a big star in the C Nation. Don't you know, Lin Che? Hey, she looks familiar. I think she acted in some movie before." "Yeah, she even won the Movie Queen Award," Yun Luo said. Everyone knew that Yun Luo didn't like it, so they naturally didn't praise her. Instead, they belittled her and said, "Hee, movie queen. How many judges did she sleep with? Yeah, she's not famous at all. I've never even seen her movie." "Io, Yun Luo, why did you bring her here? Actors are the dirtiest." Lin Che knew what she was up to. He sat there and smiled without saying a word. Yun Luo said, "She came to the M Nation, so I have to entertain her." The few of them glanced at Lin Che disdainfully. They didn't understand how Lin Che had offended Yun Luo to be called here to humiliate him. But since Yun Luo wanted to humiliate him, they could only help her do it. Actors are the dirtiest. They're famous because they're shameless and they dare to sleep with anyone they see. Otherwise, there are so many sisters around us who are much better looking than them. It's just that we don't care about pleasing others. Yeah, Luo Luo is so beautiful and has such an aura. If she enters the entertainment industry, she'll be a goddess. Our Luo Luo doesn't care about being an actor. Yun Luo smiled and said, "All right, stop teasing me." But Yun Luo was secretly happy. She even looked at Lin Che and snorted. Her expression became even more arrogant. After playing mahjong, she won quite a lot. But she didn't care about the money at all. She said that she would take the money out to play. She even gave the few women a limited edition bag. These things that were worth a few $100,000 each weren't attractive to her, but the women were overjoyed. They thought to themselves that the Yun family was indeed the Yun family. Even though they were heavily injured now, they were still much better than the average rich family. They just had to casually throw something and they couldn't compete with it. When they went out to play, Yun Luo brought Lin Che along. Lin Che didn't mind. It was quite boring to listen to them humiliate him here. It would be good to go out for a walk. Very soon, they arrived at a club. This place wasn't much different from the clubs in B City. The place wasn't even B City and it looked much smaller. The women found a few male hosts. They looked very young and when they saw the women, they pounced on them like hungry wolves that had seen meat. They knew that these women were generous and they were young. At least they were the type that could be eaten. Compared to serving those old rich women, they naturally preferred these women. When they saw Yun Luo, their eyes immediately lit up. It was only when they were fighting to come over that they saw Lin Che, who was standing at the side. First, they were attracted by her belly. They thought it was strange. They had never seen a girl from a rich family in Country M who was so beautiful. But she was already pregnant and she still came to this kind of place to play. These people were too crazy. Rich people were indeed unscrupulous. Usually, men wouldn't like a pregnant woman. But when they saw Lin Che's complexion, which didn't look like a normal pregnant woman's, and her complexion was so exquisite and lovely, they immediately felt that she was a treasure. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman in a place like this. Hence, the few of them rubbed their palms together and wanted to go over. Although they were able to work as male hosts in such a high-end club and their looks were top-notch in their circle, Lin Che had seen many handsome men in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she had a top-notch man like Gu Jingze by her side. Hence, she was very immune to this kind of beauty. She didn't think much of them. Chapter 1065. The other women couldn't hold it in anymore. The men here were all very handsome in their eyes. Even if they didn't have the money to get a male celebrity to play with, they would still be satisfied here. Hey, Xiao Si, this is Miss Yun. Come and serve her well. The woman specially directed the most handsome man here to Yun Luo's side. The one called Xiao Si looked at Yun Luo and walked over, looking a little reluctant. The woman said, "This is a newcomer here. He has become the top hostess as soon as he arrived. Many people want to take him out but can't." She then said to Xiao Si, "Come and serve Miss Yun well. This one is different from the others." He only nodded and walked over to say, "Miss Yun, do you want to drink or eat?" Yun Luo had no interest in this kind of gigolo. It couldn't be denied that Xiao Si's looks were indeed quite good. That face of hers would definitely attract the attention of many women. Unfortunately, her heart had already been set on Gu Jingze the moment she saw him. From then on, she no longer felt anything when she saw any other man. She laughed mockingly and thought that these women were really ignorant. Being coaxed by such effeminate men, they looked like they were bursting with joy. However, she had seen the strongest men in the world. So, in her eyes, these men weren't even considered men. But that strongest man didn't belong to her. She looked at Lin Che, who was sitting at the side. Lin Che was also sitting there calmly, as if he didn't feel anything for these people in front of him. Yun Luo thought that the dignified Mrs. Gu naturally wouldn't be interested in them. But wouldn't it be too boring to just sit here like this? Yun Luo said, "Shao Si, don't worry about me. Just serve Miss Lin, who is sitting next to me." Lin Che chuckled. "There's no need. I'll leave this handsome man for you to enjoy." Yun Luo said, "We agreed to serve you, so I won't fight with you." "Why? Do you dislike gigolos?" In front of him, Shao Si was stunned. She felt a little indignant after being humiliated. But her hands trembled and she endured it. Lin Che saw all of this and didn't miss it at all. Lin Che couldn't bear it. He felt that everyone walked on a different path, and everyone had their own helplessness. She said, "Everyone has their own job. This is just his job. There's nothing to dislike. He's here to talk to us and relieve our boredom. We can't just call him a cowherd." Shao Si was even more stunned. She looked at Lin Che, and for a time, she felt a little grateful warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since she had seen this warmth, and it seemed to comfort her a little. Shao Si said, "It's all right, it doesn't matter what I'm called. It's just a form of address. Miss Lin, you can't drink, right?" Lin Che nodded. Shao Si directly poured her some fruit juice. "Drink it carefully." Lin Che said, "Thank you." She took the juice and smiled at him. Shao Si sat down next to her and helped her get some fruits. The women were dumbfounded. They had spent a lot of money to hire Shao Si. Fortunately, Yun Luo was the one paying the bill this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to call him over. Because this newcomer, Shao Si, was very popular the moment she arrived. Once she arrived, she definitely wouldn't show herself. She was also very cold. Someone had called her once, but when she arrived, she just sat there without saying a word. No matter how they tried to seduce her, it was useless. Unfortunately, his looks were too alluring, so many women endured it. They felt that his looks were worth spending more effort on. But they didn't expect that at this moment, she would directly sit next to Lin Che and even take the initiative to prepare something for Lin Che. Could it be that she was moved because she saw Lin Che's good looks? They really couldn't accept it in their hearts. They didn't know what was wrong with Yun Luo. He hated Lin Che, so why did he find such a good man to accompany her? But Yun Luo didn't care in the slightest. Looking at this scene, he only snorted and said, "How is one enough? Hey, call all the good men in your shop over. She's such a coquettish person, she can't be coaxed by just one man." The women were even more stunned, but they didn't dare to object. They hurriedly went out to call people over. After a while, the best men in the shop were all standing there in a row. Yun Luo didn't stand on ceremony either. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw a stack of money on the table and said, "Come over. Miss Lin isn't picky, she wants all of you." When the women saw that it was a rich man, they hurriedly crowded over. Looking at Lin Che, the 5 or 6 of them didn't know what to do. Yun Luo directly snorted and looked at Lin Che, "Since you can make Jingze love you so much, you must have learned many tricks and used many men, right? I don't know if these men are enough for you. If not, tell me. Usually, you're the one who thinks of ways to use your coquettish methods to serve Jingze." Why don't you properly enjoy these people's methods today? Lin Che glared at Yun Luo. You think this is fun? You think this will make Gu Jingze hate me? Yun Luo said, yeah, maybe it's because he loves you dearly and can't bear to leave you behind. But I've already recorded these videos for him to see. He'll definitely mind. Slowly, when he finds out that you've been played by so many men, will he not mind at all? You really think too highly of yourself and think too highly of men. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after you try it. As she said that, Yun Luo suddenly stood up. The women were all surprised. So this was what she was planning. Yun Luo snorted, all right, let's go. Let's not waste Miss Lin's night. The few of them hurriedly walked out. Lin Che stared fixedly at Yun Luo, only to see the male hosts looking at Lin Che. Although they had been male hosts for so long and had seen all kinds of people, it was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman. Although they were male hosts, they were still men after all. They still had a reaction. Especially after today's scene. They weren't male hosts, but normal men. At this moment, Xiaoxi suddenly stood up. Alright, she's still pregnant. This isn't good. Hearing that, Lin Che instantly looked at the man in front of him gratefully. The few of them said, alright, why are you pretending to be kind? That woman just now looked like a rich person. What else would you do if you didn't do such a good job? Yeah, you're already a male host, why pretend to be a good person? They had already looked down on Xiaoxi for a long time. They felt that ever since she came, she had stolen all the limelight. Moreover, she was a whore who still wanted to maintain her chastity. She had nothing better to do than to pretend to be virtuous. If you're really virtuous, then don't come out and sell yourself. Xiaoxi said, that's right, I'm a male host, but I'm here to play with people. I'm not here to do anything illegal. What you're doing is breaking the law. At this moment, Lin Che also stood up. Seeing that the women had already left, he pulled Xiaoxi and said to her, I was indeed captured. If I can escape today, I'll definitely repay you. Chapter 1066. Lin Che said this not because she wanted him to help her, but because if someone treated her well when she was in danger, she would remember it in her heart. Xiaoxi smiled. There's no need to repay me. We're all in trouble. I'm just lending a hand. The men grew impatient. Hey, if you want to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, why don't you finish it first? As they spoke, the men were about to pounce on Lin Che. At this moment, Xiaoxi suddenly kicked away a man in front of her. She turned around and said to Lin Che, you run first. Lin Che snapped out of his daze. Without thinking, he ran outside. However, as it turned out, Yun Luo would not let her go to these men so easily. She opened the door to the private room and saw a row of people outside. They were all from Yun Luo's family. While she was stunned, the people behind her had already caught up. Yun Luo was still among them. He looked at Lin Che and sneered. You're in my hands and you still want to run. Lin Che said, what do you want? What? Of course I want to help you become famous. You've been in so many films and exposed yourself so many times. You won't mind this time, right? At this moment, the men behind her closed in again. They had almost let her escape just now. They had almost lost so much money. They had already decided that they would not let this opportunity slip away. Therefore, Xiaoxi had also been beaten to the ground by them. His handsome face had turned green and red. He lay there as if he was on the verge of death. Lin Che's heart ached. This man, whom she had met by chance, had risked his life for her just because she pitied him. It could be seen how important this pity was to him. She wondered how much he had suffered to be willing to risk everything just because she pitied him. It could be seen that he was still a pitiful person. She turned to look at Yun Luo. Good, good. Yun Luo, people will get what they deserve. Then everything now is your retribution for all these years. Yun Luo said fiercely. He still had the cheek to talk about retribution. The Yun family was in this state because of Lin Che. It was all because of Lin Che. If there was retribution, it should be Lin Che's turn. Drag her back. Yun Luo ordered fiercely. Lin Che's hand was immediately grabbed by someone and pulled inside. Lin Che only felt hatred. He hated these people. How could they be so cruel to someone they didn't know? Perhaps because they didn't know each other, they felt that the ugliness of human nature wouldn't be seen by others. Anyway, they didn't know each other, and they wouldn't meet each other in the future, so they could unleash the greatest ugliness in the depths of their hearts. Lin Che originally believed that humans were good by nature, but at this moment, he felt that humans were so sinister, so ugly. For the sake of money, they could hurt anyone. No matter if this person was innocent or not, no matter how ugly it was to do so. Lin Che shouted, Yun Luo, good, good. Just wait for a good show. We'll meet again in the future. Who knows who's the one at the bottom? If Gu Jingze finds out about this, you'll die too. He'll hate you even more. He'll think that you're a vicious woman for the rest of his life. Yun Luo was truly hateful. To think that she could still say such words at a time like this. This was indeed the greatest pain in Yun Luo's heart. The man she loved so much, the only man she had ever loved, would definitely hate her for the rest of his life because of this. Moreover, he would think that she was really an evil woman. She used to maintain a beautiful image in front of him, but now, there was nothing left. Not a single bit of beauty left. Yun Luo was in even more pain. He shouted at the people around him, destroy her. No matter what you do to her, I'll pay for it. At this moment, this beautiful and delicate woman had turned into a malevolent demon. No matter how ugly her face was originally, that face was disgusting. It was also at this moment. The women who were with Yun Luo couldn't stand it anymore. They only felt that the current Yun Luo was really scary. Just as Lin Che was about to be dragged inside, at this moment, what's going on here? It's so lively. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they saw a light, arrogant and unruly voice travel directly into the room. And the man who came in with this voice also stunned everyone. Li Mingyue. Yun Luo was also shocked. Why did they meet this devil incarnate here? When Li Mingyue saw Yun Luo, he first teased her as usual, Miss Yun, I was wondering who it was. Why are you in such a good mood? Why haven't I seen Miss Yun come here before? Yun Luo snorted. She looked down on such a lewd man, what's wrong with me coming here? Can't I? Yes, of course you can. I'm just curious. Miss Yun, have you ever had sex before? If you haven't, then the male hosts here can't do it. Why don't I help Miss Yun? Yun Luo felt even more disgusted. She looked at Li Mingyue, you're really too lewd. The women still didn't know who the person in front of them was. They looked at Yun Luo and said, who is this person? He's so bad. Yun Luo said, this is the famous playboy, Li Mingyue. When everyone heard this, they realized that it was him. Although they already knew his behavior, they actually didn't usually meet such a man. At this moment, seeing that this man was so attentive to Yun Luo, they couldn't help but say, Luo Luo, really, don't blame him. Which man doesn't act like this when they see you? Moreover, it's a playboy like him. Yun Luo smiled as she was being flattered. Who wouldn't like to be liked by more men? Especially since this man was actually quite famous. At this moment, Lin Che's scream came from inside. Li Mingyu frowned. What's going on inside? Yun Luo said indifferently, nothing much. I'm just settling some things. However, she saw that Li Mingyu's expression wasn't right. He seemed to be listening very seriously. Moreover, the expression on his face was getting more and more serious. Who's inside? Li Mingyu suddenly said coldly. Yun Luo's expression changed slightly. She had brought Lin Che out because she was being willful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told anyone that Lin Che was here. No, no one. Yun Luo was just about to stop him, thinking that she wouldn't hesitate to use her beauty to tempt this playboy. However, unexpectedly, Li Mingyu didn't even look at her and directly barged in. Hey, come back here. That's my business, it has nothing to do with you. If you want to play, I'll play with you. The moment Li Mingyu kicked the door open, she saw Lin Che being pushed onto the sofa. That man's eyes were filled with lust and he was about to pounce on Lin Che. It really was her. Li Mingyu immediately walked over and pulled the man who was about to lay his hands on Lin Che. Who was this? How dare he lay his hands on Lin Che? Chapter 1067. The cowherd was kicked to the ground. When he looked up, he was still in a daze. He saw that Li Mingyu had already pulled Lin Che up and protected her by her side. He looked at Lin Che and when he saw that it was really her, his face lit up with joy. Lin Che. Lin Che panted. When she saw Li Mingyu, she was also stunned. Someone she hadn't seen for a long time suddenly appeared in front of her. It was really surprising. But at this moment, she didn't have time to think about anything else. She grabbed Li Mingyu, as if she saw a glimmer of hope. Li Mingyu's gaze sharpened. Don't worry. He pulled her behind him and looked up at Yun Luo. Yun Luo looked at the two of them in shock. What did this mean? Lin Che and Li Mingyu actually knew each other. Yun Luo's eyes moved. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. She shouldn't have brought Lin Che to such an obvious place. But how could she have imagined that Lin Che would actually know these people? She also didn't think that Lin Che would know Li Mingyu. And looking at Li Mingyu, it seemed that their relationship wasn't shallow. Yun Luo was both angry and jealous in his heart. This Lin Che really knew how to fool around outside. She looked at Li Mingyu. What do you mean? Li Mingyu, I brought her here. What are you standing there for? Li Mingyu snorted. In this world, there really wasn't anyone he was afraid of. Miss Yun, she's mine. I don't even know why she came to your place. Do I need your permission to take her away now? Hey. What do you mean she's his? They weren't that close, right? But Lin Che couldn't say anything right now. She could only look at Li Mingyu. After all, he was her only hope of getting out of here. Yun Luo's expression changed. Li Mingyu, are you really going to meddle in other people's business? How dare you meddle in my Yun family's business? Li Mingyu snorted. Threatening me like this? Unfortunately, Li Mingyu, won't fall for it. Why don't you find out who I am? Don't talk to me about the Yun family. No matter who it is, no one can stop me if I want to do something. As Li Mingyu spoke, he pulled Lin Che outside. Yun Luo's expression immediately changed. The surrounding people were still watching. Yun Luo felt extremely embarrassed. This Li Mingyu actually didn't give him any leeway. Yun Luo said angrily, everyone, go and stop him. The people of the Yun family were about to rush over. Li Mingyu wasn't a pushover either. He harumphed and said, all right, you want to fight me? Come on, all of you. If you kill one, I'll take responsibility. If you kill all of them, I'll reward you handsomely. You. Li Mingyu, do you really want to take him away? Our Yun family will never let you off. Yun Luo grew anxious. If he really took her away, how was she going to explain it to her family? In the first place, she had brought Lin Che along because she wanted to humiliate Lin Che. Li Mingyu snorted. Bring it on. Li Mingyu pulled Lin Che up and walked out. As expected, the people behind him rushed over. Lin Che turned around and saw that Li Mingyu had brought quite a few people with him. They probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage. She knew Li Mingyu's wealth. The current Yun family might not be able to do anything to him. Lin Che suddenly thought of someone else. He wanted to hold Li Mingyu back, but he thought that he wouldn't die no matter what. However, his body wouldn't allow him to do so. He might as well come back next time. Anyway, if she was still alive, there would definitely be a chance. Thus, she didn't care about anything else and followed Li Mingyu out. When they were outside, Li Mingyu brought her to the car and left. Lin Che took a deep breath and turned around to look. The clubhouse was already in a state of chaos. Many customers were running out of the clubhouse, including the women who were with Yun Luo earlier. At this moment, they were all running out of the clubhouse in a state of panic, looking comical and ridiculous. Yun Luo, on the other hand, was already exploding with anger. She was angry and worried at the same time. She didn't know what to do. She had messed things up. How was she going to explain it to her family? Lin Che and Li Mingyu were together. When they were in the car, Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu and asked, "You've always been in country, em?" Li Mingyu said, "Not really. I just run around. I rarely go back to country, eh? Last time, Black Hawk and your husband made me miserable." Lin Che said, "You deserved it. You didn't do anything good back then." Li Mingyu looked at her. "Hey, I saved you and you're saying that I deserved it." Lin Che's eyes moved. She quickly turned into a flattering smile and said, I was wrong, okay? You didn't deserve it, you didn't deserve it. You're the best, the most amazing Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu pushed her hand away. Really? Fine. Lin Che chuckled. Li Mingyu really wasn't angry. He couldn't get angry with her. He smiled. He was happy to see her again. Let's go. I'll bring you back to rest. Looking at you, you must have suffered a lot, Li Mingyu said. Lin Che then remembered that he hadn't told Gu Jingze about this. Aya, can you lend me your phone? I just found out that the Yun family is behind this. If Yun Luo hadn't wanted to take revenge on me, I wouldn't have known. I'm going to tell Gu Jingze, Lin Che said. Li Mingyu looked down at Lin Che. Tell Gu Jingze. Don't even think about it. Why tell him? Why not? Lin Che was stunned. Why not? Li Mingyu said, I'm his enemy. Why should I tell him? He's in a mess and I'm just enjoying the show. Lin Che's face stiffened. He looked at Li Mingyu speechlessly. Don't be so childish. This concerns so many people's futures. Something that involved the president of a country wasn't an alarmist. It was a serious matter. Li Mingyu chuckled and said carelessly, fate is in the hands of a few people, such as me. So, whether they live or die, it's none of my business. I'm at the top of the pyramid, I can do whatever I want. Lin Che found it strange that such an arrogant person like him could survive in the business world and not be eliminated first. He was even like a cockroach, not dying after being beaten for so long. Then what are you going to do? Lin Che said helplessly. Li Mingyu said, come to my place and rest for a while. What's the rush? I saved your life after all. You don't even thank me. You're thinking about your man first. That hurts me. Lin Che glared at him fiercely. Even though he knew that he should thank him, but, seeing him like this, he couldn't. Soon, they reached his place. Chapter 1068. This place was just like the style he liked. It was similar to the house arrest he had in Country A. After Lin Che arrived, before he could say anything, he heard a scream from inside. What was going on? Lin Che was still in shock when he heard someone beating him. I told you to run, and you still dare to run. Get inside, you little bitch. Lin Che raised his head. Your family is really in a mess. Li Mingyu looked like he was used to it. He shrugged lightly and said, don't worry about it. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something. It's so late, and you look travel-worn. You haven't eaten yet, right? Lin Che didn't realize it just now, but now he really felt hungry. After all, there was still one in her stomach, and her desire to eat was very strong. Just as he was about to walk inside, he suddenly saw a woman rush out. Ah, help, Jingze, save me. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after hearing the word save me, Lin Che was startled. But looking at this woman, her hair was so long that it reached her waist. However, it was dirty, and she looked as if she had never washed her hair. Her hair was tied up in a knot, and her body was covered in tattered clothes that hung loosely. This made her ugly and fat body look even more painful to the eyes. Who was this person? She raised her head and looked at Lin Che and Li Mingyu in front of her. That face, which had already somewhat changed shape, seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Che immediately reacted. It was Imo Huiling. No way, how could it be her? Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu in surprise. Then, he looked at Imo Huiling, who looked like a crazy woman, who had already left in front of him. Li Mingyu frowned and glared at the woman in front of him. He went up and kicked her to the side. The people behind hurried over in surprise. Seeing this scene, they said hurriedly, Sir, this woman suddenly ran out, and we couldn't stop her. Let's get her to the backyard immediately. Li Mingyu glared at them. Get her out. She's smelly and dirty. Aren't you afraid of scaring people? Lin Che looked at Imo Huiling carefully. When she saw these people coming to catch her, she was so frightened that her face was full of terror. She ran and shouted, Jingze, come and save me. Seriously, it makes people feel scared. Imo Huiling used to be a thin and beautiful girl, but now she was fat, ugly, and dirty. She smelled bad when she walked past. How did she become like this in just a few years? Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu curiously. What's going on? Li Mingyu said, Sigh, let's not talk about it. I just wanted to treat her, but the more I treated her, the worse it gets. Just ignore her. So she's completely crazy now. I've gone completely mad a long time ago. When Li Mingyu mentioned this matter, he was already calm. It didn't matter. Anyway, their family could afford to raise a lunatic. For this kind of lunatic, at the beginning, he still wanted to raise her well. He still cleaned her up every day and let her live in a good house. However, people's patience was really limited. After watching her constantly tear her clothes and dirty herself, her heart also lacked this kind of patience, so she let her be. Her living quarters had also been changed from the living quarters in the front to the warehouse in the back. She didn't change her clothes and didn't cut her hair. She just lived like this. She seemed to be living well. Lin Che said, Why don't you take good care of her? She's so dirty. Look at how fat she is eating. How can it not be good? I'm already giving her enough to eat. I'm already selfless to be able to raise her. Forget it. Lin Che said speechlessly, how can you raise her? Why did you waste so much effort? Didn't you just order her? Li Mingyu said, that's because I'm selfless. At this moment, a timid figure inside caught her attention again. It was a child. He looked a little young, and when he saw Li Mingyu, he seemed to be afraid to come. Lin Che was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered that child, Mo Huiling and Li Mingyu's child. Yes, it must be him. Otherwise, why would he run into Li Mingyu's main hall? That child. Lin Che called out, is that your child? Bring him here quickly. Li Mingyu saw the child and sighed. She waved and said, come here, what are you looking at? Lin Che patted Li Mingyu. Be gentle with children. She smiled and said, come here. Come to Auntie and let Auntie see you. The child didn't dare to come over. He stood there and watched, then quickly ran away. Lin Che was a little disappointed. He stood there and pouted. Li Mingyu harumphed. What a good-for-nothing. Lin Che glared at Li Mingyu. How can you talk about your own child like that? The child looked very young. Even though he should be around the same age as Nian Nian, he looked much smaller than Nian Nian. It was really pitiful. Lin Che said, the little boy looks quite cute. What's his name? Li Mingyu said, he's called Li Wei. Lin Che was speechless. Li Wei, the Li Wei who's an official. Look at how silly you are. Li Wei, the future Wei. Lin Che said, I thought you would name your child so casually. Li Mingyu said, no matter what, he's my son. I'll definitely treat him well. Lin Che said, some people aren't suitable to be fathers. Look at how weak he is. He must have been bullied by you a lot. You have to be good. You're a father now. Don't be so casual. You have to be a good role model. Hey, why are you lecturing me the moment you come? You've been lecturing me all along the way. I think you're not good enough. And I'll keep lecturing you, unless you quickly chase me away and go back to country C, Lin Che said. Hee, no way. Li Mingyu still didn't know what she was thinking. He looked at Lin Che and said, just play here for a few days. Don't worry. If Gu Jingze can't even settle these things, then it'd be a waste for him to marry you. He might as well marry me instead. Hee. Lin Che glared at him fiercely. Li Mingyu ordered the servants to prepare a change of clothes for her and let her go in to wash up. Lin Che was done. When she saw the drinks that the servants brought, she thanked them. Thinking of the child, she raised her head and said, that young master of yours just now, isn't he on good terms with his father? The servants knew that this was Sir's distinguished guest. Sir had never brought anyone home before. Today, he had brought someone here, and he had instructed the servant to be so considerate. They probably couldn't afford to offend him, so they quickly said, Sir is usually too busy to take care of the young master. Actually, he's very good to the young master, but the young master is very timid and doesn't like to talk, so Sir can't do anything about him. Chapter 1069. Lin Che said, what should I do? I'll buy him anything he wants. Young master doesn't lack anything and he goes to the best schools. Every year, I'll take young master on a few trips. Okay, that's great, Lin Che shook his head. Perhaps Li Mingyu didn't know what was good and what wasn't. Lin Che raised his head again and asked, what about Miss Mo? What's wrong with her now? The servant sighed and shook her head. Sir originally wanted to treat her, but no matter how many people we invited, it was useless. This crazy woman is also not good. Sir takes so much care of her, but she still calls out another man's name every day. Sir must be angry, and when he's angry, he doesn't want to treat her anymore. Now she's living in the warehouse in the backyard, and she gets dirty every day. Anyway, no one cares about her, so she hits and bites everyone she sees. She doesn't even recognize the young master, and only knows to call out other men's names. Sir has instructed us to make sure she doesn't starve to death, and to feed her until she's old. Lin Che thought, this is really fate making a fool out of people. However, this can also be considered as what she deserved. Who told her to be so devious, actually wanting to use other methods to give birth to Gu Jing's child, causing her to end up like this? After Lin Che was done, he went out and saw a few people beating Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling lay on the ground and kept calling out Gu Jing's name. As she called out, she scolded, "Lin Che, you bitch, you dare to hit me? You'll die a horrible death. Just you wait, I'll ask Jingze to kill you and cut you into pieces to feed the dogs." Who did she offend? Why was she being scolded by a lunatic for no reason? Mo Huiling was still scolding. The people who were listening couldn't stand it anymore. They kicked her a few times and kissed her. She didn't care and laughed, saying, "Bitch, bitch, it's useless even if you scold me. Jingze still loves me. He won't love your women." Things were already like this. Even if Lin Che wanted to sympathize with them, he couldn't bring himself to do so. The male servant threw a few mouthfuls of rice to her and directly put some dirty rice into the bowl. The bowl looked very dirty. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Mo Huiling saw it and immediately squatted there happily and dug it with her hands. She really was crazy. She didn't care about these things at all. As she ate, she chuckled and immediately became happy. The helper snorted and said, "You really are a mad dog. You're so happy when you give you food. You eat so many meals a day, but you still eat. You're as fat as a pig." Lin Che couldn't bear to watch any longer. He shook his head and left. Li Mingyu probably wanted her to live a better life. Unfortunately, his subordinates wouldn't care about this. Since Li Mingyu was too lazy to ask, they naturally wouldn't waste their energy on a lunatic. Lin Che returned inside and saw that Li Mingyu had already prepared the food. "Since this is your first day here, I'll give you a feast," he said with a smile. Lin Che said, "Then how many days are you going to entertain me?" "That depends on when Gu Jingze comes to pick you up." Lin Che said, "How can he come to pick me up if you don't tell him? He can't even find his own wife. Who can he blame?" They really had nothing better to do. These men. Why were they so childish sometimes? On the other side, Yun Luo was already at a loss. Yun Quishan already knew about this. Looking at Yun Luo, who was standing there with her head lowered, he said angrily, "Just you wait. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things." Yun Luo lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. Yun Quishan was furious. This daughter of his had always been obedient. Why was she becoming more and more brainless recently? She was involved in everything. Now that his efforts had failed, he didn't know what to do next. Yun Luo was also very regretful, but she really couldn't help it. When she heard that Lin Che had been captured, she immediately couldn't help but want to humiliate her. Who knew that she would actually meet that hooligan Li Mingyu? She said, "Lin Che is too lowly. She dares to provoke everyone, including Li Mingyu. Now that she's pregnant, she still dares to go with Li Mingyu. Who knows what she's going to use to thank Li Mingyu for saving her life? Maybe the two of them are together now. Alright, you only know how to say things in hindsight." Yun Quishan snorted as he watched the news on the television. When the people below came in, he asked, "What's the news from Country C now?" "There's no news from the Gu family. The people have already gathered to ask the president to step down, but Gu Jingming hasn't responded at all." Gu Jingze is still looking for Lin Che's whereabouts. Yun Kuishan pinched his chin and nodded, saying, looks like maybe Gu Jingze still doesn't know that Lin Che has been taken away by Li Mingyu. Yun Luo heard this. That means there's still a trick to play. Yun Luo immediately said, I already said that Lin Che is fooling around with Li Mingyu. Maybe it's because he's fooling around that he doesn't want to tell Gu Jingze. That's enough. Now shut up. Yun Kuishan narrowed his eyes. Li Mingyu doesn't tell Gu Jingze. Maybe they're not on the same side. Actually, I've never heard of Gu Jingze and Li Mingyu having any relationship. The two of them have never worked together, nor have they interacted with each other. The few interactions they had in the past were all in the arena. They definitely aren't close, Yun Kuishan said. Get ready. We're going to Li Mingyu's place. At that moment, Yun Luo was still thinking about going too. She wanted to take a picture and send it to Gu Jingze so that he could see how despicable Lin Che was. He actually fooled around with a playboy like Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu was still eating with Lin Che at home. After the main meal, there was still dessert. Lin Che ate a little, but his body wasn't feeling well. If he ate too much, his stomach would feel uncomfortable. Because the child was growing, it kept pushing into his belly, so his stomach had been feeling uncomfortable recently. Li Mingyu shook his head. What a coincidence. Every time I see you, you're pregnant. Yeah, it means that you're fated with my child. Why don't you acknowledge him as your godfather? Hee, after acknowledging him, I'll have to take responsibility for you and escort you back to Country C, right? Yeah, Lin Che said with a grin. Li Mingyu rolled his eyes at her. I can acknowledge him, but we'll talk about it after you give birth. Lin Che's face immediately stiffened. Who wants you to be my godfather then? At that moment, someone outside said, Sir, the Yun family is here to visit. Lin Che was stunned. Li Mingyu wiped his mouth and chuckled. Let's go out and take a look. I'm going too. Lin Che asked. Of course. They're here for you. What if you don't go? Li Mingyu looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Why? Are you scared? Lin Che thought. Li Mingyu had already brought her back. He was such a prideful person. Since he had brought her back, he wouldn't hand her over. Then, let's go. What was there to be afraid of? She said, let's go out and take a look. Li Mingyu liked her straightforward personality. She was never anxious at any time. No matter what she encountered, she was always full of optimism. She was also so positive that people couldn't help but feel that nothing was difficult for her. Chapter 1070. When the two of them went out, they saw Yun Kuishan and Yun Luo sitting there. Lin Che followed beside Li Mingyu. After changing into a new set of clothes, he looked different from before. He looked much brighter, and his complexion became rosy. It could be seen that Li Mingyu treated her very well. His clothes were all branded and expensive, and he seemed to treat her very well. Yun Luo was even more jealous. He stared in Lin Che's direction, unable to hide the viciousness in his eyes. What a pity. She could have seen Lin Che getting gang-raped there. If it wasn't for this meddlesome Li Mingyu, she would have sent the photos to Gu Jingze already. But why was Lin Che so lucky? He could have avoided danger every time. Yun Kuishan stood up and said, Director Li, we meet again. This time, my daughter didn't know any better. I heard that she got into a fight with Director Li's people, so I'm here to apologize. Li Mingyu said indifferently, It's okay. It's just a small matter. Yun Kuishan said, My daughter was a little anxious because we invited someone from Country M, but he was taken away by you. His gaze fell on Lin Che. His meaning was clear. This person was ours. You should have given him to us. Lee Mingyu chuckled. Well, I know Lin Che. You invited him, but can't I invite him to my house as a guest? Yun Quishan said, of course you can. But... Director Lee, I won't hide it from you. This matter involves a lot of things. It's not something a guest can talk about. I know that you don't have anything to gain from the Gu family. All along, the Gu family has been arrogant and despotic. They look down on us and rely on their wealth to oppress others. Don't you feel pressured? Lin Che paused. He was here to rope Lee Mingyu in for cooperation. Lee Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at him and waited for him to continue. Yun Quishan saw that he didn't speak and took it as a silent agreement. He continued, so, why don't we work together this time and kick the Gu clan out of the business circle in one fell swoop? At that time, the world will naturally not belong to my Yun clan. My Yun clan is just venting our anger. The world will still be yours. Lee Mingyu smiled. The expression on his face looked shrewd, but no one could tell what he was thinking. Lee Mingyu said, but I don't think you've heard of me. I've always been like this. I love beauties more than power. Yun Quishan was stunned. He looked at Lin Che, squinted his eyes and thought for a while. He suddenly thought of something and said, hey, how about this? Look, our Yun Luo hasn't found an in-laws yet. Boss Lee is also unmarried. You see, Yun Luo was stunned. What did this mean? Was he going to sell her to Lee Mingyu? He was going to sell her to Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu looked at Lee with interest. This young miss didn't care about anyone and had always been the target of everyone's game. Because of this, everyone praised Yun Luo a lot. Seeing that Lee Mingyu seemed to be interested, Yun Quishan proudly stroked his chin. Che said. He. Mingyu. Yun, he Mingyu. Yun, Quishan wis, Luo, Yun, Yun Che, Lee Mingyu, he. He, Luo, Yun, he, Che, he. What's wrong? Isn't Lee Mingyu good? I already have someone in my heart. I don't want to be with anyone else. You. Yun Quishan snorted, are you still thinking about that Gu Jingze? It's impossible for him. Wake up, Lee Mingyu is so rich, do you know how much savings his family has? A man like that is sought after everywhere. If you don't want a man like that, do you want a beggar on the street? Our Yun family can also rely on him to make a comeback. This is your task now. After all these years, you still have some charm. You should feel lucky and not be picky. Yun Luo knew that the Yun family wasn't as powerful as before, and her status wasn't as high as before. But she still had her reputation as a cold beauty, so there were many young masters who wanted her. But most of them couldn't compare to Lee Mingyu. Yun Luo was reluctant, but it seemed like she only had one choice. She could only turn around and look at Lee Mingyu. She thought to herself, forget it. He's a young talent after all. He's filthy rich. Although he's a bit of a playboy, there are still many people who envy her. Seeing that Yun Luo seemed to have agreed, Yun Quishan turned around and said, what do you think, Director Lee? My suggestion is very attractive, isn't it? You'll have all the women in the world. Lee Mingyu sighed, looking a little hesitant. Yun Quishan said, this is your only chance, Director Lee, won't you consider it? He pushed his daughter forward. However, Lee Mingyu just sighed and suddenly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yun. I really want to help you, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in your daughter at all. Yun Luo was stunned. Yun Quishan didn't expect this at all. Lee Mingyu said, I'm really not interested in this so-called cold beauty. I saw her try it just now and realized that I can't even get hard, so I think I'd better forget it. It seems like I'm not interested in socialites. I still like to look at faces. If they're pretty, I'll get hard. If they're not pretty, socialites are useless. Lin Che almost choked. This Li Mingyu, was he saying that Yun Luo's face was not pretty? Yun Luo's face was not pretty, but it was an exaggeration to say that she was a great beauty that only appeared once in 1,000 years. At this moment, her face was completely black, which made her look even uglier. Looking at Li Mingyu, who was humiliated into a mess, her face was full of grief and indignation. Red, swollen, then white, then green. It seemed like she was quite angry. Li Mingyu said, "Compared to them, I prefer someone like Lin Che." He was complimenting Lin Che's good looks. Lin Che really didn't want to be complimented like that, but Li Mingyu was so bad that he liked to drag the hatred onto her. Yun Quishan's face was also very ugly. "Li Mingyu, you're deliberately humiliating my Yun family. Is my Yun family not comparable to an actress?" Li Mingyu laughed. "Your Yun family is powerful, but unfortunately, Li Mingyu, am not afraid. You didn't clearly ask who I am before you came to work with me. Sorry, I like people like Lin Che. Even if I can't get anything, I'm still willing to stand on Lin Che's side. Compared to working with hypocrites like your Yun family, I'm more willing to help Lin Che. Shouldn't Lin Che be moved?" And Yun Quishan was so embarrassed and angry that he almost went berserk. Why was this Lin Che so mesmerizing that Li Mingyu was so protective of him? Chapter 1071. You. Li Mingyu, are you sure you're going to go against me? Yun Quishan's expression changed immediately. Li Mingyu snorted and said nonchalantly, "So what if I go against you? What are you going to do now? Are you going to come and steal people? Do you really think your Yun family is still the Yun family of the past? Just one word and the army will come." Yun Quishan didn't have heart disease. He was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. But Li Mingyu didn't care at all. He waved his hand, "Send the guest out." Even without Li Mingyu sending him out, Yun Quishan didn't want to stay anymore. Yun Quishan snorted and left. Yun Luo lowered her head and ran out too. Li Mingyu raised his eyebrows and said to Lin Che, "Let's go in and see what's fun." Yun Quishan opened the door. After walking in, he saw Yun Luo following. He really didn't like Yun Luo more and more. He slammed the door and Yun Luo jumped in fright. "Dad! What are you doing?" Yun Luo said. Yun Quishan said, "Useless thing." Yun Luo looked wronged. She was embarrassed just now. After all, she was the one who was humiliated in front of everyone. What's wrong with her face? Li Mingyu must be blind. Yun Quishan said, "If you had half of Lin Che's ability, our Yun family wouldn't have fallen to this state." Yun Luo's heart hurt even more when she heard this. What about Lin Che? What about me? What's so good about her? Other than seducing people, how can she compare to me? You still have the cheek to say that. Yun Quishan said, "You still have the cheek to say how can she compare to you? She can't compare to you in any way. Instead, she's being protected like this. Sigh, all manners of upbringing are useless, you still have to rely on your face. You usually ignore people, great, now no one is paying attention to you. Look at you, you really aren't as good looking as Lin Che. Sigh, it's useless to say anything. You might as well go get plastic surgery." Yun Quishan said it out of anger, but in Yun Luo's ears, it was very piercing. She stomped her feet in anger. Looking at Yun Quishan, she couldn't say what she wanted to say and ran out. Yu Minmin hid in a corner. She ate, not daring to go out and see anyone. She felt that her face and body were extremely dirty, but she still hid there, not daring to take a step out. There were beggars everywhere. The stench of the beggar next to her made her feel nauseous, but she had to endure it. She had no other choice. She had to stay in a quiet place and wait for the situation to die down. Then, she would find a way to save them. After all, this was M Nation, not C Nation. There were people from the Gu family everywhere. Yu Minmin didn't dare to go out for a few days. The food she ate was given to her by other beggars who pitied her. Expired bread, expired water, salted vegetables, sausages, and leftover takeout food, she wouldn't refuse them. She had to eat to survive. Only by surviving could she see her family, her lover, and Gu Jingming again. Her belly was very big, so she pretended to be unable to move and sat there without moving. Everyone asked her. Seeing that her clothes weren't that dirty, they wondered where she had come from. Yu Minmin said that she had lost her memory. She was sold out by her family. They said that she was crazy and sold her to someone as a concubine. That was why she escaped with a big belly and never wanted to go back. Everyone felt even more sorry for her when they heard that. On the other side of her was a mother with 2 children. This was where the beggars gathered. It was a place where real beggars would stay, not where the swindlers gathered. The people here were very pitiful. Some of them had their homes taken over and had nowhere to go. Some of them had been bullied and had nowhere to go. Some of them had their families killed and didn't want to go back. They were homeless and had lost their reputation because of the swindlers. It was very difficult for them to ask for anything. The mother said, "When we go out, the most we ask for is food. We don't dare to ask for money. If we ask for money, they will think that we are scammers. They even think that I kidnapped and sold my 2 children." Yu Minmin said, "They are afraid of being swindled." Even she would think the same way when she saw the beggars. She sighed and said, "I know and I understand. If it weren't for the fact that my kidneys aren't good, I would have gone out to work instead of begging here. It's a pity." Yu Minmin said, "Doesn't the American government care about this? Don't you have any welfare benefits?" She shook her head. "They don't care about us. Country M can't do that. They say that the president has just gained some power and is busy developing the economy. He won't care about us at all." Yu Minmin looked at her sympathetically. She felt that country C was much better than here. At least what she saw in Glass Palace was a good policy. The welfare system that Gu Jingming and his team created benefited all the people. At least everyone could eat and they didn't have to go out to beg. But along the way, she realized that there were many beggars here. Moreover, there were many who really didn't have the ability to survive. It wasn't that their bodies were weak, but they were infected with very serious diseases. They could die at any time, so they didn't work. They had to eat and live as long as they could. Yu Minmin said, "If you were in Country C, you could go to the government to get relief." "Country C isn't that good," she said. "I heard that such a big country is even harder to manage." "How can that be? Their president is a good person." Yu Minmin thought that Gu Jingming was a good president. He sympathized with these people and loved his people. Sigh, these are all lies. You don't even know him. How do you know that he's a good person? I think these people are all very bad. Sigh, they won't care about our lives. Yu Minmin said, "No, he's really a good person. You say it as if you know him. You'll know when you see him in person. But people like us will never see the president in this lifetime." However, there were also people who came to exploit these people who were at the end of their lives. While Yu Minmin was lying down, a few people suddenly walked in and kicked a child beside her. "Hey, this girl is still a boy. Let me see. They were here to find a girl. If they found a girl who was not bad, they would sell her and bring in customers. The mother beside her was a little girl. She was afraid that people would find out, so she shaved her child's hair and blackened her face so that she could raise her as a boy. Now that they saw people coming, the three of them trembled with fear. The few people came in front of them in an instant. They first pulled a little boy away. Then they pulled the little girl away. Seeing that they were all boys, they snorted. How unlucky. Why haven't there been any girls recently? Just then, they stepped on the little girl's chest. The little girl cried out in pain. Chapter 1072. Ouch! He didn't think much of it at first, but when he saw the girl, he suddenly had an idea. Sigh, it hurts when I touch my chest. He went up to the girl and pulled her up. Ah, the girl screamed again. The man's eyes lit up when he saw that it was indeed a girl. Ha, I thought there weren't any girls here anymore. It turns out that you're smart and know how to hide us. Really, we'll bring your child to enjoy life. You're too selfish to hide us like this. The girl's mother hurriedly got up to grab the child. Don't do this, don't do this. She's still so young. She's going to starve to death here. I'm taking her to eat and drink, but you're still blocking her. What kind of mother are you? The man kicked the girl's mother away. The girl screamed, but the people around her were already numb. Yu Minmin felt very sad. She was angry that they didn't fight. If they weren't so weak and dared to fight together, perhaps these people wouldn't be so arrogant. But they didn't. Yu Minmin stood up. What are you doing? The few of them looked over and saw that there was a pregnant woman. With a closer look, he felt that this woman's skin was soft and tender. She looked different from the dirty people around her. Ah, a new one. It's a pity that she's pregnant, but it's okay. I heard that pregnant women want to do forbidden things. They moved towards Yu Minmin one by one. Yu Minmin took a step back. People are made of flesh. We're all the same. Aren't you afraid that you'll go to hell one day? The few of them snorted and continued to move forward. The knives in their hands looked very scary. Go to hell. Then I'll bring you to heaven before going to hell. The man said evilly. He suddenly pounced on Yu Minmin. Women were weak, but mothers were tough. Yu Minmin didn't think that she was that strong. But now that she was on the verge of death, she thought of the child in her stomach and wouldn't give in so easily. She blocked the man in front of her. No matter how strong she was still pushed to the ground. In a moment of desperation, Yu Minmin pressed down on his arm and snatched the thing from his hand without any hesitation. While the man was still in a daze, the sharp knife had already directly stabbed into his heart. The man spat out foam from his mouth. The rest of the people panicked. Murder, murder! A few men came over and pulled the man away, only to see that the man had already fallen to the ground, twitched a few times, and lost consciousness. He was completely dead. Blood flowed all over the floor. Everyone was in a panic. Yu Minmin was lifted up by a few people. Call the police, send her to the police station, murderer. Yu Minmin didn't know why he had killed someone. This was the first time she had killed someone. She was so shocked and panicked that she didn't think of anything before she was sent to the police station. The people from the police station were also indifferent. It was really difficult to deal with this kind of beggar crime. Those beggars not only affected the city's appearance, but also caused trouble at every turn. It was really disgusting. Therefore, the police treated Yu Minmin poorly. How did you kill them? It was self-defense, Yu Minmin said. I'm asking you how you killed them. Tell me everything. I was, self-defense, Yu Minmin said. Hey, what are you talking to me about? I asked you to speak properly. The police slammed the table. Yu Minmin said, they have done all kinds of evil. Instead of arresting them, you arrested me. The police snorted and didn't waste any more time talking to Yu Minmin. He said directly, get her inside. Yu Minmin's lower body was rudely grabbed. Let go of me. How can you be so rude to people? I'm pregnant, Yu Minmin said. I don't even have an account. How can I be polite to you? A bunch of filthy trash hiding in the sewers like rats. You're so dirty. Do you think I want to touch you? The police said as he pushed Yu Minmin into the detention room. Inside, there were people of all shapes and sizes sitting, and there were many of them. Being stared at by them, Yu Minmin had no choice but to find a seat and sit down. She had been struggling for a long time, so she was exhausted. She thought sadly, now that I'm in the police station, I don't know if the people outside can find me. What if Gu Jingming has already sent someone to look for me? At that moment, Gu Jingming had indeed arrived in M Nation. After arriving, Gu Jingming followed the clues he found in Lapis Lazuli Palace and looked for Yu Minmin first. However, because he didn't know who his opponent was, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gu Jingming went straight to the black market and asked someone to help him investigate. Recently, there had been no abnormalities in M Nation. Did a group of people suddenly disappear to do big business? Did anyone suddenly become rich? If there was any such news, he would be informed. There was not much news. According to the black market, some people did accept big business, but they didn't say anything. However, those people didn't return. They hadn't returned until now. When Gu Jingming heard this news, he went straight to look for those people. When he arrived, he found that they were all gone. However, he received another news. They were all gone because they messed up. It was said that they all ran away. They were worried that they would be retaliated against, so they left M Nation. Maybe Yu Minmin had run away. Or, was she dead? Gu Jingming didn't dare to think about it. He could only continue to investigate. He asked the people in the black market. If one wanted to hide here, there was no place to hide without money or people. They said that in M Nation, some beggars and homeless people would hide in the sewers. Gu Jingming immediately went down to look for them. There were many kinds of beggars in M Nation. But C Nation was different. C Nation didn't have so many beggars. Although there were many poor people, they didn't become beggars. Gu Jingming shook his head secretly. As the president of a country, he really couldn't turn a blind eye to these things. But at this moment, he just wanted to find Yu Minmin first. When he arrived at the sewers again, after entering, he saw a pool of blood on the ground. There was no one inside. He walked over curiously and squatted down to take a look. Based on his experience, it was human blood. As he was looking, he heard a sound next to him. Who is it? Gu Jingming asked in a low voice. The person inside came out, trembling. No, we have nothing. Don't hit us. This person's death has nothing to do with us. It's the one with the big belly who killed him. Chapter 1073. A child crawled out. A pregnant child. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes and took out a large banknote from his pocket. He looked at the child and said, "Tell me what happened and this is yours." The child stared at the banknote with his eyes wide open. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened, regardless of how big or small it was. At the police station, Yu Minmin leaned against the wall and felt her stomach ache. She called out softly, "Is there anyone?" But the people around her were already asleep. They couldn't be bothered with the pregnant woman in the corner. She sat on the ground and felt cold. Her stomach was cold, her feet were cold, and so was her body. It was as if she was in an ice cave. The feeling of her stomach sinking made her feel even more uncomfortable. 7 months. The child was 7 months old. It was impossible for her to feel like she was sinking at this moment. Wasn't that something that only happened during childbirth? She quickly got up and wondered if it was because she wanted to go to the toilet. But just as she stood up, she felt a pain in her stomach. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? My stomach hurts. I want to go to the hospital. She crawled to the metal bars with difficulty and shouted while holding on to them. Hey, can't you let me sleep? Someone scolded angrily. Yeah, if you want to make a fuss, do it in the day. What's the point of making a fuss now? Min's stomach hurt. She had no time to care about these cold voices. Come and help me. There's something wrong with my child. Come. Just then, a police officer walked over with sleepy eyes. He patted the metal bars in front of her and said, What are you doing? Why are you making such a fuss? Min said, Officer, my stomach hurts. Help me. There's something wrong with my stomach. The police officer snorted and said, Forget it. You keep saying that you're pregnant and that you've lost your child several times a year. What's wrong with that? You're going to give birth. Then give birth inside. Who's stopping you? You. Min's stomach suddenly hurt. She almost fainted. She leaned against the metal bars and panted. But the people around her ignored her. She could only hold on to the metal bars in front of her tightly. She felt a throbbing pain in her stomach. Oh my God. Someone save me. She felt that she was really going to die. However, it didn't matter if she died. She wanted her child to live well. Why did he have to torture her at this time? Why didn't he let her give birth to the child? She screamed. That heart-wrenching voice really made the people around her unable to bear it any longer. No way, is this person really going to give birth? Look at that big belly. Maybe. Then what should we do? The police don't care. Io, you look like you're suffering. What do you mean by suffering? Serves you right. You're a beggar, yet you're still hooking up with others. Who knows which beggar's child she's pregnant with in the sewers? Everyone spoke one after another, but no one actually took action. Min's head was dizzy from the pain, and he could no longer pay attention to their words. At this moment, the man who rushed into the police station grabbed a police officer. Was there a pregnant woman sent in last night? Hey, who are you? The policeman was shocked by the tall man in front of him. For a moment, looking at the man with scarlet murderous eyes, his heart stopped for a moment. As if he was subdued by a strong force, his voice was no longer as arrogant as ordinary people. I'm asking you, did you bring a pregnant woman in? The beggar murderer you're talking about. The policeman said. He frowned. Not a beggar, nor a murderer. The policeman originally wanted to refute, but when he saw the thick haze in his eyes, he felt as if a chill had enveloped him, and the words that he wanted to say were suddenly stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything. Where is she? Gu Jingming directly grabbed the policeman's clothes as if he was carrying a little rabbit and dragged him in. Hey, let go of me. What are you doing? The policeman was very unwilling to be dragged in, but he couldn't help but follow him. After Gu Jingming entered, he was about to ask again when he suddenly heard a scream. That shrill voice suddenly made people's hearts ache. Gu Jingming's eyes moved. He was already mumbling, Min, then, he threw the policeman down and ran inside without stopping. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in, you. Gu Jingming rushed in. Inside, Yu Min was lying on the ground, and there was a pool of blood below her. It was shocking. Gu Jingming couldn't care about anything else and immediately took a step forward. Min. Yu Min had already lost her mind. She squinted her eyes and grabbed the side of her body. Her fingers were red and blue because she used too much force. When she saw the person in front of her, she felt that she must be hallucinating. Jingming. I'm going to die. Gu Jingming held her hand. Don't talk nonsense. You won't die. No, I must be dying. That's why I saw you. It's okay. It's worth it if I can see you again before I die. But my child, Gu Jingming saw the pool of blood and his eyes turned cold. He raised his head and shouted, "Where are you? Open the door. Open the door. Can't you see what's going on inside?" The police officer, who was watching from behind, was shocked by the scene in front of him. Who knew that this person was really going to give birth here? The police officer was still in a daze and didn't know what to do. Gu Jingming's eyes became fierce. He pulled the police officer over and a gun was pressed against the police officer's head. "Open the door, do you hear me?" "Ah!" The police officer screamed in fear. Inside, the people were panicking and looking at the crazy man, not knowing what to do. The police officer quickly opened the door with trembling hands. Gu Jingming pushed the police officer away and hugged Yu Min holding her cold body. Gu Jingming gritted his teeth. The veins by his ears kept twitching, which made his face look even more hideous. I'm coming. Min, don't be afraid. I'll take you and the child away in a while." Yu Min trembled and felt pain in her body again. "Ah! It hurts." She screamed again. Gu Jingming picked her up and walked out of the room. "Ah, he was holding a gun just now. Who is this person? How dare he? Who the hell is he? How dare he?" The people inside screamed. The police officer was so scared that he almost wet his pants. It was only then that he remembered and quickly got up to press the bell. "Help, someone is attacking the police. Someone is trying to break the prison." Meanwhile, Gu Jingming had already rushed out with Yu Min in his arms. Chapter 1074. In the hospital. Gu Jingming was carrying a woman who was still bleeding. The people around him screamed and ran away. Doctor, there's something wrong with my wife. Hurry up and save her." Gu Jingming screamed and ran straight to the emergency room. Seeing this, the doctor dropped his things and hurried over. He was an experienced doctor in the emergency room. He didn't care who it was and put the patient on the bed. "What's going on?" "She looks like she's going to give birth. There's a lot of blood. Let's do a blood test to see what her blood type is. Then, do an ultrasound and see if there are any other injuries. Oh my God, the fetus is in an abnormal position. Arrange for a C-section. There's too much blood. Hurry up and give her a blood transfusion." The emergency room was in a mess. Gu Jingming just stood there and held Yu Min's hand tightly. It's okay. Min, I'm here." Gu Jingming blamed himself. He was scared and upset. However, there was only one thought in his mind. Min had to live. As long as she was fine, he didn't mind doing anything. But now, Min's appearance made him think of death. He didn't feel good. He kept looking down at Yu Min and didn't pay attention to anything else. The doctor pushed him into the emergency room. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Sir, your wife is going to have an operation. Please wait outside." "No, I want to follow her." Gu Jingming held her hand stubbornly and wouldn't let go. "No, "Sir, you'd better go to one side. It'll be good for your wife's delivery." This is a very important moment. Gu Jingming suddenly raised his head and said, "No, I have to stay by her side." The nurse and the doctor were shocked. However, there were still benefits to being handsome. Looking at his handsome face, everyone could tell that he should have been an extremely gentlemanly man in the past. His angular cheeks were now filled with a crazed stubbornness, and when he looked at his wife, he was filled with deep affection, causing people to feel extremely envious of the woman lying down. He must have loved her very much to be so sad that he almost went crazy. Most men would have been scared out of their wits when they saw so much blood, their wife in such a state, and their child still in danger. Some men were even worse. They would directly ask if their child could be saved or not. The people who asked were especially annoyed. They would bring a group of family members to stop them and make a scene, making it impossible for them to work. However, he stubbornly held on to his wife's hand and refused to let go. He held on to her hand tightly and kept saying, "I'm here, I'm here." A man like this really made people's hearts ache. They looked at each other and said, "Why don't we forget it and let him follow us in?" It was still uncertain whether this woman could survive. If he followed her in, he might be able to see her for the last time. They hurriedly let the man put on a sterile gown and followed him into the operating room in the emergency room. In less than 10 minutes, with a loud cry, the child was separated from the mother's body. Because the child was born prematurely, it was not big. However, compared to other premature children, it was much bigger. It was more than 2 kilograms. Most 7-month-old children were more than 3 kilograms. It was not bad for this one to be more than 2 kilograms. A few people put the child into the incubator and checked on the child's body. The others were still there to save the mother. A few bags of blood had been transfused. With great difficulty, the heartbeat and blood pressure had stabilized. After suturing, the doctors were also exhausted. When they looked at the man again, they saw that he was lying on the operating table, looking at his wife's face. He was still touching her face pitifully. Even though he had been standing for 2 hours and must have been exhausted, he still looked at his wife with such tenderness. The people at the scene were so touched. They looked at him as if they could not bear to disturb him. The attending doctor walked over and patted him gently. "Sir, your wife's life has been saved. Although she's still unconscious, that's because she's lost too much blood. She'll recover after this." Gu Jingming raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. "Thank you." "You're welcome. The child is still being examined. It's a girl. You can come and take a look." "All right, I will go and take a look later." At this moment, the voices of the police came from outside. A few nurses ran in and shouted, "What should we do?" They said that the pregnant woman we just saved is a murderer. Everyone was shocked. It couldn't be. Was it true? At this moment, behind them, Gu Jingze stood up and said calmly, "She is my wife. She is not a murderer." His firm and unwavering voice stunned the few of them. They turned around and looked at Gu Jingming. His calmness seemed to have an irresistible domineering aura. It made them feel that the light in the entire room was not as attractive as the light on his body. They couldn't help but believe whatever he said, as if it was an imperial edict or a law. At this moment, the police came in. When they saw Gu Jingming, they immediately said, "Hey, isn't this the one who broke out of the prison?" Gu Jingming shook his body and said, "I will go with you. My wife has just finished her operation. She can't move at all. You can send someone to keep an eye on her." Everyone saw that the floor was covered in blood. The woman was still lying there with tubes inserted into her body. How could they move? They could only nod and ask the people to keep an eye on her. After all, she was a murderer. Then, they brought Gu Jingming back. At the police station, everyone looked at Gu Jingming. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He didn't look like he had been arrested at all. Instead, it was as if he was here for an inspection. He walked in step by step. Although the police officers behind him were angry, they couldn't suppress his imposing manner. No matter how they stood beside him, they felt like they were his lackeys. They could only send him into the interrogation room first and provoke him verbally. You'll suffer in a while. How dare you come here and break into our prison? You really don't want to live anymore. How dare you bring a gun? Do you want to die? Gu Jingming didn't care about him. He just pulled out a chair and sat down. When the interrogator came in, he saw him sitting upright. He walked over suspiciously and pulled out the chair. He felt that he was the one being interrogated. What's your name? Why didn't you bring your ID card? He asked. Gu Jingming. I don't have my ID card. I am from country C, he said. You say you are from country C, so you are from country C. I suspect that you are an illegal immigrant. He didn't associate Gu Jingming's name with the president of country C. He just sat there and wrote something. When he wrote Gu Jingming's name, he paused. Why did it sound so familiar? Chapter 1075. Before he could think of anything else, Gu Jingming said, Why don't you contact the embassy of country C to confirm my identity? Who are you? Just give me your name and I can confirm it. You don't even have an ID. Don't waste time here. Gu Jingming said indifferently, Just tell them my name and they will know. Who do you think you are? Why do you want me to go to the embassy? If they ask you something, answer it. If they don't ask, don't say it. This is the police station. Do you think it's your home? So this is how the police station of Country M does things, he said. What does the police station of Country M have to do with you? This is how we do things. Can ordinary people like you understand this kind of business? The police officer looked up at him. The name was familiar and the person was so strange. He even dared to break into a prison with a gun. Could he be a wanted criminal? Could he be a very powerful wanted criminal? The police officer quickly packed up his things. The more he looked, the more he felt that this person looked familiar. Could he really be a wanted criminal? He quickly went out and said, Go and contact the embassy of country C and send this name. He didn't dare to stay in the same room with this person. He was afraid that he was really a vicious wanted criminal and would kill him. He shouted at Gu Jingming, I'll deal with you later. Gu Jingming said, You can still be happy for a while. The police officer didn't understand what he meant. He turned around and scolded, He doesn't look like a good person. I'll teach him a lesson later. However, after a while, the embassy was shocked when they heard the news. 15 minutes later, the police station suddenly called them. You just arrested a person called Gu Jingming. Yes. Which branch is this? The news spread so fast. Is he famous? The police officer thought it was a call from the branch. This is the headquarters. Take care of him. Yes. We will. He really thought that there was a big case and was anxious to move the person to the special prison inside. However, at this moment, the sound of cars came from outside. In a short while, the police station was surrounded by cars. Wow, who are they arresting? What a big scene. Are they arresting the wanted criminal just now? It doesn't look like it. It looks very luxurious. However, at this moment, the person who alighted from the car shocked everyone. A group of people from the presidential palace came down, opened the car door, and welcomed the president. While everyone was in a daze, they realized that the president of the M nation had suddenly come to a small police station. Everyone hurriedly stood still and saluted. After the president of M nation came down, he walked in quickly without saying a word. It didn't take long for them to arrive inside. "Where is he?" the Secretary General asked a police officer. The police officer said, "Are you talking about the wanted criminal just now?" The Secretary General's eyes turned sharp. "What fugitive? Do you want to die?" He tugged at the policeman's collar and pushed him aside. Then, he walked in and found the interrogation room inside. When he didn't see anyone, he said angrily, "Where is she? Where did you take her?" Here, please follow me." Someone came to take Gu Jingming away. Gu Jingming was covered in blood but was still sitting there. "President Gu." The Secretary General hurriedly said, "I heard the news and our president is here in a hurry." He turned around and saw the president walking in. "President Gu, you didn't tell us that you came to the M nation." "Your brother, Mr. Gu, has already told us." "This way, please." After tidying up, the two presidents sat down in the small police station to talk. "I'm really sorry that you've suffered and almost lost your life here. It's also our negligence that the people outside don't know your identity and let you suffer here." Gu Jingming said, "It's nothing, but my wife is still in the hospital. I hope that I can pick her up and let her rest for a while. That's what we should do. Please come quickly. We'll prepare it for you immediately." The M nation's president was going to pick him up and bring him back to the presidential palace. After he went out, the people from the police station were still waiting outside. Gu Jingze was ready to go out. The president led the way in front and the Secretary General followed behind. Many pairs of eyes were staring at this place, thinking that the president's arrival was simply amazing. However, at this moment, Gu Jingming suddenly thought of something and said to the M nation's president, "Please wait a moment." Then, Gu Jingming turned around and looked at the man who was hiding at the back, the man who had just interrogated him. He walked over and the man seemed to have lost his soul. Gu Jingming's expression was the same, but it was shocking. Gu Jingming tugged at his collar and the man trembled even more. He said carefully, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that you were the president of the Sea Nation. Really, if I had known, I would have informed the higher-ups and asked them to wait for you. I wouldn't have let you suffer here." He would never have thought that he would encounter such a thing. Otherwise, he would never have dared to treat the president like this. Moreover, he was the powerful president of the Sea Nation. Gu Jingming said, "I don't need an apology, but about my wife," thinking of the pregnant woman, they broke out in cold sweat. No one had thought that a pregnant woman would be the president's wife and the child in her belly would be the president's child. However, they had ignored her and almost let her die here. We really didn't know, Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes. She needs an official apology and you need to pay the price for what your family has done. Even if they were really murderers, they should have the most basic rights. That was the right to life. They had disregarded life and almost let a person die in their police station. How could they do that? Everyone was shocked. For a moment, they felt that they were doomed. Gu Jingming turned around and looked at them indifferently. But this glance was enough to make them feel a murderous aura. Gu Jingming didn't say anything else. He turned around and said to them, "The people here have violated the law. Please punish them according to the law." Of course, he wouldn't control the people in the other country's president's family. So, he only said a few words. But it was enough. The M nation's president's eyes turned cold. "Don't worry. We will definitely give you an explanation for this." Gu Jingze had helped him stabilize his position as the president of the M nation and chased away the Yun family. So, he had maintained a good relationship with Gu Jingze. This time, he would definitely help Gu Jingming for Gu Jingze's sake. He wouldn't add insult to injury and seek benefits for the M nation. Otherwise, with Gu Jingming's status, he would be able to achieve great things. Chapter 1076. The president of Country M knew that Gu Jingze was still behind them. If he dared to touch Gu Jingming, the Gu family would not forgive Country M, so he had to treat Gu Jingming well. In the hospital, Yu Minmin woke up leisurely. She saw that she had been placed in an intact hospital. There were nurses walking around her. She seemed to be in a single room. The equipment was comprehensive and everything was neat. It was not an ordinary hospital. Yu Minmin's throat was dry. When she looked up, a nurse found her. "Ah, madam, you're awake." Everyone quickly surrounded Yu Minmin and examined her one by one. "Is your stomach uncomfortable? Is your throat uncomfortable? Do you recognize these numbers?" Yu Minmin answered them one by one, but she still asked blankly, "Where is this?" "Madam, this is the National Security Hospital. Mr. President Gu asked us to place you here. Your husband, President Gu of Country M, is outside. We have informed him. Also, the child is in the pediatrics department. Because of the premature birth, he needs to undergo other examinations and observations. You may only see the child when your body is slightly better." "Child." "Ah, yes, child." Yu Minmin's eyes lit up. Just then, Gu Jingming walked in first. His eyes were shining. He walked over and held her hand. "Minmin. It's okay. You're fine now." Yu Minmin only felt like she was really home when she was in his arms. Wherever he was, no matter where it would feel like home. She hugged him and lay in his arms. Her eyes were wet and she almost choked up. "Child, our child. I'm sorry, I didn't protect the child well." Yu Minmin said. "Silly, why are you saying sorry? You protected him well. The child is fine." He looked at Yu Minmin, his heart aching. "I didn't protect you and your mother." Yu Minmin bit her lower lip and looked at him. "Is the child really fine? Can I see the child?" "Of course." Gu Jingming ordered, "Push the child over." "Yes, sir." A while later, the incubator was pushed over. The child was lying inside. He looked much, much smaller than an ordinary child. Especially since Yu Minmin had never seen a newborn baby, he felt that the baby was very, very small, so small that it made his heart ache. Yu Minmin burst into tears and shouted, "Baby, baby, mommy has harmed you. You're so young, yet you came out so early." Gu Jing said, "It doesn't matter. She just wants to see her mother as soon as possible. Moreover, with the current medical technology, she can live well for 6 months. She's fine now. The doctor has checked her and she's in good condition. She'll grow up soon." Yu Minmin looked at him with tears hanging on her eyelashes. He lowered his head and kissed away her tears. "Don't cry. My heart hurts so much when you cry." Yu Minmin stopped crying and smiled. She looked at him and said, "Then I wasn't dreaming. You really came." "Yeah, you're not dreaming," Gu Jing said. Yu Minmin just felt strange. He was wearing different clothes than usual, and there was no Linda or anyone else beside him. Yu Minmin said, "Why did you come by yourself? Where's Linda?" Gu Jing said, "All right, we'll talk about this later. I've already informed Jingze and he sent someone to pick us up. Don't worry." He even informed Gu Jingze what was going on. Gu Jingming didn't say anything else. He just asked someone to give Yu Minmin a full checkup. Later on, the doctors and nurses thought that the president and his wife were so sweet. The president of Country C was so nice to his wife. He had come in such a hurry and comforted her so carefully. They heard that he had come alone to save his wife. Such a good man was hard to come by in 100 years. Everyone looked at Gu Jingming and couldn't help but be infatuated with him. But Gu Jingming didn't look at anyone. After regaining her, his eyes were fixed on Yu Minmin, as if he was afraid that she would disappear from his sight again. Yu Minmin told Gu Jingming about what had happened the past few days. Gu Jingming's heart ached even more. Yu Minmin had actually suffered so much. Yu Minmin said, "I even killed someone." Gu Jingming, is this a crime? Gu Jingming shook his head. They deserved it. They were the worst side of human nature. They didn't even let children off and wanted to sell them for money. They didn't even let pregnant women off. They only deserved to go to hell. You dirtied your hands by killing them. It was too good for them. Yu Minmin leaned on him and rested. Gu Jingming had already ordered his men to deal with this matter. Not long after, outside, there were already people looking for the places where the beggars in Country M lived. The president of Country M also ordered to start helping the beggars in Country M and find a place for them to stay. At the same time, they would punish the evil people who made money from the beggars. In an instant, the entire capital of Country M started looking for beggars. Meanwhile, in the sewer. When the family of 3 was sitting there, they saw someone barging in. They were so scared that they hugged each other tightly and shouted, "Don't catch my daughter. Don't catch her. Catch me if you want. I'll do anything you want. Stop crying. What are you screaming about? We're not here to catch you. We were sent by the government to help the beggars." Helping the beggars. Since when did Country M become so humane? The few of them looked at them blankly. They didn't believe it at first. However, when they saw a few people in uniform come over to help them pack up their belongings and bring them out with kind words, they finally believed it. They were indeed being helped. The woman brought the 2 children out. While she was feeling happy and gratified, she couldn't help but think about that day. That day, before the pregnant woman killed the beggars, she talked about the president of Country C and their policies. She said that they wouldn't treat the beggars like that and that they would have a rescue organization. She said that the president of Country C was a very good person. Could it be because of her? However, how could they be so lucky to meet such a big shot who could change the situation? However, if it wasn't because of her, it would be too much of a coincidence. For no reason at all, they would suddenly help the beggars. Meanwhile, Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming were resting in the hospital. She wanted to return to Country C as soon as possible. She would only be at ease if she really went back with the children. Gu Jingming was also making urgent arrangements. However, the current situation in Country C couldn't be said to be good. Gu Jingming even thought that it might be better for them to stay here and recuperate. Otherwise, there would be a mess when they returned. Previously, because of Yu Minmin, he didn't think about this. But now that Yu Minmin was back, he had to start facing this kind of situation. Chapter 1077. Meanwhile, in Country M, Lin Che was having a good time. Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che and said to her, "What's the point of lying here watching TV and eating every day?" Lin Che turned back to look at Li Mingyu. "You think I'm not good? Send me back to Country C then." Li Mingyu was such a weirdo. He wouldn't let her contact Gu Jingze no matter what, and he wouldn't let her tell the Gu family the reason for this incident. He was obviously trying to make things difficult for Gu Jingze. But she couldn't do anything about it. She could only stay here and recover her weight. Li Mingyu said, "What's the hurry? Gu Jingze doesn't seem to care about you. It's been a few days and he still hasn't come looking for you." Lin Che glared at him, too lazy to care about him. Li Mingyu said, "Do you want to go out for a walk? I'll go with you." "What's the point of you going with me?" "I'm not going," Lin Che said proudly. Pfft, Li Mingyu really had to give in to her. She was such a big shot. The servants in the house all thought it was strange that their master treated a pregnant woman so well. He was scolded and scolded by her every day, but he still looked at her with a smile. Just then, Lin Che suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't done yet. "Oh, right. We can go out for a walk." Li Mingyu was surprised that she suddenly changed her mind. "Go out for a walk? Where to?" "I'll go wherever I want to go. Let's go now." Lin Che got up and changed her clothes. Li Mingyu looked helpless. Okay. We'll go wherever you want." He must have owed her in his past life for him to be so submissive to her. But in his heart, he was still willing. Lin Che packed up and went out with him. When they got into the car, Li Mingyu asked, "Now you should tell me where to go, right?" Lin Che said, "You know where the club Yun Luo took me to last time, right? Let's go there." "Hey, why do you want to go there?" "I'm going to find someone." "Who?" Li Mingyu thought for a moment and his eyes twitched. "Hey, you're not going to find a man, are you?" "Aw, you're right. I'm going to find a man." Li Mingyu was about to explode in anger. "Hey, I'm serving you here and you're actually looking for another man. You're too mean." Lin Che snorted and said to him with a smile, "It's because other men are more handsome than you." You. Li Mingyu was really going to lose to her. Was there anyone else who was as direct as her? Lin Che said, "Ha ha ha, look at you." Li Mingyu looked at her laughing face. "Why, are you purposely trying to provoke me again?" Lin Che thought for a moment and said, "This time, it's really not." Li Mingyu was really cursing in his heart. The driver in front couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was the first time they had seen their super awesome master being looked down upon like this. It was obvious that there was a saying that everything had its vanquisher. Lin Che said, "Aw, why am I looking for a man? What man can be more handsome than Gu Jingze? After seeing Gu Jingze, I feel that all men are scum, especially in terms of looks. They can't even compare to Gu Jingze's finger. It's true that I'm going to look for a man from that place, but he's my savior. It's not what you think." Li Mingyu's face darkened. Why do I feel like this explanation doesn't sound right to me? She had explained for a long time, but it was all praises for Gu Jingze. How could she explain things to him like this? Was this an explanation or was this a second round of damage? However, since she was going to look for someone, Li Mingyu didn't say anything else. He asked the driver to drive to the club and quickly got out of the car. When they entered and saw that it was Li Mingyu, the boss personally came out to welcome him. Li Mingyu said to Lin Che, "Tell me who you're looking for. Go look for him." Lin Che said, "Boss, I'm looking for someone called Xiao Si." Xiao Si. The boss said awkwardly, "He can't come out to work today." "Aw. Why?" Many people had come to look for him these past few days. The boss couldn't do anything about it. This Xiao Si was too disappointing. He had praised her for a long time and finally made her famous, but now her face was ruined. He chuckled and said, "He's sick and resting at home. Look at the other young masters here. There are so many of them. Look, they're not worse than Xiao Si." Behind them, many people saw Li Mingyu and rushed forward. This was the largest clubhouse in M country. There were more female princesses and male young masters than any other place. Lin Che glanced at these people and said to the boss, "I'm looking for Xiao Si. I hope you can tell me what's wrong with him and where he is." Just as Lin Che finished speaking, Li Mingyut said impatiently, "Just answer whatever I ask you. Stop talking so much nonsense." The boss was startled by Li Mingyu's scolding and quickly told him the place. Xiao Si lived in the dormitory behind them. This was the dormitory where the young masters lived and the conditions weren't good. Therefore, many young masters who had saved up money moved out to live on their own. But some people also felt that there was no point in living out there. They were all alone and didn't want to enjoy anything, so they stayed here. Inside, Xiao Si was lying on the bed, looking as if he could die at any moment. But the person beside him didn't care about him. He was still applying a facial mask and said, the room has been stinking recently." Another person who was playing games on his phone said, "How can it not stink when there's a dead person there? It's so smelly. Boss, hurry up and throw him out. Is he the top girl? A lot of old women like him. How could a top girl die here? His face was ruined and no one wants him anymore. How tragic. He was only the top girl for a few days and now he's been taken down. No one cares about him, no one wants him. Sigh. He's always been a jinx. Whoever touches him will die. Let's ask the boss to change our room to avoid bad luck. I heard that his family died because of him." The person on the bed suddenly moved. The two of them weren't afraid. Xiao Si had been beaten up quite badly that day. How could they be afraid of a cripple? "You guys, say that again." Xiao Si stood up from the bed with difficulty. What's wrong? Didn't the news of you jinxing someone spread far and wide? Didn't you jinx most of your family? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? I thought you were the boss top girl, but you're nothing now. You're worse than a pig or a dog. No one can help you." Xiao Si ignored the pain and went up to fight with the few people. Two people fighting against one person. Naturally, he was injured on top of his injuries. The security guard outside heard the commotion and hurriedly came in to stop them. Chapter 1078. When these young masters lived together, there would often be conflicts, and it was common for them to fight each other. As such, it was quite easy for the security guards to deal with them. After pulling them away, they looked at Xiao Si, who had been beaten up again, and shook their heads. They carried him to the bed and left him there. He still dares to use force against us in this state," the two scolded. Suddenly, a group of people walked in. The one in front was Li Mingyu, followed by Lin Che. Li Mingyu frowned. What kind of lousy place is this? Seeing people walk in like this, the two hurriedly cleaned themselves up. Lin Che walked in and glanced around. The two blocked Xiao Si behind him and said, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Che said, "Where's Xiao Si?" The two's eyes twitched. They found it strange that someone would still come looking for him when he was already in this state. Moreover, he seemed to be such a high and mighty person. And such a beautiful woman at that. Just then, Lin Che heard a low cry from the bed. Her eyes twitching, she quickly pushed the two in front of her away. "Get out of my way. I want to see what's wrong." She pushed them away and stared blankly at Xiao Si on the bed. There were still bloodstains on Xiao Si's clothes. He looked half dead and weak. Lin Che grabbed his arm and said, "Xiao Si, Xiao Si." He slowly raised his eyes. When he saw Lin Che, his gaze froze. Lin Che met his eyes and smiled. "I said I would come to thank you. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely help you. Xiao Si, don't worry. I'll find someone to take a look at you and see what's wrong with you. Xiao Si was extremely touched. He had never thought that one day, in his most difficult time, he would be able to see such a face. Such a beautiful face, gentle and kind, that saved him from the fire and the water. That day, Li Mingyu found someone to carry Xiao Si out. He had someone prepare a hospital and take him away. The boss here was also confused. He didn't know how Xiao Si got so lucky that Li Mingyu's people took a liking to him. Previously, he was still thinking that since Xiao Si was so disobedient, now that he was sick, he would just let him be. Although he looked good, there were too many young masters in the family. If he couldn't stand out, he didn't have the energy to care about him. Little did he know that Xiao Si's good fortune was so great that she didn't need them to care about her. He had already hit the jackpot long ago and met a benefactor. The boss naturally didn't dare to ask who Li Mingyu wanted to take away. He could only watch as they took Xiao Si away, leaving behind a group of people who sighed and enviously watched them leave. The hospital prepared a separate ward for Xiao Si. Xiao Si had some injuries on her face, but the injuries on her body were more serious. Her stomach had been bleeding internally. Although it was mild, it would definitely become serious after a long time. Fortunately, it was discovered now. If it had continued to bleed for a few more days, she would probably be dead. When Lin Che came to visit Xiao Si, he looked at Lin Che and smiled. Lin Che said, "I'm also trapped in America now, so I can't help you much. When I return to America, I'll think of a way to help you." Xiao Si said gratefully, "That's enough. For many, many years, no one has treated me so well. Being able to meet Miss Lin is really the luckiest thing in my life." "Alright, Xiao Si, don't say that. How could Lin Che be so good? He just saved her, so she was prepared to help him." Xiao Si said, "My name isn't Xiao Si. Xiao Si is just a name I have over there." "Oh, then what's your name?" Lin Che asked. He said, "My name is Qing Yuan too." "Ah, what a nice name." Lin Che smiled. After settling him down, Lin Che and Li Mingyu went back. Li Mingyu said, "Sai, I'm really becoming more and more kind. I even helped a male prostitute find a hospital." "Hey, male prostitutes aren't human." Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che. "But you're really something. He helped you once, and you saved him just like that." Lin Che said, "You should repay someone's kindness with a gushing spring, understand? Then why didn't you thank me? I did save you after all." Lin Che turned to look at him. "That's weird." "What's weird?" "Weird. I don't feel any gratitude towards you." Li Mingyu was sure again that he really owed him. Just then, Li Mingyu's phone rang. He picked up the phone. The person on the phone said, "Sir, something's wrong with the Yun family." "What's wrong?" "Their network was hacked this morning, and they're still repairing it. I heard that the entire Yun family's manpower has been invested in finding the source." "Is that so?" Li Mingyu's eyes darted around. Could it be that Gu Jingze had taken action? But if Gu Jingze knew that it was the Yun family's doing, it wouldn't be as simple as hacking their network. But this definitely wasn't an ordinary matter. Otherwise, the Yun family wouldn't be so anxious and send everyone into it. At that moment, at the place where Marika had just entered, a few bodyguards walked to a boy's side. "Young master, we've hacked the Yun family's network, but we didn't find anything." Gu Xinian nodded lightly. "But I'm sure that my mother is in Marika. We'll continue searching there." "Yes, young master. Recently, we've discovered something. Look." "What?" "Yun Luo brought some people to a clubhouse to cause trouble. I heard that they even injured someone." "Yun Luo, how could she have gone to the clubhouse?" Gu Shinian said, go find her first. Yes. Yun Luo was drinking in a shopping mall, waiting for the shop assistant to bring her clothes one by one. Just then, someone suddenly said, Miss, someone wants to visit you. Yun Luo thought it was some rich young master and snorted. No matter who it is, send him away. I'm not in a good mood. I'm not interested in anyone. Why is Miss Yun in a bad mood? Does it have anything to do with my mother? At this moment, a voice that was supposed to be childish, but with a hint of gloominess and craftiness, slowly drifted into the room. Yun Luo was startled. When she turned around, she saw that the person behind her was actually a child. Gu Shinian. Yun Luo had seen him a few times. Naturally, she knew that this was Gu Jingze and Lin Che's son. She stood up from her seat in shock. You. Why are you here? You. She looked around and realized that he was the only one here. She didn't see anyone else. He actually came by himself. Such a young child came all the way here to ask her. Also, how did he get in here? This wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. One had to be a gold card member to enter. As if he knew what she was thinking, Gu Shinian slammed a card on the table. I just applied for it. It cost me quite a bit of pocket money. But it's okay. I just want to ask Miss Yun where my mother is. Chapter 1079. All the employees looked at the child in shock. He had just flung out a card at the door and said that he wanted to apply for a gold card. To apply for a gold card here, one must first have 1 million deposited in the account. But this child had done it without batting an eyelid. When other children were at this age, they were probably still holding onto the corner of their mother's clothes, being a yes man and not daring to speak, or acting like a bear and causing trouble everywhere. But this child, at this time, was like a little adult, sitting there and speaking properly. Even without his parents by his side, he still appeared to be fearless. Yun Luo's eyes were filled with surprise. She looked at the child, speechless. This was Gu Jingze and Lin Che's child, right in front of her. Why was Lin Che a little bitch? Why was her child so special? She gritted her teeth as she looked at the child who looked like both Gu Jingze and Lin Che. She snorted and said, You still dare to come here? Ha, child, this isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. As she said that, she shot a look at the Yun family's bodyguards. The bodyguards received the order and slowly moved closer. Gu Shinian said, Since I dared to come here, I naturally have my reasons. He had checked at home and felt that there was a high possibility that the Yun family was involved. That was why he had come here. Yun Luo snorted and said, You came at the right time. Unfortunately, I don't know what Lin Che will do if she finds out that her child is in my hands. As Yun Luo said that, her expression changed. The people behind her immediately swarmed forward. However, Gu Shinian's lips curled into a sly smile and he said, Since I dared to come here, did you think that I didn't make any preparations? Just as he finished speaking, a few bodyguards jumped out from the side and pressed the bodyguards who had just swarmed forward onto the ground, subduing them in an instant. Yun Luo looked at the few people who had come with her. In an instant, they had become prisoners on the ground. She turned pale and pointed at Gu Shinian, saying, You. The employees at the side were shocked by the sudden turn of events and quickly retreated. At this moment, when they looked at the little boy again, they no longer had the same expression as before. Instead, they looked even more surprised. Who was this little boy? He was too amazing. He was traveling alone, but there were so many people following behind him. They were all willing to listen to the commands of a little boy. He didn't know whose child this was, but he was actually so extraordinary. Yun Luo looked at him. Let go of my people. Gu Shinian said, all right, Miss Yun, tell me where my mother is first. Yun Luo snorted. Your little slut's mother is already dead. Gu Shinian's eyes sharpened. The person behind him immediately acted ruthlessly, and a man's arm was broken. The man shrieked in pain. The shop assistant next to him was so scared that his face turned pale, and he almost left the shop. Who would have thought that this cute and handsome child would be so ruthless at such a young age? He didn't even blink when he said that he would break someone's arm. She was simply a little devil. Yun Luo's expression also changed. What do you mean? She exclaimed. Gu Shinian said, if you answer my question, I'll let them go. Otherwise, I just like to hear that sound. Don't you think that the sound of bones breaking is very pleasing to the ear? Yun Luo bit her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Even a little boy was bullying her now. However, Gu Shinian continued, but you only brought a few people with you. I don't think it's enough for me. Luckily, I still have you, Miss Yun's little arm. It sounds even better when it's broken. Now, a little boy wanted to break her arm to threaten her. However, Yun Luo didn't think that he was joking at all. Because his appearance at this moment was truly ruthless. It reminded people of his father, Gu Jingze, who had always been described as decisive and merciless. She had the face of an angel, but her clothes had the heart of Satan. Yun Luo said, what do you want to know? I don't even know where your mother went. Gu Shinian said, but from what you said just now, it doesn't sound like you don't know where my mother went. Otherwise, you would have said that you don't know, instead of lying to me and saying that she's already dead. Yun Luo's expression changed slightly again. She had been arrogant just now because she thought that she could catch him in one go. She didn't think too much about it. Who would have thought that this little brat would be so crafty? Gu Shinian said, why don't you just tell me where my mother went? From your expression, you should have seen her, but she has already escaped, right? Where did she escape to? This little boy was really smart. He was even smarter than the average adult. Yun Luo secretly cursed in his heart. Just how did this Lin Che give birth to such a little devil? This kind of child could already be seen now. If he grew up well, he would definitely have the ability to inherit the Gu family. And he was Lin Che's son. Lin Che's son was going to inherit the Gu family. Yun Luo couldn't accept this no matter what. Yun Luo stood there, his eyes moving. Gu Shinian pretended to sigh. Looks like you also think that the sound of bones breaking is very pleasing to the ear. As he said this, he gave another order. The man behind him let out another cry. Another tall bodyguard's arm was easily broken. All right, I'll tell you. Yun Luo couldn't take it anymore. Although she was currently being controlled by someone, and by a little child at that, she was still very afraid. She was afraid that a newborn calf wouldn't be afraid of a tiger. This little child had said that he was going to break her arm. If he really did break it, wouldn't she die of pain? She gritted her teeth and said, your mother is indeed the #1 slut in Country C. She saw that Li Mingyu was easy to curry favor with, so she followed him to his house. If you want to find her, you have to be quick. Otherwise, she might be so infatuated with Li Mingyu that she doesn't even want to go home with you. Gu Shinian's expression changed. Naturally, he wasn't angry because he believed Yun Luo's words. He was angry because he heard someone insult his mother. He snorted and said directly, very well, take care of these people for me. If my mother doesn't come back, they can forget about going back. His light order caused the expressions of the few people to change drastically. Gu Shinian immediately walked out. Yun Luo wanted to follow him, but was blocked by a bodyguard. The people behind him exerted force, and the arms of the bodyguards were instantly broken. Chapter 1080. With a loud wail, the few of them were dragged out. Yun Luo was so scared that she didn't dare to say another word. She could only stand there and watch them being dragged away. She couldn't believe that this little demon would become a big demon when he grew up. Anyway, he looked very scary now. Yun Luo quickly ran home. When she got home, she said to Yun Quishan in a daze, "The Gu family is here, Dad." Yun Quishan saw that she ran home alone and said quickly, "The Gu family. So fast. Who is it? Gu Jingze or Gu Jingming?" "Neither," Yun Luo said. "It's Lin Che and Gu Jingze's son." "What?" Yun Quishan almost fainted. He looked at Yun Luo as if she was an idiot. His daughter, who used to make him proud, was becoming more and more useless. She was crazy and only knew how to cause trouble. He said, "How old is their son?" Yun Luo said, "He's a little over 4 years old, but he's really scary." "Ha, you have the nerve to say he's 4 years old. You're scared to this extent by a 4-year-old child. You'd better not go out and embarrass yourself. Stay at home and study more." "No, Dad, this child is not ordinary. He brought people and took away my bodyguards. Really, he even humiliated me. I'm really sad," Yun Quishan said, "Hee, so young and already so arrogant." Yun Quishan believed that he brought people away. Although the child was young, he could command people. The Gu family had a lot of people anyway. Yun Quishan's eyes lit up. "Ha, he's here just in time. If we get him, we'll have another hostage." Yun Luo looked at Yun Quishan. "Ha! Dad, you want to catch him?" Yun Quishan said, "Of course. You didn't bring many people just now, so naturally you couldn't catch him. Now we'll send more people and get him. This child is the Gu family's favorite now. With him in our hands, what's there to worry about?" Seeing that Yun Quishan said it so casually, Yun Luo couldn't help but feel that she had been scared before. That was why she felt that a child was so scary. Now that she had her father as her backing, she didn't feel that it was a big deal. Gradually, the anger that had just been suppressed surfaced once again. This Lin Che had gone too far. Now, even their children were bullying others like this. Yun Luo thought that if she managed to get her hands on him, she would definitely vent her anger on him first. It would be best if she could cut off this child's flesh and give it to Lin Che as a gift. At that time, she would see if Lin Che could still be so arrogant without the gold medal in his hand. Gu Xinian was in the car. The dark guard immediately sent a message saying that the Yun family had sent someone. Yun Quishan only knew that Gu Xinian had brought people out, but he didn't know that the people Gu Xinian had brought weren't ordinary people, but the Gu family's most powerful hidden guards. In terms of fighting power, the hidden guards weren't as powerful as the personal guards, but when it came to gathering information, they were definitely top-notch. Gu Xinian harumphed. "They want to arrest me. Alright, they caused such a big mess this time and even caused Mom and Auntie Min to lose their homes. We weren't going to let them off, but since they dared to provoke us, they can't blame us for being impolite." A hint of fierceness flashed through his eyes as he gave an order to the hidden guards at the side. Yun Quishan wanted to arrest someone, but he didn't do it directly. Instead, he first sent a message through Li Mingyu's people. At that time, Lin Che was resting in her room. She was leaning against the wall, the fruits that the servants had cut for her were right in front of her. The servants were practically treating her like their master, and their treatment was definitely not any worse than Li Mingyu's. Because in the past few days, they had realized that Li Mingyu was practically obedient to her. No matter how much she went overboard, Li Mingyu would never say a word against her. So naturally, the servants weren't stupid. They immediately treated her like a VIP and served her well. As Lin Che was eating, he suddenly noticed that a child's head had suddenly popped out from the side. It was Li Wei. Lin Che looked at his little head and waved at him. Come here, what are you looking at? Come to Auntie and eat some fruits together. Li Wei thought about it for a moment, then slowly and hesitantly walked out. Lin Che looked at the child happily. What do you want to eat? Auntie will peel it for you. Li Wei looked at her with his big eyes. Are you going to be my mother? Lin Che was stunned. What are you talking about? No. Her eyes moved. Did someone say anything to you? Li Wei said, they said that my father treats you very well. My father treats you very well. Maybe you want to be my mother. Lin Che knew that the servants were probably making wild guesses. She shook her head and said, No, I'm not going to be your mother. I'm here as a guest of your father. You can call me Auntie Lin. Hearing this, Li Wei was also stunned. Is that so? That's a pity. I was thinking that if you were to be my mother, I'd be quite happy too. You're so pretty. Compared to his mother, she was much prettier. Lin Che's heart ached. Silly. Lin Che patted his head. Even though Auntie isn't going to be your mother, Auntie can still love you, and even more. Come and eat. Really? Of course. If you can call me Godmother. Godmother is also your mother. But your father and I are just friends, understand? Lin Che knew that his birth was a tragedy, but she didn't hate this child. This child was innocent. He was brought into this world by an irresponsible mother. He was the biggest victim. When Li Mingyu came back, he was surprised to see Li Wei sitting beside Lin Che. Li Wei was talking to Lin Che and smiling happily. He didn't know what they were talking about, but his eyes were sparkling. He stared blankly, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. This son of his, who he thought was a mute and didn't like to talk, actually had such a side to him. Or could it be that this Lin Che really had some kind of magical power? Why did everyone in front of her have a different side to them? Even he himself was the same. If it weren't for her, he would have felt that those women were boring and chased away all of his women. This place wouldn't be like this right now. But for some reason, he believed what she said. But now, the news he was about to bring was terrible. Lin Che, I just received a piece of news. Ah. What? Lin Che turned around. Li Mingyu said, it seems like your son came to Country M to look for you. Lin Che immediately sat up from his chair. What? He came to Country M every year. Even though she was shocked, she wasn't surprised. He could return to Country C from America every year, so naturally, he could come to Country M from Country C. It wasn't a difficult thing. But why did he suddenly come? Chapter 1081. Lin Che said, how can you come and go as you please? The Yun family was still eyeing him, and the situation in the country was not stable. He was just a child. In the past, when he was in America, no one knew his identity, so he was much safer. But now, many people were eyeing his identity as the successor of the Gu family. How could he come and go so casually? Lin Che said, then what should we do? Is there any other way? Li Mingyu said, I heard that the Yun family is already on their way to attack. What? Lin Che turned pale with fright. Li Mingyu said, I'm afraid your son doesn't know yet. He's still leisurely on the road. The Yun family has already told him that you're here, so he'll definitely come over. However, the Yun family has set up such a trap for him. Hearing this, Lin Che panicked even more. Then what should we do? Don't be too anxious, Li Mingyu said. They probably just want to capture him alive. After all, he's a very powerful hostage. What kind of comfort was that? Lin Che said, no, I have to contact Gu Jingze and let him handle it. Hey, what's the rush? I've already sent people to follow the Yun family. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to your son. Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu suspiciously. Li Mingyu said, I helped you so much, but you still don't believe me. Isn't that too sad for me? This was no joking matter. It involved Nian Nian's safety, so of course she couldn't treat it as a joke. Li Mingyu said, even if you inform Gu Jingze now, he's in C Nation. He's not as powerful as me in M Nation. I'm afraid it'll be too late even if he comes. Lin Che thought that Li Mingyu's words made sense. Since Nian Nian was already on his way, it would be useless even if Gu Jingze came. What do we do now? I'll go look after the Yun family. Wait here for a moment. The Yun family had sent out many people to watch. Gu Xinian had already set up ambushes at the places he would definitely pass by on his way to Li Mingyu's place. Yun Kuishan looked at Gu Xinian on the road. In the car, he sat at the back, and his secret guards sat at the front, and he snorted. When this little brat did things, he really did look the part. If he could be nurtured properly, he would definitely be a talent. Unfortunately, he was Gu Jingze's son. He hated himself for not giving birth to a good son. After giving birth to a daughter like Yun Luo, she was still so disappointing. So when he saw how good her son was, he was really envious. Unfortunately, no matter how good it was, it would fall into his hands today. He snorted. Seeing Gu Xinian getting closer and closer to the ambush, he laughed even more. Previously, they had secretly released the news that Li Mingyu had locked people in this abandoned factory. Because the factory was originally abandoned by Li Mingyu, it was easier for people to accept it. From the looks of it, Gu Xinian had fallen for their trap. The car drove in, and a cunning smile appeared on Yun Kuishan's face. He waved his hand and said, "Go." Then, a group of people rushed forward and fired at the car. As expected, the car was equipped with bulletproof glass. It was hit like raindrops, but nothing happened. Yun Kuishan snorted and walked out, looking at the car. "Come out, little friend. The game is over. I'll take you home to play." However, the car did not move. There was only a figure swaying in the black glass, but it did not come out. Yun Kuishan said, "You can't hide in there forever, can you? Your mother is still in the Li family. If you come with me, we can go and get your mother back. Wouldn't it be better for you and your son to reunite?" Seeing that the car still did not move, Yun Kuishan snorted. "How long do you plan to stay here? If you keep shooting, even the most powerful bulletproof glass will break. Come out. You're already a bird in a cage. There's no turning back." "Oh, is that so? Grandpa Yun?" A voice suddenly came from above. The childish coldness made people's hearts skip a beat. Turning around, Yun Kuishan was surprised to see that the child was standing outside, and the dark guards around him were holding weapons, guarding against the people inside. You. How did you?" Yun Kuishan looked at the car inside, then at the child. Gu Xinian said, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Grandpa Yun should know more than I do. He had fallen into a trap." Yun Kuishan slapped his forehead. He had actually been tricked by a child. Gu Xinian looked at him. "Grandpa Yun, what do you want to do now?" Yun Kuishan's face was filled with anger. At a glance, he saw that Gu Xinian only had a few people, and he had basically mobilized all of the Yun family's power. Yun Kuishan was furious. He never thought that he would be blocked here by a child today. He definitely could not let this matter get out. He waved his hand and said, "Beat him, alive or dead. I want to see that brat." Yun Quishan's people immediately rushed over. Gu Xinian snorted. He was the first to pick up his gun and shoot at Yun Quishan. A shot landed on the head of one of the Yun family guards. He stood there with a gun in one hand, making people feel that this child wasn't that short, but rather incomparably tall. Especially the frosty look on his face, it made people's hearts feel even more silent. Some people had already unknowingly stopped. Gu Xinian was just warning them. He snorted and said, "You can try to move, but my gun doesn't have eyes. If you want to force your way in, then you'll have to see if the pension that the Yun family gives you is enough for your entire family to live on." The few of them were even more stunned. Yun Quishan did not believe that a child could do anything big. He snorted and shouted, "Attack! You're a group of men, and you're afraid of a child." Yes, were they afraid of a child? They suddenly came to their senses. They were well-trained special forces, but they almost retreated because of a child's words. How could this be? They immediately rushed forward as well. Gu Xinian snorted and said, "Courting death." He fired another shot, hitting a person's leg. Blood immediately gushed out. No one thought that such a young child would have such accurate marksmanship. However, after that, Gu Xinian did not need to care anymore. He just waved his hand for the hidden guards to come forward and said, "Don't leave anyone alive." Then he walked out. The Yun family had prepared a trap for him. They wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, but they did not expect to become the turtle themselves. Gu Xinian walked out indifferently, but at this moment, a hidden guard suddenly walked over. "Young master," Yun Luo went to find Madam. Gu Xinian paused. Yun Luo went to find his mother. What was her motive? Chapter 1082. Yun Luo immediately rushed to Li Mingyu's place. She wanted to go in no matter what, but Li Mingyu's men did not let her. She shouted from outside, "Lin Che, come out right now. Look at what your son has done. Don't you care about him anymore?" Lin Che naturally heard the commotion outside. Yun Luo's voice was too loud, and the commotion was too great. It was impossible not to hear it. Lin Che walked out and saw Yun Luo standing there, looking at him. Yun Luo said, "No matter what I've done, Lin Che, you can do whatever you want to me. Just let the Yun family go. We have nothing left, we can't take this anymore." Seeing Yun Luo suddenly say this, Lin Che felt a little strange. "I don't understand what you're saying. It was clearly your Yun family that wanted to go against the Gu family. What do you mean by begging me now?" Yun Luo's expression was sickly. She shook her head and said, "I'm already beyond cure. I know that I don't have many years left. You stole my love for Gu Jingze. My family is gradually losing hope in me, and they're even thinking of ways to sell me off. I have nothing left, but please let the Yun family go and let me have a place to stay. Is that all right?" "What are you talking about?" Lin Che said. Yun Luo said, "Don't you know what your son wants to do to the Yun family? Don't you know?" "Nian Nian. What happened to Nian Nian?" Lin Che asked hurriedly. Yun Luo said, "Don't you know what happened to your son? You're a slut, and he's a demon. He surrounded everyone in the Yun family and wants to kill them all. Don't you know what he's doing?" "What? What are you talking about? He's just a child." "Ha, he's the good son you raised. He's so evil at such a young age. He'll definitely be a disaster when he grows up." Lin Che didn't really believe it. Nian Nian was impossible. Even if he was educated earlier than most children, he shouldn't be so hard to control. But at that moment, Yun Luo suddenly approached him. Before Lin Che could react, she had already arrived at his side. Lin Che wasn't taken care of as well at Li Mingyu's place as he was at the Gu family. There was not a single person here, so it was very easy for Yun Luo to close in. Lin Che was stunned. He grabbed Yun Luo's wrist with the back of his hand and threw Yun Luo to the ground in an instant. However, at this moment, Lin Che felt pain in his stomach. She lowered her head and saw Yun Luo pointing a dagger at Lin Che's stomach. His pale face revealed a treacherous expression. You can run away, Lin Che, but can you guarantee that your stomach will be fine? Lin Che's heart turned cold. Yun Luo said. Your son will only let the Yun clan off if he sees you in my hands. I have no choice but to do this. Lin Che closed his eyes. I don't believe you. You've wanted to kill me for a long time. Yun Luo really wanted to kill her. But not now, not after Gu Xinian spared the Yun family. She said fiercely, follow me. Li Mingyu wasn't there at the moment. Seeing this scene, Li Mingyu's men were terrified. This was a woman that their master treasured so much. If something happened to her when he was not around, they would not want to think about it. Live. With her dagger pointed at him, Lin Che had no choice but to walk out. At this moment, just as he was outside, he saw Gu Xinian running over with his men. Seeing Nian Nian, Lin Che's eyes brightened. Nian Nian. Gu Xinian's heart skipped a beat, but seeing Lin Che, he could only stop in his tracks. I miss Mama. Lin Che wanted to run over, but he couldn't. Yun Luo continued to threaten her. Looking at Gu Xinian, he said, if you let the Yun family off, I will let your mama go. If not, you can say goodbye to your mama. Gu Xinian looked at Yun Luo, his eyes fierce. Let my mama go. I know that you just want a hostage. I can be your hostage. Lin Che's eyes widened. No, Nian Nian, Mama should protect you. Gu Xinian said, Mama, I'm a man. I should protect the women in the family. Yun Luo was amused. Looking at Gu Xinian, she said, she's alone, and there's another one in her stomach. I have 2 hostages. Why should I trade you? Gu Xinian said, my mama is pregnant with a girl. Between a girl and a boy, which one is more important? You should know, right? My great-grandfather definitely wants me. If he knows that my mama is a threat to the Gu family, he will kill my mama to prevent any future troubles. So, even though you have 2 hostages, they are only useful to me and my papa. They are useless to the Gu family. But I'm different. Yun Luo looked at Lin Che's stomach. You're pregnant with a girl. Gu Xinian walked forward. So you have a short time to consider. Do you want my mama or me? Yun Luo hesitated for a moment. She wasn't a smart person. She just wanted to help the Yun family out of impulse. In that moment of hesitation, Gu Xinian suddenly fired a shot, directly hitting Yun Luo's shoulder. Blood splattered on Lin Che's body. Lin Che jumped in fright, but Yun Luo's lower body collapsed. Gu Xinian looked at her coldly, then ran to Lin Che's side. Lin Che hurriedly said, Go, don't come over. She pulled Gu Xinian up and hurriedly carried him to the side. Yun Luo's lower body was held down by a few people. Even if they weren't holding her down, she wouldn't be able to move. She lay there, panting, her lips pale. Gu Xinian stood next to Lin Che, holding Lin Che's hand. Seeing that his men were already holding Yun Luo down, he said coldly in a low voice, Bring her out. Don't dirty other people's places. Yes, young master. How should we deal with her? Gu Xinian's cold gaze swept over the person on the ground. He was silent for a moment, then said in an even lower voice, I will deal with her later. You guys bring her away first. That voice was very decisive, as if he already had a card up his sleeve. No one could refuse him. Yun Luo looked at his gaze, looked at the blood on his body, and felt a chill on his cheeks. That fair face and young lips were so bright that it was as if he was an emissary from hell. It made people feel that the colors were distinct and clear, just like the hatred and determination in his eyes. In an instant, Yun Luo's entire body trembled in fear. Don't kill me. I don't want to die, I don't want to." Hearing her cries, Gu Shinian's gaze turned even colder. He shot a warning glance at his men. They didn't delay any further and hurriedly brought her out. At this moment, Li Mingyu had already rushed over after hearing the news. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the scene he would see would be a scene that had already been cleaned up, and a little person with a cold expression on his face. This was Lin Che and Gu Jing's son. It was indeed shocking. Chapter 1083. Li Mingyu originally wanted to go and help. Of course, he also wanted to see what was going on with this powerful young master who had come to the Am Nation on his own. However, when he arrived, he found that the scene had already been cleaned. It was said that the Yun family's people had escaped with great difficulty and were killed by Gu Shinian's people. Yun Quishan had also left pathetically. Gu Shinian was nowhere to be found. Then, he heard that Yun Luo had come. When he rushed back, he realized that the place had already been cleaned up by Gu Shinian. Li Mingyu didn't expect that. He knew that the Gu family would come and take Lin Che away, but he didn't expect that the Gu family would send this little one. Gu Shinian looked so majestic at such a young age, and he already had the demeanor of a father. He looked surprisingly calm, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Although it was probably because of his young age, his viciousness and stubbornness made it seem like he didn't care about anything, he was still better than many adults. While he was shocked, he thought of his own child and felt that it was a pity. They were the same age, but that child was so naughty. If he was half as good as Gu Shinian, he wouldn't be so annoyed every day. Lin Che cried out. Seeing the blood on Gu Shinian's body, he squatted down and asked, "What's wrong, Nian Nian? Are you hurt?" Gu Shinian patted him. "No, it's someone else's." Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief, but he felt even more worried. "What happened? Why did you bring a gun?" Gu Shinian said hurriedly, "Mom, I finally found you." It was only then that Lin Che remembered that he had finally been found. She hugged Nian Nian. I finally see you." "Nian Nian, Mom misses you so much." After hugging for a while, Lin Che let go of Gu Shinian and looked at him. "Does your father know how you came here?" Gu Shinian said, "I've already asked someone to inform Dad about what happened here." "Mom, don't worry, I found this place based on some clues. We'll talk about it when we get back to country. See, okay." He pulled Lin Che and turned around to see that Li Mingyu was still behind. Li Mingyu's dark eyes stared at Gu Shinian. After a while, he said, "Not bad, little brat. You didn't need me to save you and ran here yourself." Gu Shinian looked at him arrogantly. "I can still handle such a small matter." This arrogance was no less than his father's. Li Mingyu said, "Then why don't you stay here with your mom for a few more days?" Gu Shinian said, "There's no need. There are still many things to do at home. Also, my mother is pregnant, so it's not convenient for her to stay outside for long." Li Mingyu said, "Isn't recuperating here better than in country C? It's so chaotic. With my dad protecting my mom, it won't be any worse than yours." "Alright, I've already informed my dad. You can't stop us. Let's not waste any more time." "Hey, you brat, you're as heartless as your mother." "I did save her, okay?" Gu Xinian looked at Lin Che. Is that so, Mom? Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu speechlessly and said, I guess so. What do you mean by guess so? Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu. Alright, now that Gu Jingze knows about it, I'd better go back. I won't stay here as a guest anymore. If he comes again, it'll be even worse. It won't be good if he turns the world upside down. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Li Mingyu knew that he couldn't stop her this time. He could only sigh and say, alright, I'll go to Country C to play with you next time. Lin Che looked at Gu Xinian. Let's go then. Li Mingyu said, alright, I'll arrange a plane for you. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Pack up and change your clothes. The plane will probably arrive in a few hours. Gu Xinian nodded. He still had things to deal with. Li Mingyu kept looking at Gu Xinian. His gaze became more and more profound. In the end, he sighed. When they were outside, Gu Xinian looked at the secret guard he had brought with him. The secret guard said, Young master, how should we deal with them? Gu Xinian said, Bring me to see them first. When they arrived at the place where Yun Luo was imprisoned, Yun Luo saw him. She immediately revealed a sinister expression amidst the pain. Fear, worry, terror, and a complicated expression made her face look extremely ugly. Gu Xinian said, If I let you go, you'll probably harm my mother again. If I don't let you go, you'll be a disaster sooner or later. Yun Luo laughed loudly. Anyway, I don't have many days left to live. I know that my heart is failing again and I'm going to die soon. You can do whatever you want to me. It's fine. When I become a malicious spirit, I'll look for that bitch mother of yours. I'll look for you and everyone else to take revenge. Gu Shinian's gaze darkened when he heard her insult Lin Che again. I'm not afraid of you when you're alive. Who do you think will care about you when you're dead? But if that was the case, she really couldn't stay. Gu Xinian waved his hand. Deal with it. Make it clean. Yes, you're even more ruthless than that father of yours. Just then, Li Mingyu's voice came from behind. Gu Xinian turned around and saw Li Mingyu. He said, I don't need you to care about my Gu family's matters. Li Mingyu looked at him. How do you deal with it cleanly? Kill her directly. Even if you kill her, there must be a corpse. Someone will find out. When that time comes, they'll say that you did it. When your mother finds out, what will she do? Gu Xinian said, to deal with it cleanly means to let her die from a heart attack. So what if there's a corpse? Li Mingyu said. Smart indeed. He was so smart at such a young age. Li Mingyu said, but it's not good for you to be so ruthless at such a young age. You should be more careful. Gu Xinian said, if I'm not ruthless, then my mother and my unborn brother might be killed by someone else. I can't take the risk. Li Mingyu sighed. It's a good thing you were born in the Gu family. But it's a pity that you were born in the Gu family. A genius like him would succeed in everything he did. It was a good thing that he was born in the Gu family, so his talent wouldn't be a disgrace. It was a pity that he was born in the Gu family, so he could only continue to scheme against the Gu family. Even if he had other talents, he probably wouldn't be able to use them. After dealing with the matters here, Lin Che and Gu Xinian prepared to go back. They got into the car and rushed to the airport. Li Mingyu came to send them off. Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che reluctantly. When she was around, everything seemed to be very interesting. But it was a pity that she belonged to someone else. At this moment, a car suddenly whistled in from the outside. A few people appeared outside the airport hall, causing many people to stop in their tracks and turn around. The person in front was dressed in a black trench coat. When he walked in, his footsteps were like the wind. His expression was cold and he looked very frightening. But his handsome face was strangely captivating. Chapter 1084. It was Gu Jingze. Lin Che turned around and saw Gu Jingze, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Her heart was filled with joy and sorrow. She hadn't expected that she would finally be able to see Gu Jingze again after so many days of worry, fear, joy, and sorrow. She felt a lot of emotions in her heart. Li Mingyu was still there. He said, "No way. He's here so soon." It had only been a few hours since he was notified. Since they had rushed here so quickly, it was likely that they had taken a military plane. Li Mingyu harumphed. Seeing that everyone was staring at Gu Jingze the moment he arrived, he thought disdainfully. How shallow. These people only know how to look at their faces. But when he turned around and saw that Lin Che was also walking over excitedly, he gritted his teeth. Shallow. What's so good about a man who came so late at night? However, Lin Che had already run over and jumped into Gu Jingze's arms, hugging him tightly. The people around them were watching, but when they saw him hugging a woman so passionately, it hurt their eyes. Sigh, good-looking men either have good-looking women by their side or good-looking men by their side, Lin Che said, "I'm sorry." I snuck out. Gu Jingze let go of her and looked at her from head to toe. Lin Che said, "I'm fine. It's just that it was dangerous, but I managed to survive every time." Really? Just then, Gu Jingze felt someone beside him. He pulled Lin Che behind him and looked up at Li Mingyu, who was walking over. He said, "Thank you for your hospitality these few days, but my wife isn't feeling well, so I won't disturb you for now." Li Mingyu said, "Are you sure? I know that Country C isn't very peaceful right now. Have you settled your family matters? Are you sure you're not feeling well enough to go back?" What? Country C isn't doing well. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. She hadn't been in Country C for a few days, so she didn't know how things were there. Gu Jingze's expression didn't change. He was still holding Lin Che's hand tightly. He said mildly, "You're safe here." That meant that he was the one who wasn't safe. Li Mingyu said, "Heh, are you sure? You can't even settle such a small matter and took so long to pick up your wife. With Mr. Li taking care of her, I can rest assured." "Ha, is that so? You're welcome. But if you came a little later, perhaps Lin Che wouldn't be willing to go back with you." "Ha, I believe that after being with my wife for so many years, even if her IQ hasn't increased, her foresight should have increased." This meant that her taste wasn't so bad that she would fall for Li Mingyu. "You." Li Mingyu was so angry that he wanted to rush forward. Gu Jingze pretended that it had nothing to do with him. He lowered his head and held Lin Che's hands. He lowered his head and said, "It's okay now. I'll take you home." The people next to them were really envious. These men, from their appearance and family background, looked different from ordinary people. Although they didn't take up much space, they still seemed to be the center of the airport. Seeing that the two of them were about to start arguing again, Lin Che hurriedly said, all right. Gu Jingze, I'm really grateful to him these days. He's helped me a lot. Oh yeah, there's another person who helped me here. I feel sorry for him. He's lonely and helpless here, and he's even injured. I hope you can bring him back to Country C to help him recover." Gu Jingze heard her and turned around. He nodded and said, okay. Gu Jingze then looked at Gu Xinian, who was behind him. Nian, he said. Gu Xinian laughed dryly. Dad. Didn't you say that you went out to buy a Trojan horse? Why didn't you come back? He said that he was going out to buy something and then went straight to Country M. This sieve was really, Lin Che quickly turned around. Nian Nian, didn't you say that you told Dad? This child was getting more and more daring. All right. Let's go home first, Gu Xinian said hurriedly. Gu Jingzi sighed. He looked at Gu Xinian and only shook his head. Lin Che's worry wasn't without reason. If he continued to be so arrogant, something would happen sooner or later. Gu Jingzi understood this, so he didn't say anything for now. The most important thing was to leave this place with his people first. Country C was still in chaos. Many people were calling for Gu Jingming to step down. However, Gu Jingming naturally wouldn't give in so easily. After he returned to the country, he held an emergency meeting and asked the team behind him to start working. He didn't know who was behind all this, and he didn't know where to start. However, before Gu Xinian informed him, he already knew that it was the Yun family, so he had already started working. On the way back, Lin Che flipped through the news. It said that someone had found out that the person who released the news was someone from Country M. It was unknown why Country M was trying so hard to discredit the president of Country C. At the same time, something happened at the Anyan Railway. Gu Jingming sent people to provide disaster relief, and everyone's attention was attracted by the disaster. Gu Jingming had also released news that the president's wife had recently given birth and the child was born early. He was at home looking after the child and dedicated himself to the family, so he didn't have time to deal with these groundless rumors. Lin Che said in surprise, Min Min's child was born. But it's not very early. Yes, it was born 7 months early. Ah. Lin Che said, isn't it very dangerous? Gu Jingzi said, Yu Minmin suffered a lot in Country M. The child couldn't hold on for too long. Fortunately, 7 months is enough. Although he's a little weak, he'll be fine under the care of so many nurses and doctors. Don't worry. Lin Che thought about it and agreed, but he still felt sorry for her. She had given birth so early. She could have stayed at home to wait for the birth, but something like this happened. Lin Che said, I was very worried about you Minmin, so I ran out. Gu Jingzi, I'm sorry. Gu Jingzi sighed and looked at her. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to take care of me. If anything happens to you, won't you worry about me? Lin Che looked at him. But I don't want anything to happen to Min Min, especially when she's pregnant with a child. It's such a small child. I'm worried that there's something wrong with the child. That's too pitiful. I think that even if I die, you still have Nian Nian. Don't talk nonsense, he said. If you die, there'll be no one left. What? If you die, I won't live alone. He held her face. Lin Che's heart ached even more. Gu Jingzi, don't say that. She couldn't bear it. She didn't have the ability to make him care about his life like this. Gu Jingzi said, when you're around, there's someone to share success with. Without you, there's no point in achieving anything. What's the point of living then? Lin Che blushed. Then there's our child. I love him because we had a child together. If you're gone, what's the point of having a child? Lin Che said, hey, Nian Nian will be sad if you're like this. He has his own life, and there will be many people he loves who love him. But you're different, so he'll understand. Lin Che's heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. Looking at him now, she didn't know whether to feel sad, guilty, or touched. Chapter 1085. Gu Jingzi hugged her. So don't give up your life so easily next time. You have to remember that there are people waiting for you. Lin Che's heart softened and she felt even more guilty. Leaning into his embrace, she caressed his chest and said, I know, but she had never felt so important before. She leaned against him, not knowing what to say. Words couldn't express how she felt. She just felt very touched. For a moment, she felt that there were so many people around her who loved her. It made her feel incomparably beautiful. Compared to the past, when she was alone in the Lin family, no matter how hard it was like heaven. At this moment, behind them, Gu Xinian had not even entered the house when he was already jealous of the two of them. Qing Yuan too, who had come with them, wanted to come in to thank them, but Gu Xinian stood there and said, "Forget it. Let's not disturb the two of you." Qing Yuan too looked in and saw the two of them hugging each other tightly. He could only raise his eyebrows and leave. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship. He had seen ordinary couples before. When their children grew up, their lives would revolve around their children and they wouldn't be so lovey-dovey. But their child was already their second, yet they were still so close. Moreover, the other party was someone as powerful as Gu Jingze. It was Qing Yuantu's first time taking a private jet. He heard that it belonged to Li Mingyu and he wanted to borrow it. The plane wasn't big, but it was fully functional and well decorated. It was very comfortable to sit and lie down. Qing Yuantu looked inside and didn't disturb them. There would be plenty of opportunities to thank them when they reached Country C. Lin Che and Gu Jingze got off the plane and rushed to Glass Palace first. Lin Che was very worried about Yu Minmin and his child. She wanted to go and take a look. Gu Jingze didn't reject her and brought her to Glass Palace. Gu Jingming's concern for Yu Minmin went without saying. Before they entered Glass Palace, they saw that the decorations had already been changed, making the entire place feel more cozy. Lin Che said, "You guys even rearranged it." Linda said, "Yes, Sir felt that there was a child in the house and it's a girl, so he wanted it to be warmer so that little miss and madam would feel more comfortable. That's why we changed the decorations urgently. It's not enough. We'll slowly fix it." Lin Che smiled, "Mr. President, you're really diligent." After entering, she saw that the baby's room had already been decorated. It was pink and yellow, giving off a warm feeling. The baby's room was very big, and there was even a nanny's lounge inside. Now that the child was still young, the decorations were as convenient as possible. The baby's bed was in the middle, surrounded by a thick carpet. When the child was a little older, he could casually play on the ground. There were very few decorations on the side, and there were piles of toys. It looked very pleasing to the eye. The child would love it here. Yu Minmin was inside. She was in confinement and looked very clean. She had suddenly lost a lot of weight, but her complexion looked fine. As soon as Lin Che entered, he saw that the surroundings were filled with medical staff examining Yu Minmin's body. As soon as Lin Che entered, Yu Minmin exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you back?" Lin Che walked over. "I want to see you and the child first." Yu Minmin stretched out her arms. "Quick, let me see if you're all right." Lin Che walked over. "You're the one who should be more concerned right now. What could possibly happen to me? I heard that you've suffered so much." Yu Minmin smiled helplessly. "Maybe this is fate." She looked at Lin Che. "But I heard that you actually went to Country M to exchange for me." Lin Che smiled awkwardly and touched his head. "Don't mention it. You would have run away if I went." Yu Minmin tugged at him. "Why are you so silly?" Lin Che said, "It's not for you, but for the child." "What's there to be silly about?" Yu Minmin said, "Silly, if something really happened to you, how would I explain it to Gu Jingze and your Nian Nian?" Lin Che said, "There's no need to explain it." Yu Minmin knew that there was no need to say anything now. She just held Lin Che's hand and thanked the heavens that she had met Lin Che in her most difficult time. From then on, she didn't just have a simple friend. Lin Che said, "Oh, right. Where's the child?" Yu Minmin looked up and asked the nanny to carry the child over. Yu Minmin's milk wasn't good enough, so she was still drinking milk powder. It was probably because the child was born at 7 months, so the child was still very weak and couldn't be outside all the time. After holding it for a while and feeding it milk, it had to go back to the incubator to sleep. The child looked very small, much smaller than Nian Nian had been at that time. Lin Che sighed. If it wasn't for this incident, Yu Minmin and the child wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Fortunately, they all came back alive. The outcome was still satisfactory. The child still didn't look like anyone. At a glance, it looked like Yu Minmin, but it didn't look very similar. Gu Jingming named the child Nian Nian in order to never forget what Yu Minmin had done for him all those years. Yu Minmin actually didn't think that she had done anything. Gu Jingming couldn't be blamed for this. It was those bad people who wanted to harm them. It had nothing to do with Gu Jingming. However, Gu Jingming still blamed himself. He felt that if it wasn't for him, Yu Minmin wouldn't have suffered. The next day, Gu Jingming posted a photo of Yu Minmin and the child. The child used a special photography technique and didn't show his face. He looked very small and was lying in his mother's arms. After the photo was posted, there was a lot of sighs. They felt that the child was so small and cute. Some people thought that Gu Jingming delayed a few days for his family. It was understandable. He was a family man. Some people said that he was the president and shouldn't have caused such a mess in Sea Country for his family. But no matter what, the child immediately became a hot topic. It seemed that the sudden birth of the child had covered up a lot of topics about political marriage. They were secretly slapped in the face by these words. Although some people could say that it was also untrustworthy, no one had any special evidence to say that Gu Jingming had any reason to step down. After the Yun family no longer got involved, some dark topics were also swept away. After a few days of work, Gu Jingming appeared for the first time. He didn't respond to these things. He only responded to the questions about the accident. Then, the matter seemed to pass quietly. But Lin Che knew that Gu Jingming had secretly investigated whether someone in the Sea Country's parliament had done something. The president's guards quietly changed the leader. The National Information Bureau quietly changed a few higher-ups. The parliament quietly replaced a few important officials. Chapter 1086. The purge was carried out slowly, just like the beginning. The people wouldn't understand the truth behind the political marriages, and they wouldn't know how many undercurrents were surging in the calm. Lin Che had heard about it from Gu Jingze by chance. She didn't ask about the details. They had their own reasons for making arrangements. Lin Che just needed to rest at home for a while. As her body got better, she had more time to do other things. After Gu Jingze came back, he paid more attention to Lin Che. He stayed at home with her every day and didn't go anywhere. When she woke up in the morning, Gu Jingze was beside her. He looked at Lin Che, holding his chin as if he had been looking at her for a long time. This made Lin Che a little puzzled. She quickly lowered her head and touched her face. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" She touched her face. There didn't seem to be anything different, or was there a mark of saliva? Recently, she seemed to drool a little. Because she was pregnant, she couldn't control it. Gu Jingze shook his head. "No." Lin Che said, "Then why do you keep looking at me?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Because you look good." Lin Che snorted and covered her face. "Don't look. Don't look." Gu Jingze pulled her hands away. "Why can't I look? It's so good. Of course it's for me to see." Lin Che said, "You've been looking at me for so long. You can see my face even with your eyes closed. What's so good about it?" "Of course not," Gu Jingzi said. "I make new discoveries every day." "Ah. What discovery?" Lin Che blinked in disbelief. Gu Jingzi pinched her nose. "Your nose is so small. What kind of discovery was this?" Lin Che said, "You're just looking at this. Aren't you bored?" "What's there to be bored about?" He leaned there, his head tilted sideways. The blanket covered half of his body, and the sun shone on his chest. He was wearing checkered pajamas, and the buttons were loose. Half of his chest was exposed, and it made one's imagination run wild. She felt that looking at him like this would never be boring for the rest of her life. "But what was so good about her?" he said. "I don't know why you're so good looking. I just like to look at you." Lin Che felt that he was getting better at saying such sweet words. She blurted them out without thinking. Her face was slightly flushed by the sunlight. Looking at him, she pursed her lips and said, "What if I get sick of it one day? What can we do?" Gu Jingzi asked. Lin Che curled his lips. "Changing people." Gu Jingzi said, "Then I'll have to find someone else to adapt to. I've finally adapted to you, and I really don't want to waste time adapting to someone else." "You?" Lin Che glared at him. Gu Jingzi said, "If it doesn't work, you can have plastic surgery and change your face for me to see for another 10 years. Lin Che shouted, "Gu Jingzi." She flipped over and pressed Gu Jingzi underneath her. "Hey, be careful." Gu Jingzi was worried that her movements would be too big and her stomach would be touched, so he didn't dare to resist. Therefore, he, who had always been tall and strong, was directly pressed down by Lin Che just like that. Lin Che said, "Do you still dare to say it?" Gu Jingzi looked at her. She still dared to ride on his body. "Get off me." "I don't want to hurt you," Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che said, "Humph, the person below me still dares to talk to me like this. Now that you're the one below me, hurry up and tell me whether you still dare to talk nonsense or not." This girl didn't want to live anymore. She dared to ride on his body and talk to him like this. "Lin Che, get off me. Little girl, you're being pressed down by this great uncle, so you have to listen to me. What are you doing? Are you going to scream? Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will save you." She chuckled and reached out to lift his chin to tease him. "Gu Jingzi was really," he said, "are you going to get off me or not?" No, I won't." Gu Jingzi said, "Okay, you, what do you want to do? What do you dare to do?" She stuck out her stomach, looking as if she had a backer. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows and looked at her, then at her stomach. He really didn't dare to do anything, so he, the dignified head of the Gu family, was now being ridden by a little girl and threatened, and he still didn't dare to make a move against her. How did he end up in such a state? Lin Che sat there, looking pleased with himself. Lay down your arms and surrender." Gu Jingzi's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the moment when she was pleased with herself, he grabbed her armpits with both hands and lifted her up. If it were someone else, he probably wouldn't be able to lift her up. But Gu Jingzi was too strong and lifted Lin Che up. "Ah, what are you doing?" Lin Che cried. Gu Jingzi said, "Let's go. I'll take you to wash up first. You're so annoying. I can walk by myself." "Shouldn't you let others help you without doing anything?" he said. Lin Che raised his eyebrows and looked at him. So you like this kind of cross-dressing game? You really have a strong taste." Gu Jingzi said, "Yeah, I don't have a strong taste. Why would I like you?" Lin Che felt like he was being scolded. "You're so annoying." Why would you like me? You have a strong taste. How am I a strong taste? The two of them started fooling around inside, causing the servants who wanted to go in to stop. He said to the Goo family member who had followed them, "Wait a minute. Our master just woke up." That person naturally heard the noise inside. Although it wasn't clear, he could tell that they were fooling around. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Jingze rarely went out recently, he wouldn't have chased him here to deal with business. He didn't expect the two of them to be fooling around at home. This time, he waited for a while before Gu Jingze went out. Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze was busy, so she didn't bother him. She actually had something to do, but Gu Jingze had been staying at home and wouldn't let her go out. Now, she found a chance to go out. She first went to Qing Yuantu's place. This was the place provided by the company to the trainees, and each trainee had a room. Qing Yuantu was still recuperating. The injury on his face wasn't big after treatment, but no one cared about it at the time and it was simply bandaged, causing him to be very weak. When he arrived in Country C, the company's doctors took good care of him, so he recovered even faster. Lin Che looked at him and said, "I can see that you're much better." He said, "They were just superficial wounds. Thank you for taking care of them." Lin Che said, "You can stay here peacefully. I'm here to ask you if you have any plans. Have you ever thought about doing anything in the past?" He said, "I don't have any dreams. I just want to make a living and survive." Lin Che said, "I can guarantee that you won't have a problem surviving, but if you have something you want to do, you can tell me." Chapter 1087. Lin Che looked at him. His skin was fair and tender, and he looked like a typical Asian. His phoenix eyes were very tall and he wasn't very old either. Lin Che's eyes lit up as she said, "I wonder if you have any thoughts about being an artist." Qing Yuantu said, "Artist? I've never thought about it, nor have I come into contact with it." Lin Che continued to size him up, looking at him carefully. "Actually, you're very suitable in person. Your looks and aura aren't bad. To be chosen as the headline and be hated by all men, that was enough to prove his looks. However, there was a difference between being in person and being on camera. Even she herself would look different when she was on camera. So she was still thinking about him. "I think, if you are interested, you could try auditions. Our company is also grooming artists. If you have potential, you can make a living. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are interested. This industry is not easy to work in, so I don't want to recruit anyone." Qing Yuantu thought about it and said, "Of course I want to. Who hasn't dreamed of being a star since they were young? But the past feels so far away. If I can, I'm willing to try." Lin Che said, "Okay, I'll help you contact our staff later. You can go for the audition directly. If you're okay, they'll arrange for you to be a trainee." Qing Yuantu looked at her gratefully. "Thank you." Lin Che smiled. "It's okay. But I have to tell you that trainees don't get paid. They eat and drink, but they don't get paid much. They only get paid if they get a job. Usually, they work outside." "I can have a place to live and I can work outside," he said. Lin Che nodded. She hoped that he could be a hard-working person because she was such a person herself. She also liked colleagues who shared the same interests. After settling things here, she went out and heard people say that Shui Yang was injured on set. Qing Yuantu was still behind when he heard an assistant come over and say to Lin Che, "Shui Yang is on set." He fell down during the pressure. Lin Che asked quickly, "How is it now? Is it serious?" "I don't know yet. Bai has already gone over." Lin Che said, "Then let's go and take a look." Lin Che turned to Qing Yuantu and said, "You can go and take a look too. You can see what the filming site is like and what the artists are like. Maybe they can help you." Qing Yuantu nodded. "All right, I'll see if there's anything I can help with." The assistant on the side asked, "Is this our trainee?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, I'm considering it." The assistant chuckled and blushed. "It's the one I like." Lin Che smiled. "He hasn't had his audition yet. I hope his audition goes well so that his path to stardom will be good." "No, we can actually fine-tune it," the assistant said. Lin Che knew that fine-tuning meant that if a real person had a good foundation and did not look good on camera, it would make a big difference with a little surgery. Lin Che replied, "We'll see when the time comes." She wasn't against it, but most of the artists in the company hadn't been fine-tuned. She was worried that it would be bad for the artists in the future. The assistant said, "But I think his face is so thin and small. I think he'll look good on camera. His legs are so long too. From my professional point of view, a body with such proportions would look good on camera." Lin Che said, "I don't even know how Shui Yang is doing yet, but you're already smitten with him." This was Shui Yang's assistant, which was why she had come back to inform her. She smiled embarrassedly. "I think Shui Yang should be fine. Don't worry, Sister Che." When they arrived, they saw that the news on set had already been leaked. Shui Yang was injured and hospitalized, and there were many fans waiting outside. They alighted from the car inside. Seeing the noisy fans waiting for news outside, some of them were already crying. Lin Che sighed and said, "Let's go in and see what caused him to fall." The assistant said, "It's all because of the idiots in the production team. They didn't take it seriously and thought that it would be fine. Who knew that something would go wrong this time? When he was diving, he fell straight down. Luckily, his face wasn't broken. Otherwise, what would happen to Shui Yang?" It was Qing Yuantu's first time coming to a place like this. Looking at the fans outside, he didn't think much of it when he watched it on television. Now that he saw it live, he was quite shocked. The little assistant went over. Anyone would be happy to join in the fun with a handsome guy. "Hey, handsome, you just came, right? You can ask me if you don't understand." Qing Yuantu said, "Is it always so dangerous to be an artist?" The little assistant said, "Of course, especially during filming. It's common to bump into things. No matter what the scene is, it's possible. After all, there are a lot of people on set and some of the movements are bigger, so people might get hurt. Many guys get injured. Fighting scenes and such can be filmed back and forth, and they might get bruises all over their bodies. Sigh, I thought being an artist was easy, but it's actually not. You don't get enough sleep, and you have to stay up late every day. Every day, you have to travel, you have to fly. Our company is considered good. The boss is humane and not greedy for money." Lin Che turned around. "Are you trying to scare away our trainees?" The little assistant heard this and hurriedly said, No, of course there are good ones. Just look at the fans outside and you'll know." Qing Yuantu said, "What's not dangerous? What's not hard work? I'm not afraid of hard work." Lin Che smiled and said, "You're right. We're much better off than before. In the past, the production team had it even harder." Bai was with Shui Yang. Shui Yang looked very uncomfortable on the hospital bed. Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, he hurriedly got up and said, "Sister Che, why are you here?" Everyone knew that Lin Che was pregnant, so they usually wouldn't disturb Lin Che. They didn't expect that his foot injury would cause Lin Che to come over. Lin Che said, "It's nothing. I just happened to be at the company and came over to take a look. Hurry up and lie down. Don't move around." Bai's face was full of heartache. She pouted and said, "What kind of stupid production team is this? You could even fall down from a dive." Lin Che said, "How are you now?" "My ankle is slightly fractured. I can see the crack, but I don't think I need surgery. However, I still need to rest for a while." Bai sighed. Shuiyang said, "It's okay. I can get back to work as soon as possible." Lin Che said, "No need, no need. It's good that you can take the opportunity to rest. Don't be anxious. It's not like you can't support yourself now." Bai said, "Yeah, there's no schedule that you have to go. At most, you'll earn less money. It's not like you can't support yourself now." Shuiyang felt very guilty. He felt that he would have to compensate them a lot of money. Lin Che said, "You don't have to worry. No matter how much you lose, the production team will probably compensate you." Bai said, "We won't lose exposure. We can still hype this up for a while." Everyone chimed in and Shuiyang felt much better. He looked at the two of them gratefully. "Luckily, you guys have money. Otherwise, doing business like this would really cause you to lose money." Chapter 1088. Lin Che smiled. "How could that be? Our company makes a lot of profits every year. You'd be shocked to death if I told you." Because the company had always been united and had a good relationship with people in the industry, there were people who would take care of their artists. Shuiyang looked at himself. "But I still hope to get back to work soon. It's too boring lying around like this." Bai said, "You still have to go back to work when your legs are better. Rest for the next few days and have a good sleep. If there's any work that you can do lying down, I'll let you know." Shuiyang was speechless. How can there be a job that can be done lying down? Lin Che and Bai walked out together. The doctors and nurses saw that it was Shuiyang, so they wanted to take photos. They all agreed, but they hoped that they wouldn't send the photos out. Doctors and nurses also had professional ethics. Generally speaking, they didn't dare to spread it out. Otherwise, the hospital would blame them if they spread it too much. Lin Che asked Bai from outside, "How is he now? Are you sure he's okay?" Bai said, "Don't worry, he's been in a good mood recently. He'll be fine. I'll watch over him." "Hey, who was the one who just came with him?" Lin Che said, "He's a trainee that I'm going to bring in." Lin Che didn't specifically say what he did in the past. Anyway, the past was the past, and she didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Bai said, "He looks pretty good. I hope I'll have a chance to debut." Lin Che said. Bai said, "You've always had a good eye. You'll make your debut and become famous." "Really?" Lin Che expressed his doubt. Bai said, "Look, didn't you discover Shuiyang first? In fact, all the artists that debuted in the company were basically making money. There weren't many artists in the company, but they were all developing well." He didn't know if it was good luck or if it was really as Bai said, they had a good eye. Bai said, "You can go back first. There have been a lot of reporters here recently. It wouldn't be good if you were photographed." Lin Che nodded. He remembered that he still had something to do, so he decided to check on Mu Firen's preparations first. Watching Lin Che leave, Bai stood there and looked at Shuiyang. Shuiyang said, "I only fell down. I even troubled Sister Che to come over." Bai said, "If you really blame yourself, then rest well. Don't let people worry about you." As Bai watched, her phone rang. She looked at the number, and her face froze for a moment before she said, "I'm going out to take a call." Shui-yang leaned against the wall and nodded. When the nurses and doctors came in and saw Shui-yang, they all blushed and their hearts raced. Although there was some negative news about Shui-yang, everyone had forgotten about it after such a long time. Later, after the situation was reversed, there were still some people who turned to hate him. However, with so much news, they slowly turned to other places to hate Shui-yang. Shui-yang's popularity also slowly rose. Now, no one thought about the past scandals. After all, which artist didn't have scandals? Later on, no one brought it up again. Shui-yang was leaning against the wall, looking at his phone. Suddenly, he heard some movements coming from outside. It was a Bai's cry. "Get out of the way, you guys, get out of the way. Don't touch me." Shui-yang was stunned. Bai's voice was obviously angry and painful. Shui-yang jumped off the bed. The nurse doctor quickly said, "Hey, you can't move yet." However, Shui-yang didn't care about them and continued to run towards the sound. She limped out, and as soon as she went out, she saw a few people standing there facing Bai. He spoke in English, so some nurses and doctors didn't know what to do. Bai kept saying, "Get out of the way, I told you to get out of the way." Shui-yang hurriedly walked over. Bai, what happened?" Bai turned around, a hint of uneasiness flashing in her eyes. "Nothing," it was obvious that something had happened. How could it be nothing? The people from the hospital also rushed over. The security guards surrounded these people and told them to get out. "Where did you come from? Get out, get out. Our hospital's inpatient department doesn't allow people to come in casually." There were still security measures here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Shui-yang stay in so casually. Normally, visitors had to get the patient's permission before they could come in. So when these people came up, the security guards immediately came out. However, these people didn't care about the security guards' dissuasion at all and even pushed the security guards away. "Hey, who are these people?" The security guards went over angrily. "What are you doing to a girl?" Because they knew that the entertainment industry was quite chaotic, the security guards thought that they were here to cause trouble. "Hurry up and leave the hospital. This is a hospital. If you continue to cause trouble, we'll call the police." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a man suddenly said coldly, Bai." Bai's entire body trembled. Behind him, a brown-haired foreign man stood tall. He was tall and thin, and looked to be in his 50s, but he still looked attractive. Standing there, because he was very imposing, it wasn't hard for people to see him at a glance. Surprised, who was this man? However, when Shui-yang looked over, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes paused, and he said in his heart, "Mr. Wesley, Bai's father." Bai lowered her eyes and looked at the security guards who were stunned. She bit her lips and called out, "Dad." As expected, everyone was even more stunned. They saw the man wave his hand for everyone to retreat and walk over. Looking at Bai, he lowered his head and said, "Bai, you have to be obedient and come home with me first." Tears welled up in Bai's eyes as she raised her head to look at Wesley. "Dad, I want to stay and see country. I don't want to go home." At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Although many people didn't understand much English, they still understood some of it. Thinking back to the previous report on Bai, it wasn't hard to guess that this person was Mr. Wesley from the famous Wesley family who was on the Forbes list of the world's richest people. Abigail Wesley's father. Shui-yang was still standing at the side, looking at Bai's father. He was in no position to speak, so he could only look at that man. Bai obviously knew that he would come, so she wasn't surprised. She just stubbornly said, "I'm not going back." The man's gaze immediately fell on Shui-yang, who was behind him. That cold gaze sized up Shui Yang's body for a moment, and then he said to Bai, "Did you stay here to serve this man? I'm the daughter of the Wesley family, I don't need to stay here to be a nanny." "No, Dad, we're friends. This is my job." Bai said. "You don't need to come out and do this kind of hard work. But this is what I like." Chapter 1089. Wesley said, "Is it because you like the work here, or because you like the men here?" "Humph, this kind of man who needs to be taken care of by a woman, is he still a man? You shouldn't be so short-sighted." "Dad, how can you say that?" Bai cried out. Wesley said, "Why can't I say that? Come with me now." Wesley reached out to grab Bai. Bai pushed her father's hand away. "I'm not leaving." At this moment, Shui Yang suddenly grabbed Bai's hand from behind. Bai paused for a moment, and then she was pulled behind Shui Yang. Shui Yang looked at the imposing brown-haired man in front of him. Bai said that she doesn't want to leave. Wesley looked at Shui Yang and snorted. "It's you who has been stopping Bai here, isn't it?" Shui Yang looked at Wesley. "I stopped her." "When did I stop her?" "It's Bai who wants to live her own life. You guys are the ones who stopped her." Wesley sneered at this bold young man. "Let go of Bai." "I won't let go. I can't let her be taken back and imprisoned by you again." He was really bold to say that. He snorted. "Get this person away from me." A few people who had just retreated came forward and pulled Shui Yang up, wanting to take him away. No. Bai looked at the two of them walking over. She pushed Shui Yang away and wanted to make a move. Shui Yang was not someone who would be easily bullied. However, his foot was still injured at this time, and when he moved, his leg was in pain. Bai saw that there were so many people here. Shui Yang would definitely not be a match for these professional bodyguards. Moreover, Shui Yang was still injured, and it couldn't get any worse. Bai watched anxiously. Seeing that the bodyguard was about to kick Shui Yang's body, she rushed over and blocked Shui Yang's body. "Dad, don't be like this. I'll go with you." "Can't I go with you?" Wesley stopped. Shui Yang looked at Bai. Bai turned back and smiled miserably. "You take care of your injuries first." How could Shui Yang watch her go back like this? He held her hand and refused to let her go. Bai. Bai shook her head, bit her lower lip and looked at him. "Take care of yourself." She pushed Shui Yang's hand away forcefully and forced herself to turn her head away, never to look at Shui Yang again. Wesley looked back at Shui Yang and snorted coldly. He took Bai and walked out of the corridor. The people in the hospital were watching. Shui Yang couldn't say anything, so what could they say? He was just imagining in his heart that this was a father coming to look for his daughter. Was this Wesley's family against their daughter and Shui Yang? That was strange. Shui Yang was so handsome and a superstar. Why didn't he agree? But thinking about it carefully, Wesley's family was so rich that he wouldn't care about some unknown celebrity. Seeing that Shui Yang was still sitting on the ground, a nurse felt sorry for him. She took the opportunity to help Shui Yang up. These rich and powerful families were too outrageous, treating such a good boy so badly. Lin Che had just arrived at Mu Firen's house. He talked to Mu Firen about the series of short plays that they were going to shoot. Several actors for the short play had been decided, and a few of them were suitable actors for the company. A few were still showing signs and the script was almost done, but the director had not been decided yet. The director was also a big deal. A good director determined the rhythm of a TV series. But their problem was that good directors would not direct this kind of short play, and they didn't dare to use bad directors. When the directors heard Lin Che's company call to talk about the problem with the short play, they immediately rejected it. They were not optimistic about their short play at all. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and they also knew that this matter was not easy to deal with. Mu Firen said, "This matter has to be taken slowly. You don't have to worry about it. The most important thing is to rest." Lin Che said, "I can't stay idle either. Staying at home is the same." Mu Firen said, "There are a lot of trivial things to do this. It's not like being an actor, who only needs to act well. As a producer, you have to worry about a lot of miscellaneous things." Yeah. Lin Che flipped through his contact list to see if there were any directors that he could try out. She first called a director, who had directed one of her movies in the past. When the other party heard that it was Lin Che, he naturally picked up the call quickly. He was still chatting on the phone. He said, "Movie Queen, why did you disappear after receiving an award? I was going to ask if you're going to retire after your success and not come out to earn money anymore. Are you going to rest at home?" Lin Che said, "I just want to retire behind the scenes for a while." "That's a pity. I'm directing a movie recently. It's a big production, and I was just about to say that you're very suitable." "No," Lin Che said, "the director is so busy, so I'm afraid I can't trouble you with this matter." "Oh, what's the matter? You go first." They still had to give Lin Che some face. Lin Che then told them about the short play, but what he said was, "I was thinking that, director, you have students all over the world. If there are any suitable ones, could you introduce one or two to me?" He chuckled and said, "Actually, the director isn't that important for this kind of short play. I'll help you ask when I have time, but short plays aren't that popular now." Indeed, it was another one that was not optimistic about. Lin Che thanked him and didn't say anything more. Anyway, everyone had already predicted that their short play wouldn't be that good. As Lin Che flipped through the pages, she thought of Nan Gongyu instead. He definitely wouldn't do it. Why would such a prideful person film such a degrading short play? However, she still wanted to tease him, so she called him. Nan Gongyu picked up the call very quickly. "Movie Queen, you've been out for so long, but you still remember us." Lin Che said, "What's wrong now? Everyone calls me Movie Queen. Yeah, you didn't come out after getting the Movie Queen title. Everyone's last impression of you is Movie Queen." "Alright," Lin Che said, "Hey, there's a drama. Are you interested?" "What drama?" "You want to film a drama?" "Yeah. You can film it now." Hee, sure, but I'm not going to act in it. I'm producing a drama. It's a short play, and the script is adapted from a web novel. I want to start filming it, but I'm lacking a director. I immediately thought of you, and I definitely have to give this opportunity to become famous to you. Nan Gongyu chuckled and said, "Did you think of me after looking all around and no one accepted it?" Lin Che was originally just teasing him. Hearing that he even knew about this, he chuckled. Unexpectedly, Nan Gongyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Send me the script. I don't have much to do recently anyway." "What? You want to join?" Hee, okay. I'll send it to you. Chapter 1090. Don't be happy too early. I'm just telling you. Even so, Lin Che felt that Nan Gongyu was interested. Seeing this, Mu Firen asked, "Is Nan Gongyu interested in the movie?" Lin Che said, "I'm not sure yet. He only said that he wants to look at the script. I hope he'll be interested. If he's interested in the script, then he's interested. I didn't expect such a cold person like Nangongyu to be interested in this. Mu Firen raised her eyebrows and said, I think he's interested because you're the one who filmed it. That can't be. Why would he be interested because I filmed it? Because you're popular. You can get close to Nangongyu just by filming a movie. Lin Che said, really? Mu Firen smiled. It's also because you're powerful. From the beginning, Mu Firen felt that she treated people sincerely and was very interesting. Although she had always been very powerful, she was neither servile nor overbearing. It could be seen that she didn't really care about these forces, so people liked her more. At this moment, Dongzi came in and said, Miss, Wesley's family has come to Country C. Wesley's family. Only then did Lin Che know that something had happened to Ah Bai and Shuiyang. Lin Che immediately went to see Ah Bai in the afternoon. When Wesley arrived in Country C, he rented a manor to live in. It was just at the edge of City B. He didn't buy it, but it cost 10 million to rent it. Wesley arranged for Ah Bai to stay in a room inside. The outside was full of people. It could be seen that Wesley had brought a lot of people with him. Wesley had to welcome Lin Che. Outside, Wesley said, Welcome, Mrs. Gu. I'm really sorry that I didn't greet Mrs. Gu first when I arrived in Country C, Lin Che said. There's no need for that. Ah Bai and I are good friends and you're Ah Bai's father. It's only right for you to visit her. I can. At this moment, Ah Bai ran out. Lin Che, you're here. Ah Bai looked at her father and said, Let's go out and talk. Wesley's expression changed as if he was going to call someone to stop them. Lin Che stood up and said, Sir, I'm just going out with Ah Bai. If you're worried, you can ask someone to follow us. We can't possibly kidnap your daughter here. Wesley looked at Lin Che and hesitated for a moment. However, this was Country C after all. They had to give Lin Che face. Wesley could only nod in agreement, thinking that the Gu family would not really take Ah Bai away and not let him see her. It was unreasonable and the Gu family was not in the right, so they would not be so reckless. He asked people to follow Ah Bai and Lin Che out, and Lin Che went outside with Ah Bai. The two of them drove together. They had nowhere else to go, so they sat down at a cafe in the mall and bought a cup of coffee. Ah Bai said, My dad has been wanting me to go back, but I haven't agreed. Now my dad has decided to let me go back, and he won't let me stay here easily anymore. Lin Che looked at the people following behind him. Because these tall and burly foreigners were following them all the way, many people would notice them. After all, these foreigners looked blonde and blue-eyed, tall and burly, very conspicuous. Everyone was still guessing what was going on here. Why was there a row of foreigners walking side by side in such an imposing manner? They wanted to come over but didn't dare to, so they all looked around. This made people feel a little uncomfortable. Even though Lin Che was used to having people following him, he still felt a little strange. Perhaps it was because the people who usually followed him were only for protection, and they were indeed watching over him. Lin Che said, Then what are your plans now? Ah Bai said, Maybe I'll be treated like this when I go back. She looked back at those people with hatred. Lin Che said, Then what should we do? She felt that Ah Bai was pitiful. A person who had never had freedom since she was young yearned for freedom. But now that she had tasted freedom, she felt even more pitiful. If she went back, how could she bear it? Others envied Ah Bai, and Ah Bai envied others. Others envied her for being born into a rich family like Wesley, and she also envied others for not being controlled from a young age. Lin Che thought that it was a good thing that even though Gu Xinian also lived in this kind of family, they gave him freedom. Even now, if he wanted to do anything on his own, as parents, they would only watch from behind and wouldn't control him too much. Not too much, there was a bottom line, and everything else was up to him. But Wesley's family probably didn't think that way. Lin Che said, "Then are you going back?" Does Shuiyang know? Bai thought of Shuiyang and was even more reluctant to part with him. I don't want Shuiyang to get hurt. Also, there's no need for him to do anything because of me. After all, we're just friends. She lowered her head, and it became deeper and deeper. Just friends. Was it really just friends? Lin Che looked at her. Bai, this is not the time to be sentimental. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it might really be farewell. You have to think about what you want. Don't give yourself a chance to regret it. Bai looked at him. Then, what should I do? Lin Che shook his head and sighed. Now that if Bai was being watched, she really couldn't do anything. Lin Che said, "Let's eat something first. When we're full, I'll go to the hospital to see how Shuiyang is doing." Okay, let him rest well. Don't be impulsive because of me, Bai said hurriedly. Lin Che smiled. It was indeed very strange to be watched as he ate in this place. Because of the people following behind, the others in the restaurant didn't dare to come in. The people in the restaurant were probably also very depressed, but looking at these people, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only slowly wait for them to finish eating before quickly tidying up and preparing to welcome other guests. Lin Che watched Bai go back and went to the hospital himself. At Shuiyang's place, a lot of people were discussing. They didn't dare to let Shuiyang hear them, but they were discussing outside with strange expressions. Everyone was very curious about what would happen next. Since Wesley's family was so powerful, would they really not agree with the two of them? Would they really break up like this? When Lin Che arrived, he saw that the people outside had strange expressions. Then he looked inside and saw Shuiyang leaning there by himself, looking a little lonely. She looked at the people next to her, stood there to compose herself, and said to Dongzi in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "See who is idle and talking about others. Write it down for me." Such a sentence made the people next to her immediately feel a chill in their hearts. Looking at Lin Che standing there, they quickly ran away to do their own things. Lin Che didn't come by himself. There was a group of people following behind him. They were afraid of him and naturally didn't dare to offend him. Lin Che went inside. Looking at Shuiyang, she helped him sit down. "No need to get up, Shuiyang. I know everything. I just went to see Bai." When Shuiyang heard Bai, he hurriedly asked, "How is she?" Lin Che said, "What can she do? If she goes back this time, she really won't come back again." Shuiyang's face was pale. Chapter 1091. Lin Che said, "I only have one question. Do you want her to go back?" "No, of course not." He shook his head mildly. Lin Che said, "Then go find her. No matter what they think of you, it's the worst if you don't do anything. You've done it, so it's better than not doing anything, right?" Shuiyang said, "But I can't get close to her now." Lin Che said, "If you want, I can send you there." Shuiyang nodded immediately and looked at her gratefully. "Thank you, Sister Che, for being willing to help me. You're all my friends." "I'm helping you out of my own free will," Lin Che said. It was still at Wesley's house. Lin Che only asked Dongzi and the rest to follow Shuiyang to Wesley's house. Shuiyang looked at the place where Wesley lived. It was a shockingly large manor. It was filled with people. He could even see Wesley's luxury car. Although it had only been a few days since he came from abroad, it was still shipped over. Wesley was a person who valued enjoyment. No matter what was here, it was full of enjoyment. It wasn't hard to imagine how high Wesley's taste and appreciation were. After entering, Shui-Yang looked around. The tall door looked magnificent. He stared at it and didn't say a word. Until Wesley's voice came from behind. "How is this place?" "It's good, right?" Shui-Yang turned around and saw Mr. Wesley walking over. He had a pipe in his hand. He took a puff and looked up. "I fell in love with this manor at first sight. Although you people in country C like to live in the downtown area, so this place wasn't used after it was built and is only used as a holiday hotel, I'm different from them. I like to live in a quiet place, far away from the downtown area." He paced slowly, his leather shoes stepping on the polished marble floor. "The environment is good and it takes up a lot of space. There's a big lawn at the side and the decorations are all natural imported equipment. So, although it took 2 days to renovate and cost 20 million, I don't mind." Wesley looked at him. "I'm only planning to stay for a while, so I'm not planning to buy it. However, I can buy it for about 130 million. Shui-Yang's eyebrows twitched. Wesley said, "If you want, this can be yours." Shui-Yang's eyes darkened. "What does Mr. Wesley mean?" Wesley said, "Leave all by, this is for you." Seriously, what a generous man. Shui-Yang had never seen so much money before. How many people would be overjoyed to be able to throw out more than 100 million so easily? Shui-Yang knew that Bai's family was very different, but he really didn't think that a rich family could be like this. Perhaps the money was just a number to them, so they could spend it however they wanted. However, for ordinary people, this was an astronomical figure. Shui-Yang smiled and looked at Wesley. He knew that he and Bai were too far apart, and they might not be in the same world, but now, this feeling was really directly slapped in his face as a fact. It was personally slapped by Wesley. Shui-Yang shook his head and looked at Wesley. "I know that Wesley's family is very rich. To the Wesley family, I might be as weak as a speck of dust, but I won't take anything from you. I just want to express my feelings for Bai. I struggle together with Bai and grow together. For so many years she has been by my side, supporting me, helping me, and I have also watched her grow up bit by bit. We are already inseparable from each other. I hope that Mr. Wesley can give us a chance. I hope that you can see my feelings for her. I hope to be with her, and I don't want her to go back to America with you." Wesley laughed and looked at this naive young man. Wesley originally wanted to let him stay outside today and not let him in at all. However, he was brought in by the Gu family, so he thought about it and didn't refuse. It would be good to let him come in and see how different he was from Bai. He also wanted him to see how good Bai's life was, which he couldn't afford. By the way, if he was willing, Wesley really felt that these things could be given to him. Anyway, to Wesley, his daughter was more important. However, he didn't expect that he would refuse. Shui-Yang's foot was still in a cast. He limped over and looked at Wesley resolutely. "I like Bai. I hope you can know that I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here to confess to Bai." Too daring. Wesley narrowed his eyes at him. "You're not worthy." Shui-Yang said, "My family background is not worthy, but my heart is definitely worthy of anyone." Shui-Yang. At this moment, Bai broke free from the person inside and ran out. Looking at Shui-Yang, her eyes were moist and she ran over. Shui-Yang looked at Bai and reached out to catch her hug. Wesley felt even more angry. "How are you guys looking at me?" Bai turned her head. "Dad, I ran out." Bai looked at Shui-Yang and couldn't stop smiling. As expected of the man she liked. He was so amazing. Bai said, Dad, which man do you think would think that I'm more important than 130 million? Can't you fulfill our wish? Wesley said, I'm doing this for your own good, Bai. Your environment is too different. Sooner or later, you won't like him. We're together every day now and I don't hate him at all. How long is sooner or later? A lifetime. You, Shuiyang also looked at Wesley. Mr. Wesley, I hope you can fulfill our wish. Wesley looked at the two of them and felt even more furious. After panting for a long time, he snorted and said, All right, you stay here with Bai for a few days. Bai looked at him. Really, Dad? You agree? Wesley said, No, I want him to have a good look at your life and see how different you two are. Bai's gaze fell and she looked at Shuiyang with some heartache. He was such a big star in the eyes of everyone, but now he was being looked down upon like this. In the eyes of others, he must be a good husband, but in Wesley's eyes, he was nothing. Why? Was it just because Wesley's family was too rich? So what if it was money? Shuiyang said, All right, I'm willing, Bai. Bai looked at him with even more heartache. Shuiyang said, I also want to prove that no matter what, I can be with you. When Bai heard his words, she leaned into his arms even more happily. This was the first time she leaned into this man's arms as a man and a woman. Chapter 1092. Lin Che didn't go far. She was worried that something would happen to Shuiyang, so she let him go in and waited for him outside. After standing for a while, Dongzi came out and said that Wesley had asked Shuiyang to stay with Bai. Lin Che thought that this should be a good thing. It meant that they were given a chance, although she didn't know what it would bring them. She said, Then let's go back. When she turned around, she saw Gu Jingze behind her. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? Gu Jingze got out of the car and walked over with a lot of people behind him. You ran out on your own, so of course I had to come. Lin Che said, I brought a lot of people with me. It's not like anything will happen. Gu Jingze knew that nothing would happen, but he still wanted to see her with his own eyes. He knew that he might be too nervous, but when it came to her, he couldn't help but be nervous. Gu Jingze said, Wesley's family chose a good place. Lin Che nodded and said, But now that Shuiyang is staying, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Gu Jingze said, It all depends on their luck. Lin Che said, I thought that people abroad were very open-minded and wouldn't object. I didn't expect Wesley's family to be so old-fashioned. Gu Jingze said, Wesley's family isn't one of those new technology companies. Those rich people who rely on technology to get rich are more open-minded. Wesley's family is a family with 100 years of history. They developed from old Europe to America. They used to be the descendants of a noble family in Europe. They followed the first batch of people who went to America to make money, so their thinking is actually more old-fashioned than many people in countries see, then, isn't it terrible? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, so many socialites in America who come out to socialize, although they can play around casually, when they really want to find someone to marry, they will choose carefully. The conditions can't be bad, and they must also bring a certain amount of benefits to their family. They can't just marry casually. That seems to be true. Most of those who marry casually are newly rich or not necessarily from the top families, so they are more open-minded, but Wesley's family, their family is so powerful. They must be the top. That's right. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Like the Gu family, the oldest family in country C, right? Gu Jingze looked at her. Yes. Lin Che shrugged. Although she didn't understand the Wesley family, looking at the Gu family, she already understood what it meant. Gu Jingze held her in his arms. Alright, don't worry about other people's business. You're pregnant now. You should worry about yourself. Actually, what could Lin Che worry about? She had nothing to worry about when it came to the child. When he had his first child, he wanted to buy this and that, but it didn't work. Until now, there was no place to put all the things that he had collected every year. He could only donate them every year, and it seemed like it would take a long time. If it was a girl, he couldn't let her use Nian Nian's stuff. If it was a boy, he could just let him use Nian Nian's stuff. So this time, she didn't buy a lot of things. She just wanted to buy a little more. The rest was left to the housekeeper to worry about the baby's room and supplies. Lin Che said, "You don't have to accompany me every day. Just go and do your own things. I want to be with you," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "But wouldn't the clan members think that I'm a demon concubine?" "What demon concubine?" "Those concubines who dominate the king and don't let him have morning court." Gu Jingze said, "You're not a concubine, and I'm not the king. There's no demon concubine." He stood still and combed Lin Che's hair. She looked at him and felt that he was very handsome when he did these little things to her. Gu Jingze said, "Besides, if they really want to say it, let them say it. I don't care." When he said he didn't care, he didn't mean it. The indifference on his face showed that he didn't care at all. Lin Che leaned against him and looked ahead. She said, "Let's go. I've never been here before." This was the suburbs. It was full of lawns and woods. It was very suitable for a walk. However, there were too many people behind them, which made her feel a little grand. Luckily, there weren't many people here. Otherwise, they would have to stare at them again. "Why did you bring so many people here?" Lin Che said. Usually, there would be people, but not so many. This time, it was obvious that Gu Jingze had brought a lot of people here. Gu Jingze said, "They are raised for use. If I don't use them now, when will I use them?" Lin Che said, "Then you don't have to bring so many people." Lin Che looked at him with a smile. She felt that he was really a little nervous this time. She felt that it was funny that so many people were walking around because she was pregnant. Gu Jingze looked behind him. He didn't think it was exaggerated, although there were quite a lot of people. It was probably a little more than the lineup he had brought abroad. When he went out, he ordered everyone who was free to come with him. He said, "Do you feel uncomfortable looking at them? I'll ask them to go further away." As he said this, Gu Jingze was about to go back to get them. Lin Che quickly pulled him back. He looked at him amusedly and said, all right. Don't bother them. Since they're here, just treat it as watching the scenery together." Everyone walked forward together. It was really like watching the scenery, but it was different from the other people who were watching the scenery. Lin Che said, "How's the family now? Have the Gu family's problems been solved?" Previously, it was revealed that old Master Gu was critically ill, which led to a chain of problems. The construction stopped, and the other families didn't dare to take action. Now that it had been so long, there seemed to be no movement. However, Gu Jingze still hadn't said what was going on. Today, when he saw the clan members go to the house to ask, Lin Che remembered these things. Gu Jingze said, "It's not quite possible for them to use such a simple method to destroy the Gu family. The Gu family's foundation isn't so easily shaken. This incident is just to cause chaos so that they can take the opportunity to kidnap the hostages, shake the president, and make the whole of country C hate the Gu family." Lin Che thought that there was actually such a layer to it. Gu Jingze said, "The others are all choosing to wait and see. No one dares to get involved. It's also because in country C, many people are hoping that something will happen to the Gu family and me. These families have been suppressed by the Gu family for many years, so they naturally hope that the powerful families in country C can be completely wiped out and turned around so that they can have a chance to stand out. Unfortunately, the foundation that has not been shaken for so many years can't be shaken just because they hope for it. Lin Che felt that the Gu family's view was really very dangerous. So there were so many people waiting for the Gu family to die. It's lonely at the top. Lin Che only now slightly understood this feeling. Just then, Gu Jingzi said to her, "There's something else we need you to do at home." Chapter 1093. Ah, what's the matter? Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Jingzi said, "We're going to hold a 1-month banquet for you Minmin's child. Mother wants you to try." "No way. You want me to arrange it?" "Yes." Lin Che was a little worried. "But I've never done it before." "You've done it before in a company, let alone a 1-month banquet. Mother has sent a housekeeper, and the clan will probably send someone to help." It was conceivable that Mu Wanqing would send someone over. She was concerned about her, so she sent someone over. But what did it mean for the clan to send someone to help? It went without saying that they were either here to cause trouble or to watch over her. Lin Che said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll give it a try." Gu Jingzi hugged her. "You can ask me if you don't understand. If you arrange everything, it'll be very comprehensive, but what's the point of that for me? Don't worry, I'll do it myself and do my best." Lin Che didn't want to embarrass Gu Jingzi. If people found out that it was Gu Jingzi who helped her, they would only laugh at her for not knowing anything and for being a country girl. She didn't want that. Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. You're pregnant now. No one will say anything if you ask me for some help. Forget it. It's just an arrangement. It's not like I'm going to do physical work. It has nothing to do with pregnancy. Don't worry. Although I'm usually lazy, I won't be that lazy if I really want to do something." She stood on her tiptoes and hooked her arms around his neck. He was too tall, so it was a little strenuous for her to do so. He smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist, helping her raise a little. That was more suitable. He kissed her on the lips before pulling her to continue forward. The two of them walked outside and saw that the forest looked very lush. They walked in and stepped on the leaves on the ground. Unknown wildflowers formed a wreath around the place. It was very beautiful. Lin Che felt that it was beautiful. She walked in and stood inside. Looking outside, she was filled with joy. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Gu Jingzi walked in as well. It looked very normal here. He didn't know why women liked flowers so much. But when he saw the smile on Lin Che's face, which was even more luxuriant than the flowers, he didn't move. He just stood there and admired the beautiful scenery in front of him. However, when Lin Che raised his head, he saw that the security guards were still following them. Actually, it was a bit of a wet blanket. He followed her too closely and looked around cautiously, as if something would jump out from the bushes. It made people feel a little weird. How could Gu Jingzi not notice the look in her eyes? He looked up and waved at the people outside. Those people immediately obeyed the order and stayed far away, no longer following. Gu Jingzi walked over and stood next to her. He looked at her and asked, "Is it nice here?" Lin Che nodded vigorously. Of course it was beautiful. Gu Jingzi smiled as he looked at her childish face and said, "How old are you? You still act like you haven't grown up." Lin Che said, "It's just like how men love to play with small cars when they're young and love to play with big cars when they grow up. It's just that the toys are bigger." Gu Jingzi said, "I don't like cars." Lin Che said, "Then what did you play when you were young?" Reading books, doing math, doing questions, making models. All right, all right. Lin Che shook her head and said, "You're really living your old age ahead of time, and by so many years." Gu Jing's face darkened. "Do you think I'm bored? Do you have something to talk about?" "Great," was she looking down on him. Lin Che turned back and smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Jing's pulled her into his arms. "Boo-hoo, what are you doing?" Lin Che stood there with him. When she looked outside, she couldn't see anything except for the man's chest in front of her. Lin Che looked up and giggled. She had a mischievous look on her face. "What, Gu Jingze, you've been holding back all this time? Do you want to have a wild battle here?" Wild battle? Gu Jingze was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. "Ha, this woman," he squinted at her. "I think you want it, so you're reminding me on purpose. You're obviously leaning on me now. But you're holding on quite tightly." He looked down at her hands that were clutching his chest. Lin Che saw that she was just grabbing onto him unconsciously. How could she want to do anything? At this moment, she wanted to let go, but he grabbed her again. "If you want it, just say it. Now you're trying to reject me." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. I'm not rejecting you." Gu Jingze looked at her little face, which was getting redder as she tried to defend herself. He bit her face first. She snorted, and his lips directly kissed hers. Gu Jingze said, "Let me hug you." He didn't need anything else. A hug was enough. He hugged her tightly and closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of her soft body. Actually, it wasn't enough, but what else could he do? After hugging for a long time, they heard a young voice say, "Mom, there are two people hugging in the bushes over there." Lin Che was stunned and quickly pushed Gu Jingze away. She felt a chill on her chest. She looked down and saw that her clothes were a little messy. When the wind blew, she felt a chill. She exclaimed in her heart. She quickly turned around and straightened her clothes. Her face was bright red. She raised her head and looked outside. A woman who lived nearby was walking with her child. As she walked, she looked over curiously. When she saw that it was indeed two people, she quickly quickened her pace. She did not forget to call out to her child, don't look, hurry up and go." Oh my God, did they make a bad demonstration? The people outside thought that the two of them were doing something. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.